Chapter 1609. Only when the great era of the human realm came, such a heaven-defying figure would appear. In the great era anything could happen. Could it be that the heaven realm also ushered in the great era? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew a lot about the enemy of the Dongfang family. 100 years ago this man named Gu Fei was not even an immortal. But 100 years later, Gu Fei, who returned from the heaven realm, was already a great emperor. It should be known that this person cultivated the ancient martial arts, which was much more difficult than the ordinary cultivation system. Although Dongfang Yuan was surprised, he did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The 9 great magic weapons were flying, and each of them turned into a bright divine rainbow, exuding the terrible power of a half-saint. Swish! A divine rainbow rushed past Gu Fei, and wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated, leaving a dark space crack. Half-saint, even in the great era of the human realm, was also a supreme figure. The East Royal Palace had a special position in the East Royal Palace. The Dongfang family also attached great importance to the East Royal Palace and did not hesitate to send a half-saint to guard it. In this great era, even great experts would find it difficult to deter some people. Only half-saints could deter others. Clang! Gu Fei's fists constantly collided with the 9 great magic weapons. The magic weapons that were hit by his fists made a sound of metal shaking, and on his fists, there were constantly Dao patterns appearing. Merging the body with the Dao, you are refining your body as a holy weapon. Dongfang Yuan saw something and was extremely shocked. No wonder the ancient warriors were so powerful, and there was even an invincible, indestructible martial body. It seemed that this was the reason. People of the immortal path would not refine their body as a holy weapon, because they had divine weapons to protect themselves. Dongfang Yuan's 9 great magic weapons were divine weapons to protect himself. At this time, divine patterns of the Great Way began to appear on Gu Fei's body. He was like a human magic weapon, fighting endlessly under the siege of the 9 great magic weapons. This scene was sufficient to shock the world. Because no one dared to use their bodies to go against a weapon refined by a half-saint, and even the most extraordinary figure in the mortal dimension was unable to do so. Who is that person? Is it really that person? The chaotic Daoist body and the human martial body have appeared in the land of Sorcerer. These 2 bodies have been recognized as peerlessly powerful in ancient times. This person doesn't have chaotic aura on him, so he must be the human martial body. In the East Royal City, the well-informed cultivators had already guessed Gu Fei's background. Could it be that the human race martial body from 100 years ago has appeared again? Some people thought of many things. 100 years ago, there was a genius in the Taishan sect who cultivated ancient martial arts. He was invincible among the younger generation in the southern wasteland. Even the most outstanding azure dragon among the 100 races of the southern wasteland was no match for a human with a martial body. However, only 100 years had passed. Could it be that a human with a martial body had already become a mighty emperor? In the eyes of cultivators, 100 years was just a short period of time. There were some old monsters who would go into seclusion for hundreds of years or even over 1,000 years. There were some old monsters who sealed themselves and slept for countless years, becoming great beings within 100 years. This wasn't impossible, there were such geniuses in the mortal world. However, for a martial artist to become an almighty emperor in 100 years was too heaven-defying. Because all cultivators knew that for ordinary cultivators, ancient martial arts was a path of no return. This path was too difficult. Some people could not achieve great success in their entire lives. It was because ancient martial arts were too difficult to cultivate that gradually, no one was willing to take this path. Just when everyone was shocked, the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan changed again. Gu Fei's power was getting stronger and stronger. His Taoist patterns were densely packed. When he punched, the world shook. Dongfang Yuan's 9 divine weapons were gradually unable to resist Gu Fei's attack. Boom! In the end, Gu Fei sent the 9 divine weapons flying with a single punch. He then used the 8 Desolation Void steps and took a step forward, directly arriving in front of Dongfang Yuan. Damn it! Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew very well that he couldn't let a cultivator get close to him. In a battle it meant death. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's essence, qi and spirit climbed to the peak in an instant. He then punched with his strongest power, a mass of chaotic energy emerging from his fist. Although it was just a punch, Dongfang Yuan felt the aura of death. Stars shift. Dongfang Yuan was greatly alarmed. Without a second thought, he unleashed his immortal Dao divine art. With a furious roar, a vast force of immortal Dao surged out from his body. With him as the center, the space around him suddenly distorted. There seemed to be stars floating around Dongfang Yuan. The world was reversing. What? Gu Fei only felt a force pulling his fist away, which shocked him. A half-step saint was indeed a half-step saint. Even his strongest punch was almost pulled away by this force. However, all abilities and techniques were useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist vibrated. An even more powerful force surged out of his fist. Even the force that could move stars couldn't shake his fist. His fist passed through the chaotic void and landed on Dongfang Yuan. Just as Gu Fei's fist landed on Dongfang Yuan, countless Dao runes surged out of his body. His clothes turned into ashes, revealing a divine armor underneath. Countless Dao runes appeared on the divine armor, dissipating most of the power of Gu Fei's punch. Roar. With a furious roar, Gu Fei still sent Dongfang Yuan flying thousands of meters away. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Such battle prowess was enough to intimidate everyone present. Dongfang Yuan stabilized his body, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not worn a piece of holy armor under his clothes, his body would have been blown apart by that punch. This person is only a great emperor now, but he can already fight against a half-step saint. What will happen if he becomes a half-step saint? Dongfang Yuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Gu Fei couldn't be left alive. Even if he had to use his trump card, he had to kill him. Otherwise, a terrifying enemy would appear in the Dongfang clan. He's also a coward. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel disdain when he saw Dongfang Yuan wearing a divine armor under his clothes. He knew the power of his punch. It could even penetrate a divine armor refined by a half-step saint. Only a true divine tool could dissipate the power of his punch. Chapter 16:10. How dare you kill my son? You're dead. Dongfang Yuan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, then stared at Gu Fei with a frightening look in his eyes. A powerful wave of immortal power burst out from his body. Net in order to avenge his son's death, and to eradicate a great enemy of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan could not let Gu Fei go. Only one of them could survive. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity, so he was going to kill an important figure of the Dongfang family to establish his power. This was a situation that would not end until one of them died. Die. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei let out a roar and executed the 8 Desolation Void steps, causing his figure to vanish. When he reappeared, he was already above Dongfang Yuan. Bang! He stomped down on Dongfang Yuan's head, and a terrifying sound of wind and thunder rang out under his feet. A powerful destructive force emerged under his feet. This stomp seemed to trample the whole world under his feet. Dongfang Yuan was both shocked and infuriated. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that even he could barely keep up. A terrifying power descended from the top of his head, making him feel a great sense of danger. Carefree beyond the heavens. Dongfang Yuan used a great immortal technique and countless trigrams rushed out from his body. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, trigrams emerged under his feet, turning the universe upside down. The void distorted under the trigrams, and Dongfang Yuan seemed to pass through the cracks in the void, rushing out from under Gu Fei's feet like a flying immortal above the 9 heavens. This great technique, which condensed one's own immortal power into trigrams, was a supreme great technique created by an earth-shattering figure in ancient times. There were some inheritances of this technique in the Taishan sect, which were obtained by Li Lingfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect. However, the inheritance that Li Lingfeng obtained was only a superficial one, and could not be compared to the inheritance that Dongfang Yuan obtained. 8 trigrams appear. Dongfang Yuan circulated his half-holy immortal power with all his might, and his hands danced in front of him. 8 types of trigrams appeared in the air, condensing without dissipating. Rumble. The sky changed color and the 8 trigrams appeared. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted by the trigrams, and a terrifying power rippled out from the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams were crazily devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions. The region around the East Royal City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone was shocked. Good heavens! Gu Fei was also secretly startled. He had never imagined that such an ancient inheritance would appear in the hands of a great enemy today. The Dongfang family was incredible to actually obtain such an ancient inheritance. It seems that the Dongfang family is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Gu Fei did not show the slightest trace of fear. He directly struck out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. This was a martial arts combat skill that he created on the basis of the 5 elements fist. Bam! When he punched out, the ferocious power directly shook the 8 trigrams, causing Dongfang Yuan to be shocked to the extreme. This guy was simply too ferocious. Gu Fei's fists were like the 2 extremes of the moon and the sun. The power of yin and yang interweaved, and yin-yang divine diagrams constantly appeared between his fists. The fist force and the divine diagrams constantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the void was constantly destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. A terrifying power kept spreading out in every direction, forcing the cultivators who were watching the battle to retreat further away. If they were to be affected by the shockwaves, they would be in for a terrible time. Your master's battle strength is world-shaking. It seems that there are very few people in the human world who can defeat him. 2 people stood high up in the sky. One of them was a dashing young master with a mischievous smile on his face and a divine fire fan in his hand. The other was a fat middle-aged man. These 2 people were He Tian and Gu Zhong. They were closely watching the battle in front of them. They were not worried about Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was born to be a warrior. Unless a sage to be attacked, a sage to be could not threaten Gu Fei's life. With the advent of the human world, everything is full of variables. Gu Zhong said with emotion. In the past 100 years, the human world had changed greatly. The way of heaven was no longer unfathomable. Many people took advantage of this time to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation. Gu Zhong had heard that a peerless figure appeared in the 100 tribes of the southern wilderness. This peerless figure became a sage-to-be within 100 years, which shook the entire cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. Even Gu Zhong had to admire such a peerless figure. It seems that a supreme master will appear in this world. He Tian seemed to have a premonition. Every time a great era came, someone would obtain a great opportunity and become the strongest in the world. Every cultivator who embarked on the path of cultivation wanted to become a supreme master. He Tian was no exception. In this great era he also wanted to become a supreme master. Becoming a supreme master? I'm afraid my master also has this opportunity. In Gu Zhong's opinion, his master, Gu Fei, was the most outstanding one. Even the peerless genius of the southern wilderness might not be a match for his master. Rumble. At this time a great destruction took place in the sky above the East Royal Palace. The entire void was collapsing and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. It was like black lightning. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Many people didn't manage to dodge in time and were torn apart by the ruptured void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The 8 trigrams fiercely collided with the yin and yang samsara, turning the void into chaos. Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan fought in the chaotic void. This battle shook the surrounding area of the East Royal Palace. Soon the news spread and shook the entire eastern domain. Soon, some powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the East Royal Palace. It's really that person. This was the territory of the Dongfang family. Some of the experts of the Dongfang family recognized Gu Fei, but they didn't take action. This was a battle between half-step saints. Even powerful experts couldn't intervene. Although the Dongfang family had an unimaginable foundation, they didn't have many half-step saints. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation represented the strongest power of the Dongfang family. The head of the Dongfang family was only a few small realms stronger than Dongfang Yuan. The people of the Zhao family of the ancient wilderness had also arrived. They also had a great enmity with Gu Fei. In the past, the Zhao family's heaven breaker Shen King had died in the hands of Gu Fei. However, when the people of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family saw that Gu Fei was so powerful, they were all dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that in just 100 years, Gu Fei had grown to the point where he could compete with half-step saints. The Zhou family of the ancient wilderness was very clear about how terrifying a martial artist could be when he grew up. He would become a great enemy. Today it's midnight. We'll continue tomorrow. Recommend a book to a friend. Those who like it can go and read it. Chapter 1611. Boom. Gu Fei battled with Dongfang Yuan until the void shattered. The two experts directly entered the shattered void and fought until their eyes turned red. Roar. Gu Fei roared. The entire shattered void trembled. He used the primal chaos fist. His two fists were like two balls of primal chaos divine light, shaking the heaven and earth. Everything touched by Gu Fei's fists was destroyed. The five elements turned into yin and yang evolved into primal chaos. Gu Fei's martial path true force was constantly transforming. Under the state of primal chaos, his martial path true force was extremely violent. The 8 trigrams were constantly being blasted away. However, Dongfang Yuan seemed to have really obtained that ancient inheritance, and it was a complete inheritance. Rumble. The 8 trigrams circled around Dongfang Yuan, emitting a dazzling divine light. It drew upon the 8 powers of heaven and earth. Wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, frost, and the essence of the earth. The 8 powers seemed to be transforming the heaven and earth in the shattered void. This ancient inheritance was incomparably powerful. The trigrams could defy the heavens. 8 trigrams suppressed 10 directions. Universe refinement. I will refine you into ashes. Dongfang Yuan used his killer move. The 8 trigrams flew up and sealed Gu Fei inside. The 8 powers intertwined and actually transformed into the 5 elements, which then evolved into yin and yang. This 8 trigrams formation was too terrifying. Its power was enough to refine the heaven and earth. The yin and yang intertwined, forming a destructive power that obliterated Gu Fei. See how I break your universe power. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He constantly punched out with his fist. The vast chaotic true force turned the void he was in into a region of chaos. Terrifying power ripples spread out from his body. At this time he had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. Boom. A monstrous aura suddenly erupted from Gu Fei. His battle strength instantly soared by 10 times. His clothes were torn to pieces by the martial path true force coming out from his body. This was no ordinary clothes. It was a divine robe. However, in the face of absolute power, even a divine robe couldn't withstand it. The entire 8 trigrams formation was shaken by the power coming out from Gu Fei. What? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would still have some strength left. In the previous battle he actually didn't use his full strength. How was this possible? Countless Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body, interweaving into mysterious patterns. An extremely powerful force was awakened in an instant, and then it exploded with unstoppable force. Yin-yang chaos. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as he waved his fists in front of him. The yin and yang power that was formed from the 8 trigrams formation was drawn by him and then devoured by his fists. Kill. Gu Fei punched out with the primal chaos fist. With one punch, the power of the 5 elements formed by the 8 trigrams array was immediately dispersed. This was an indestructible punch that directly shattered the 8 trigrams array. How is this possible? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. One of the divination images was shattered and he was also affected. His body swayed several times. The immortal Dao divine force in his body was shaken. No matter what divine ability you have, I will break it with one punch. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He killed his way out of the 8 trigrams array, shocking all the experts in all directions and shocking everyone who witnessed this scene. The 8 trigrams array finally collapsed and Dongfang Yuan flew out. Gu Fei's body emitted a shocking aura. At this moment he was incomparably powerful. His whole body was filled with power, and one after another Dao pattern after another appeared on his body. How is this possible? How did his battle power suddenly increase to such a level? When everyone sensed the peerlessly powerful aura on Gu Fei, they were shocked again. Some of the older experts already thought of something. It's one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the secret art of ascension. The experts of the desolate ancient Zhao clan said such words and everyone was shocked to the extreme. Wasn't the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao a supreme Dao technique that had long been lost? The 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao created by the Supreme Dao ancestor was already incomplete in ancient times. Even the orthodox forces of the Immortal Dao couldn't collect all 9 secrets. This kind of secret immortal Dao that had been lost for countless years actually appeared again. Could it be that some of the extinct supreme divine arts would appear in this great world? With the rise of the great world in the human world, the mysteries of heaven also became chaotic. No one knew what would happen in this great world, and it was possible that there would be earth-shattering battles. Even saints who were extinct in the human world would jump out. At this time, as soon as the Ascension secret art was used, Gu Fei directly sent Dongfang Yuan flying. His battle power increased tenfold and he could fight a half-saint head-on. This was Gu Fei's trump card. Die Demon. Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase, a loud shout came from afar, and then a terrifying saintly might came from the direction of the voice. Boom. A divine pearl rushed out and emitted a blinding divine light as it shot toward Gu Fei. This is... Boundless flames burst forth from the divine pearl. It was like a sun illuminating the world. A terrifying heat was emitted from the divine pearl, causing the entire space to distort from the heat. It's the divine pearl of 9 Yang from the Zhou clan of the ancients. Someone recognized the divine artifact and exclaimed, After watching for so long, you finally can't help but make a move." Gu Fei sneered. The powerful saint-level fluctuations had no effect on him at all. He used the universal void steps and rushed out. "Since you don't want to abide by the rules, then I won't hold back." Gu Fei's voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing everyone to stare at the scene in horror. The Zhao family's expert had used his saint weapon right from the get-go. Were they planning on killing this person by hook or by crook? In the past 100 years, the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan had formed an alliance to fight against the ferocious demons in the Devil's Den. At this time, Dongfang Yuan was about to be killed by Gu Fei, and the people of the Zhao clan naturally couldn't watch Dongfang Yuan be killed. "Fellow Daoists, what are you hesitating for? Let's kill this demon together." The voice sounded again and a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was this person who was activating the divine pearl of 9 Yang, but it was a bit difficult for him to activate the divine artifact alone. "I'll help you." Someone responded and rushed towards that person. Then he stood behind that person and pressed his palm on that person's back. This was a reasonable activation of the divine artifact. Rumble. The world shook. Under the reasonable activation of the two experts, the divine pearl of 9 Yang emitted an even more powerful saint-level power, as if a saint was awakening. Everyone was shocked and then they retreated far away. The fluctuation of the saint level was too powerful and no one could withstand it. Endless divine light of 9 Yang rushed out from the divine pearl, piercing the world in all directions. Some unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time were swept by the divine light of 9 Yang and turned into ashes on the spot. Even Gu Fei was almost swept by the divine light of 9 Yang, which made him secretly shocked. Chapter 16:12. Boom. No one could withstand the aura of a saint. Everyone retreated thousands of miles away. Only Gu Fei and the two experts controlling the 9 Yang divine pearl were not affected by the saint's aura. There was a faint sword aura on Gu Fei's body. It was this sword aura that blocked the saint's aura, preventing it from getting close to him. What's going on? He's actually not afraid of the power of a saint. How is this possible? The two experts who were controlling the saint artifacts felt uneasy, as if something ominous was about to happen, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Plang. Just when the two experts felt that something was wrong, a sword chime rang out. This sword chime was just the sound of an ordinary divine weapon being unsheathed. However, the two experts controlling the 9 Yang divine pearl felt a bone-piercing chill attack their bodies. "Go to hell, demon." The two experts used all their strength to activate the 9 Yang divine pearl. Above the 9 Yang divine pearl, boundless flames surged out. It was like a divine sun descending towards Gu Fei. Within the flames, countless Dao patterns were faintly discernible. At this moment no one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Under the attack of the divine tool, his body and soul would be destroyed. Even the most stunning genius would not be able to withstand this attack. You want to kill me? You're not qualified." Gu Fei laughed. At the same time, a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. This long sword did not look eye-catching at all. However, Gu Fei held this inconspicuous long sword in his hand and slashed at the 9 Yang divine pearl that was descending from the sky. There was no dazzling sword light nor powerful sword aura fluctuation. It was as if he was holding an ordinary long sword and casually slashed. However, some people saw a transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye rushing out from the divine sword. The experts who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. What was the use of an almost transparent sword aura? However, just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the boundless divine fire that descended from the 9 yang divine pearls suddenly split into two. It was as if an invisible sword chi had broken through the layers of divine fire. Zhoosh! A light sound rang out. The 9 yang divine pearls suddenly split apart from the middle. Then it flew to the two sides. The saint artifact was split into two halves. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. As for the two experts controlling the 9 yang divine pearl, they also turned into two balls of blood mist at the same time. Everything was destroyed, and other than the blood mist there was nothing left. What happened? I'm not seeing things right. The Zhao clan's 9 yang divine pearl was split open by someone. Thousands of miles away, the experts who witnessed all of this were in disbelief. It must be known that the divine pearl of 9 suns was a saint artifact. When a saint artifact awakened and launched an attack, it was equivalent to the attack of a true saint. The expert from the primordial Zhao family and the other expert were killed by Gu Fei's sword. To be able to split a saint artifact in half, could the divine sword in that person's hand be a great saint artifact? Even a great saint artifact wouldn't be able to destroy a saint artifact with one sword strike. This is at least a quasi-supreme sword. Among the spectators, there were many old antiques who knew a lot of great secrets of the world. Although the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was very inconspicuous at this moment, no one dared to underestimate it. There were many experts from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family present. At this time they were all terrified and turned to flee. If they didn't flee now, they wouldn't have the chance to. It's too late to escape now. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand and used the 8 desolation void steps. He displayed the world's fastest speed and chased after Dongfang Yuan. There was no way he would let this half-step saint of the Dongfang family go. Under the state of ascension, even the speed of a half-step saint couldn't compare to Gu Fei. Zhoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei caught up to Dongfang Yuan and slashed at him again. Scared out of his wits, Dongfang Yuan used a forbidden divine ability to flee. However, even a half-step saint couldn't escape from the violet gold divine sword. A nearly transparent sword wave swept past, turning Dongfang Yuan into a mist of blood. Killing a half-step saint was just that simple. However, Gu Fei had only destroyed Dongfang Yuan's physical body, not his nascent spirit. Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was sucked into the violet gold divine sword. The reason he didn't destroy Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was because he wanted to obtain the ancient cultivation method Dongfang Yuan used. The 8 trigrams divine art was a supreme divine art created by an invincible sovereign in the primordial era. When cultivated to greater mastery, it could be said to be unparalleled under the heavens. Gu Fei didn't want it to be lost. I'm going to slaughter everyone today. After killing Dongfang Yuan, Gu Fei continued to kill the experts of the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Everyone was dumbfounded by Gu Fei's ruthlessness. He directly swung the violet gold divine sword in his hand, harvesting one life after another. This was a massacre without any suspense. Under the violet gold divine sword's blade, no one was a match for Gu Fei. Even though the violet gold divine sword hadn't awakened, its faintly discernible sword chi was enough to kill a saint. Zhoosh! Gu Fei swung his sword, turning the last person from the primordial Zhao clan into a mist of blood. Only then did he stop. Dozens of experts from the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan were killed by Gu Fei. After the recent battles, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th step. Let's go. After Gu Fei met up with He Tian and Gu Zhong, they directly left the East Royal City. He wanted to destroy the East Royal City with one sword strike, but he felt that the East Royal City was extraordinary. Unless it was the true power of the extreme path, it would be impossible to destroy this ancient city. This battle shook the entire eastern domain, especially the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. These two superpowers were infuriated, and the clan master of the primordial Zhao clan immediately declared that he would use everything he had to kill Gu Fei. Compared to the strength of the Zhao clan, the Donghuang clan was unusually quiet. No one from the Dongfang clan came out to say anything. The entire eastern region was in a storm and all the cultivators felt a sense of oppression. Some people had already predicted that there would be a bloody storm in the eastern region. Many people knew the origin of Gufei. This evil star had actually returned from the heaven realm. 100 years ago, there was a rumor that the Taishan sect had been destroyed by the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. It was no secret that Gufei was a disciple of the Taishan sect. He had gone to the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan for revenge. Everyone was quietly watching. No one wanted to provoke this evil star, but the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan were facing a great enemy. Chapter 16:13. Just as the storm was about to descend upon the eastern domain, Gufei hid in his inner world and went into seclusion. He Tian wasn't someone who could stay idle, so he didn't enter Gufei's inner world. He Tian left. He wanted to learn more about the human realm. Although Gu Zhong was already a 9th heavenly layer celestial being, there were too many people who were stronger than him in the human realm. According to Gufei, Gu Zhong wouldn't be allowed to roam the world unless he became almighty. As a result, Gufei asked Mai Tian to set up a formation in his inner world. Then he threw Gu Zhong into the formation, leaving him to fend for himself. Gufei wanted to use this extreme method to stimulate Gu Zhong's potential so that he could successfully break through the shackles of cultivation and take that crucial step. The cultivators of the eastern domain originally thought that a storm of blood would soon set off in the eastern domain. However, as the days passed, Gufei still didn't appear. An old man from the Dongfang clan went out with the human emperor divine weapon in an attempt to find Gufei, but he ended up empty-handed. The old man from the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also took action. No one knew what kind of foundation the Zhao clan had, but no one dared to underestimate them. This was an inheritance that had existed since the primordial era. Since it could be passed down to the present without being annihilated by the river of time, it must have something to rely on. These forces of the primordial era were not to be trifled with. No one was willing to provoke them. What's going on? Why hasn't that person appeared again? Yeah, it's been half a year. Don't tell me that person has already left the eastern domain? Many cultivators were watching from the eastern royal city. In the entire eastern domain, the most well-informed place was the ancient city that was said to have been built by the eastern emperor himself. Since Dongfang Yuan was killed by Gufei, the Dongfang family no longer sent experts to guard the east royal city. The death of a half-saint was a great loss for the Dongfang family. In this half a year, the East Imperial City had no governor. Even within the Dongfang family, no one was willing to guard this ancient city. After all, Gufei could appear at any time. Even Dongfang Yuan had been killed by Gufei. The elders of the Dongfang family knew that they were not as strong as Dongfang Yuan. Unless they had the human emperor god with them, if Gufei came to them again, they would end up the same as Dongfang Yuan. Another few months passed. The eastern region, which had been on the brink of a storm, gradually calmed down. Someone saw Donghuang appearing in the East Royal City. This was explosive news. What did it mean for Donghuang to appear in the East Royal City? Many people were speculating about the motives of the Dongfang family. Since the battle between Donghuang and the second Prince Yanhao, Donghuang had not appeared in the eyes of the world. This time Donghuang had come to the East Royal City. Could it be that something had happened in the East Royal City? Soon a piece of news spread. There was movement in the Devil's Den in the East region. The Devil's Den in the East region was a forbidden area in the East region. Some people said that in the depths of the Devil's Den, there was a peerless demon suppressed, and there were many figures of fierce demons walking in the Devil's Den. When Taishan Mountain collapsed, countless demons rushed out from the ground, causing chaos in the East region. It was a catastrophe. Countless cultivators were killed by those demons. If it weren't for a peerless figure taking action at a critical moment, the entire East region would have fallen into the hands of the demons. Even so, the demons in the Devil's Den still came out from time to time. For nearly 100 years, the cultivators of the entire East region had been fighting with the demons in the Devil's Den. The Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family were the main forces in the East region. Just as Gufei returned and killed in the East Royal City, there was also movement in the Devil's Den in the mountains. The peerless demon in the depths of the Devil's Den was ready to make a move again. Naturally, the demons didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. The demons are coming out again. In a restaurant in the East Royal City, a young man who looked like a playboy was drinking by himself. The wine and dishes on the table in front of him were very ordinary. Have you heard? Dong Huang is here. What do you mean Dong Huang is here? Where is he? Who is Dong Huang? Why did he come to this restaurant? Around a table that the young man was separated from, sat 4 young practitioners. The 4 young practitioners were talking in low voices. The content of their conversation was Dong Huang. Dong Huang was not the invincible Dong Huang of ancient times. The current Dong Huang was a peerless cultivator of the younger generation cultivated by the Dongfang family. This number 1 cultivator of the younger generation in the East region was very mysterious. No one had seen his true face. They only knew that he wore a battle suit made of 9th heaven meteorite iron. It was this 9th heaven meteorite iron battle suit that covered Dong Huang's entire body, revealing only a pair of eyes. Dong Huang, interesting. The young man was attracted by the conversation of the 4 practitioners. After a while he stood up and left the restaurant, heading in the direction of the Castellan's mansion. This young man didn't barge into the Castellan's mansion. Instead he loitered outside. Ever since the Castellan's mansion was breached by Gu Fei, the security of the Castellan's mansion had been tightened. From time to time the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard coming from inside. These were the soldiers of the Dongfang family patrolling the Castellan's mansion. At this time, Dong Huang was in the Castellan's mansion. No one knew why he was there. Although Dong Huang was strong, He Tian wasn't afraid of him. He Tian was very curious about whether this Dong Huang was a man or a woman. However, after loitering outside the Castellan's mansion for a day, He Tian didn't see Dong Huang coming out. He could only find an inn outside the Castellan's mansion to stay. At this time, many practitioners had gathered in the East Imperial City. Almost all the inns in the city were full. However, He Tian was able to easily find a place to stay. However, very quickly He Tian realized that he was being watched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was surprised that someone could actually watch him. He didn't make a sound. The next morning, before the sky was completely bright, he left the inn and headed straight out of the city. After leaving the East Imperial City, He Tian headed straight for the dense forest that was 100 miles away from the city. When He Tian was walking in front of the dense forest, a person silently walked out of the forest and blocked He Tian's path. "It's you." When He Tian saw this person, he was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the person who had been watching him would be this person. This person was covered from head to toe in a battle robe. Only a pair of bright black eyes could be seen. The ancient battle robe was covered with marks left by weapons. This person was Dong Huang. Chapter 16:14. The ancient battle robe had a kind of Tao lingering around it. This was a sacred robe refined by an ancient sage, and it contained the power of the ancient sage. He Tian never thought that he would be targeted by Dong Huang. "Who are you?" A cold voice came from the sacred robe. It was a neutral voice, making it impossible to tell whether the speaker was a man or a woman. Dong Huang was very direct. He cultivated a very special magic that could sense He Tian's spying on him, so he responded in the most direct way. You are the one who blocked my way. I want to ask who you are." A smirk appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at Dong Huang with some evil intentions. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to use the yin-yang godly eyes to see through the sacred robe, but he did not succeed. Even the strange power of the yin-yang godly eyes could not see through the sacred robe refined by an ancient sage. The sacred robe contained the power of the Great Path, which isolated all auras, and also blocked the prying of He Tian's yin-yang godly eyes. "I will know everything after I take you down." Dong Huang did not say much and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand and his right hand quickly expanded, covering the void in front of him as he grabbed at He Tian. He Tian moved his feet and his whole body flew backward. In an instant he appeared thousands of feet away. His speed was so fast that even Dong Huang was shocked. "I have underestimated you." Dong Huang retracted his hand and soared into the sky. He strode through the air, and with every step he took, Tao patterns would appear beneath his feet. In just 2 steps he had caught up to Mai Tian. "Control of heaven and earth." He Tian shouted and directly used the yin-yang technique. His hands turned into two extremes of yin and yang, and a yin-yang void appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble. A power that could devour heaven and earth surged out from the yin-yang void, directly swallowing Dong Huang, who was rushing over, and then wanted to suppress and kill him. Even heaven and earth can't trap me, let alone the void you've created. Dong Huang was extremely domineering, displaying his powerful battle prowess. With a single punch, he broke through the yin-yang void that He Tian had conjured and rushed out. What? This time He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although he already knew that this person was extremely powerful, he realized that he had still underestimated the number one person in the eastern region's younger generation. Dong Huang was known to be invincible among the younger generation in the East region, and it was not a lie. If you're only at this level, I think it's best if you don't resist. Dong Huang's voice became incomparably cold. He had an invincible aura. Damn it. He Tian's expression turned ugly. This guy actually dared to look down on him. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think that he was invincible. Void formation. He Tian's voice was equally cold. As he spoke, countless formation runes rushed out from his body, imprinting themselves in the void between heaven and earth. The formation runes attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave of energy was emitted from He Tian's body. This is... Behind the saint robe, Dong Huang's eyes flickered with radiance. A starry sky seemed to be faintly discernible in his eyes. His inner force seemed to have the sun, moon, and stars descending, incomparably terrifying. Formation Grandmaster. Dong Huang couldn't help but be shocked. This method of creating a formation out of nothing was too shocking. In the entire human realm, there had never been such a person. Buzz. The void vibrated. Lines of formation runes spread out from He Tian's body. With him as the center, a killing formation appeared in front of Dong Huang. A terrifying wave of energy spread in all directions, alarming the experts in the entire region. This place wasn't very far from the East Royal City. The cultivators in the East Royal City immediately sensed the movement and rushed towards the place where He Tian and Dong Huang were. In a short while, many powerful figures appeared in the sky nearby. The unusual movement in the East Region Devil Cave alarmed all the cultivators in the East Region. At this time, many cultivators had gathered in the East Royal City, and there was no lack of experts among them. It's Dong Huang. Who is that person? He's actually fighting with Dong Huang. Creating a formation out of nothing, this person is incredible. In the distant sky, people were whispering. Dong Huang had made a big name for himself in the East Region. Even among the experts of the older generation, there weren't many who were Dong Huang's opponent. Dong Huang's cultivation had already faintly surpassed the experts of the older generation. And the method that He Tian displayed was equally shocking. Creating a formation out of nothing, this was a great technique that only the legendary Formation Grandmaster could use. Since when did a Formation Grandmaster appear in the human realm? Everyone was incomparably shocked. A Formation Grandmaster used formations to increase his combat strength. Such a person could rely on formations to borrow all the energy in the world. At this time, He Tian's killing array emitted a terrifying wave of energy. The entire world seemed to be sinking towards Dong Huang, causing him to feel great pressure. This guy is actually a Formation Grandmaster. Dong Huang never thought that this person would hide so deeply. The great force of heaven and earth was drawn by the killing array, turning into a terrifying killing force. In the void, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. All the spatial cracks spread towards Dong Huang. Even if he was wearing the saint robe refined by an ancient sage, Dong Huang had no choice but to retreat at this moment. This was the destructive power produced by the collapse of the void. Dong Huang didn't want to be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Rumble. He Tian activated the killing array and suppressed it towards Dong Huang. This was an unforgettable scene. Billions of formation runes bloomed with endless divine light, attracting the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Such a killing array was not He Tian's strongest, but it was enough to shock the world. A terrifying aura spread between the heavens and the earth, intimidating everyone. Within the killing array, there was a faint trace of saintly might. Using this killing formation, Mai Tian had raised his battle prowess to a frightening level. This was similar to the Ascension secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Moreover, He Tian's killing array had no time limit. It could continuously devour the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. In theory, the killing array's power could be infinitely increased. Dong Huang kept retreating. The power of the killing array made him very wary. The spectators in the distance were all shocked to the extreme. An invincible existence of the Eastern Domain's younger generation was actually forced to retreat. This was something that had never happened before. Who is that person? Everyone was very interested in He Tian's identity. Since when did a person who could compete with Dong Huang appear in the Eastern Domain? This was not a small matter. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come and suppress me. He Tian's voice rang out from within the killing array. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar could hear his voice. He was doing this on purpose to let everyone know. Hearing this, Dong Huang did not say anything. Instead, he flipped his hands and a spear appeared in his hands. This spear was refined from the same divine material as the holy robe he was wearing. The divine spear and the holy robe seemed to be a complete set. This made He Tian secretly shocked. The saint weapons refined by the ancient sages possessed immense might. The items on Dong Huang's body caused even Mahakala's eyes to turn red. He wanted nothing more than to rip off Dong Huang's saint clothes and take them for himself. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from Dong Huang's body. The spear in his hand seemed to be coming to life. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on its surface. Swish! Dong Huang directly threw the spear in his hand at He Tian's killing array. The spear turned into a destructive divine light and directly pierced into the killing array. What? He Tian was shocked. He sensed a terrible murderous aura from the spear. This kind of aura made him feel great danger. Rumble! The entire killing formation trembled. Countless formation runes collapsed under the attack of the battle spear. The killing power that emanated from the battle spear destroyed everything in its path, almost destroying the entire formation. Swish! He Tian directly abandoned the killing array, tore the void and fled. The whole killing array finally collapsed completely. Countless matrix patterns disappeared in the void. The great array collapsed and the terrible power formed swept out in all directions. The remaining power came down from the sky. The earth was shaking. Rows of trees fell and countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. The whole area was in chaos. 100 miles away in the sky, a figure directly rushed out from the void. Outrageous. I didn't expect Dong Huang to have such a killing weapon. This person was He Tian. It was not that his cultivation was not enough, but that the other party did not follow the rules and used a saint-level killing weapon. Kill! A loud shout came from the sky. At this moment, He Tian once again felt an extremely dangerous aura. 100 miles away, a destructive divine light shot up into the sky and pierced towards him. When a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I, old He, am a sick cat? He Tian was angry. This Dong Huang was too despicable. Did he think that he was the only one with a holy weapon? Without thinking too much, He Tian directly used the secret technique of ascension. His combat ability instantly increased by at least 5 times. Endless yin and yang essence chi burst out from his body. Buzz! A sword chime sounded from his body. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows. Then, it turned into an almost transparent divine sword that he held in his hand. Eat my sword! My Tian roared furiously. His long hair danced wildly and the entire world trembled from his roar. He slashed out with his sword with all his might, and a formless sword light soared tens of thousands of feet in an instant, imbued with saint-level power. Swish! The strongest sword instantly broke through the void of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was split into 2 halves by the sword. In the entire world there was only the brilliance of this sword. 100 miles away, Dong Huang was also shocked when he sensed the power of He Tian's attack. He never thought that the guy he found would also have a holy weapon and that his cultivation was similar to his. The shocking sword light and the destructive divine light formed by the spear were about to collide. At that moment all the spectators fled far away. This was a collision between holy weapons. No one knew what terrifying things would happen, but the consequences would definitely be severe. Chapter 16:15. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 16:22. Chapter 16:22. Exit. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text. Chapter 16:22. Chapter 1622 Exit, Xian Huan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Return to Indestructible Martial Saint. Main text Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Novel Name. Indestructible Martial Saint. Author. Liang Clan 3rd Young Master Type. Xian Huan / Fantastical Indestructible Martial Saint. Donghuang's consecutive attacks caused He Tian to be infuriated. He didn't hesitate to use the Ascension secret technique to increase his battle prowess to the limit. He then activated the Formless Divine Sword to clash with Donghuang. Chahage. Pure text. The Formless Divine Reef shot out a 10,000 zhang long sword light. This sword light was almost transparent, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like a transparent water curtain that fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. The void of the mortal world couldn't withstand the sword chi of the Formless Divine Reef. A terrifying saint aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Although everyone was shocked, no one would have thought that He Tian also had a saint weapon. This was a battle between two saint weapons. Even Donghuang was shocked. His opponent also had a saint weapon. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this guy had hidden his strength so deeply. Buzz. His spear vibrated. Donghuang had no choice but to use his full strength. His saint robe resonated with his spear, causing it to display the power of a saint. The two saint auras shook the heavens and earth, shaking the earth. More than half of the Eastern Domain's experts could feel the fluctuations of the saint level. Billions of lives were trembling. The power of a saint had surpassed everything. Even the laws of heaven and earth in the mortal world couldn't suppress this power. One must know that saints were transcendent existences in the mortal world. Everyone was fleeing. No one knew what would happen when two saint weapons collided. There had never been such a battle in the mortal world. In the mortal world, some peerless characters didn't want this level of power to appear too early and cause a great calamity. If a peerless character sensed the fluctuations of this power, they would intervene. Free novel. Just like the battle between Donghuang and Second Prince Yan on Luofeng Mountain, at the critical moment, Ghost Emperor Fengdu suddenly appeared and stopped the catastrophe. But now it seemed like no peerless figure had intervened. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the sword chi collided with Donghuang's spear. In the instant that the two saint weapons collided, the entire world suddenly became silent. In that instant no one could hear a single sound. Lian Yang's eyes widened in shock. Afterwards, a terrifying sound wave suddenly exploded. A transparent ripple spread from the point of collision between the two saint weapons. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, the space was directly annihilated. The moment the saint weapons collided, He Tian and Donghuang were blown away. The destructive force caused He Tian to suffer a great impact, causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His physical body is almost shattered. The might of this saint weapon. He Tian flew for 1,000 miles before he stabilized his body. His body was covered with cracks and yin and yang essence was seeping out from the cracks. He could no longer maintain the state of ascension. His powerful aura disappeared and his expression became weary. Donghuang didn't have it easy either. Although he had the protection of the saint garment, he still suffered from the impact of the saint force. However, the saint garment on his body had countless Dao runes that dissolved most of the power. Rumble. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. In just an instant, the destructive power that spread out in all directions destroyed everything within a radius of 100 miles, leaving nothing behind. The mighty might that came down from the sky directly erased everything on the ground. Even the tallest mountain peak was instantly turned into dust. This was the result of the confrontation between saint weapons. All living beings within 100 miles were killed. Many cultivators who couldn't escape in time were affected and directly turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even Donghuang City was affected. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The power of the saint weapon was too frightening. From this, it could be seen how powerful the forces that had saint weapons were. Forces that had produced saints all had deep foundations. No one was willing to provoke them. I'll settle the score with you next time. He Tian recalled the invisible divine sword and took out the matrix platform. He immediately boarded it and left quickly. He was definitely not willing to be at a disadvantage. His opponent had the protection of the saint garment and the saint weapon in his hand. He had both offense and defense. In the end, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. He wasn't a pedantic person. Since he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would leave immediately. He wouldn't fight to the death even though he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent. That would be courting death. Dong Huang also withdrew his spear. This was a powerful opponent. He had miscalculated and provoked such a person. He had made such a great enemy for the Dongfang family for no reason. However, he didn't regret it. As long as he was strong enough, no matter how many enemies there were, he would be able to kill them one by one. Why should he be afraid? I wanted to meet that Gu Fei. Dong Huang said to himself. Dong Huang muttered to himself. The reason why he appeared in the Eastern Royal City was to use himself as bait to lure out Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, and then kill him. His move was indeed very bold. It should be known that Gu Fei was not an ordinary powerhouse. However, Gu Fei was in seclusion and no one knew when he would come out. However, no one knew that Gu Fei was in seclusion. The Dongfang family did not relax. The Zhao family of the ancients was also on guard. It should be known that back then it was the Dongfang family and some people from the Zhao family of the ancients who joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley and destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. No one thought that Gu Fei would give up on revenge. It was because Gu Fei had not made a move that the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients felt uneasy. They didn't know what Gu Fei was preparing in secret. They didn't know when Gu Fei would suddenly jump out and attack them. At this time in the Devil's Den, one of the two forbidden areas of the Eastern Domain, there was a continuous flow of devil chi that covered the sky. Even at noon when the sun was high up in the sky, the entire area around the Devil's Den was gloomy and gloomy. The devil chi that overflowed from the Devil's Den enveloped the entire area. From time to time, there would be devil shadows walking in the Devil's Den, and from the depths of the Devil's Den, there would be heart-palpitating devil roars coming from time to time. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the Devil's Den. There were many cultivators in the periphery of the Devil's Den. The major forces of the Eastern Domain did not dare to let their guard down because the Devil's Den was a source of devil chi in the Eastern Domain and even the entire soaring continent. Even the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients had sent experts to guard outside the Devil's Den. The unusual movements of the Devil's Den affected the nerves of every cultivator in the Eastern Domain. This was a major event. If the countless devils in the Devil's Den came out again, the entire Eastern Domain would flow with rivers of blood. While the various major forces were keeping a close watch on the Devil's Den, on a dark and windy night, a demonic figure walked out from the depths of the Devil's Den. That demonic figure was extremely powerful. He directly attacked the experts of the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, killing all the cultivators who were near the demonic area. His methods were extremely ruthless. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Text, or 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard. Recommended reading. Legend of Swordsman Sing Loudly in Another World Survival Record Plain Playground Flourishing China Swallowing Interstellar Infinite Strong Martial Genius Dr. Infinite Wuxia Dream World Defying Nine Heavens Daphne in Rain. If you like the Indestructible Martial Sovereign, written by the Liang clan's third young master, please add it so that you can read it in the future. If you have any suggestions for the Indestructible Martial Sovereign, please send a message to the administrator. Collecting all kinds of Xuanhuan and fantasy novels for you, providing Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism. Chapter 1616. The appearance of the Devil's Son had shaken the entire eastern region. In the past few days, experts from the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family had been killed by this devil. A storm was brewing in the entire eastern region. Many people had already guessed that this was just the beginning. For hundreds of years, the Eastern Domain cultivators had been constantly fighting with the devils that came out of the Devil's Den. They had never stopped fighting, and the devils in the Devil's Den were obviously at a disadvantage. The primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family had joined forces, forcing the devils in the Devil Den to retreat to the Devil Denver. However, in recent years, the devil in the Devil Cave started to become restless again. This caused the ancient desolate powers to feel uneasy. There were rumors that a peerless devil in the Devil Cave was about to break free. One had to know that the 9 peaks of Taishan had been a place of suppression for demons. The peerless ferocious demon had yet to appear, but the demon child had. The demon child was incomparably strong, second only to the peerless ferocious demon. He had once led an army of demons to fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family for a full 10 years. In these 10 years of war, many powerhouses had fallen, and the demons had also suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the demon's den to recuperate. This time, the Devil's Son didn't lead the army of demons out of the demon's den. Instead, he left the demon's den alone and began to kill the experts of the eastern region. On this evening, in a certain mountain in the eastern domain, demonic chi soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic figure intercepted an old man. This old man's body shone with immortal light, and there was a Dao aura flowing around him. This was an old man, a peak expert. "You demon, the experts of my clan are looking for you everywhere. You actually dare to appear here?" A divine sword floated above the old man's head. The old man was very nervous because the other party was the demonic son. "Humph. When those fellows find this place, they will only find your dried corpse." The demon's son laughed coldly. This was a young man who looked no different from a human. However, his body was surrounded by demonic energy and there was a terrifying demonic aura emanating from his body. After saying that, the Devil's Son pounced at the old man. The surrounding void seemed to collapse from the mighty demonic power that came from the Devil's Son's body. Buzz! The divine sword above the old man's head let out a roar and emitted a sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Then it slashed towards the devil child that was pouncing over. This was a mighty figure of the sword Dao. His offensive prowess was definitely at the pinnacle of those of the same cultivation level. With a single strike of his sword, all techniques were broken. The layers of demonic aura were split apart by this sword light as it headed straight for the demon child. The light of a star dares to compete with the radiance of the moon? The Devil's Son stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword beam. Boundless demonic power erupted from his hand and the sword beam immediately dimmed. The old man was shocked. That was his natal sword and he had cultivated it for countless years. It had long become a part of his body. At that moment, the divine sword was being corroded by the demonic chi. The spiritual chi was rapidly being converted into demonic chi. The demonic son was devouring the essence within the divine sword. "What? Don't tell me you've mastered that kind of demonic technique?" The old man was shocked. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually damaged his own Dao power and severed all connections between himself and the divine sword. At that moment, the old man's face turned extremely pale. His connection with the divine sword had been severed by himself. This caused his Dao foundation to be impacted. Swoosh! The old man turned into a sword beam and rushed into the sky. He wanted to escape. He didn't dare to stay in this place anymore. The opponent was too strong and he was no match for him at all. "You still want to escape in front of me?" Crack! The divine sword in the Devil's Son's hand quickly dimmed. With a jolt of demonic power, the divine weapon broke into several pieces and became a few pieces of scrap metal. Then the Devil's Son chased after him unhurriedly and struck out with his palm. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. Endless demonic chi quickly condensed into a pitch-black demonic hand. It slapped towards the sword beam in front of him. The space was shattering and the giant hand instantly covered the entire sky. Without any suspense, the sword beam that the old man had turned into was slapped down from the sky by the giant hand. Then it was grabbed by the demonic hand and all his Dao power was sucked away. He became a dried-up corpse. This kind of demonic technique was extremely domineering. It could devour the essence, chi, and spirit of a cultivator. Even the primordial spirit couldn't escape. After devouring the old man's Dao power, the Devil's Son was about to leave when he suddenly felt something. He turned around and looked at the space in front of him. "You've been watching for so long. Do you still want to keep watching?" The Devil's Son's voice was extremely cold. With his cultivation, it took him so long to sense that someone was hiding and spying on him. This really annoyed him. "I didn't expect you to notice me like this." Following the voice, an extremely weak ripple appeared in the space. Then a figure walked out as if he had directly walked out of the space. "You didn't run after seeing me. Very good of you." After the devil's son saw this person, his pupils constricted. This was a guy who was covered in godly items. Especially the fan in this guy's hand. It was actually made from the feathers of a rare golden bird. Hee hee. What a joke. I've met demons who are much stronger than you. This person glanced at the devil's son and a faint look of disdain appeared on his face. The devil's son was furious. Ever since he started his cultivation, no one had dared to look down on him. This guy was just a powerful emperor. What right did he have to be so arrogant? What about you? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'm leaving. He Tian was extremely relaxed and didn't look nervous at all. It was as if he didn't care about the devil's son at all. One should know that the devil's son had been in the limelight in the East region recently. Many strong cultivators in the East region had already died in the hands of the devil's son. You're courting death. The devil's son couldn't take it anymore. He roared angrily and 2 beams of evil blood light shot out from his eyes. His long hair turned into a demonic dragon and rushed towards He Tian. Whoosh! He Tian directly fanned forward. A divine fire rushed out from the fan in his hand and burned towards the demonic dragon that was rushing towards him. The terrifying heat caused the void to distort. A burning smell immediately spread in the void. The moment the demonic dragon that was formed by the devil's son's long hair came into contact with the divine fire, it quickly shrank back. Damn it! The devil's son roared angrily. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had never suffered such a loss. A lot of his long hair was actually burnt. This shocked and angered him. Who is this guy? How could he have such combat strength? Heaven transformation hand. The devil's son was furious. He stretched out his hand and a black hole appeared in his palm. A heaven-devouring force erupted from the black hole and even the void was pulled into the black hole. He Tian only felt his body tighten. He was actually being sucked in by the suction force. Then he flew towards the devil's son's hand and was about to be sucked into the black hole. He Tian was shocked. Chapter 16-17. The demon son of the East region appeared and attacked aggressively, constantly killing the experts of the various races in the East region. For a time, all the experts of the major forces in the East region felt threatened. But right at this moment the demon son met with a strong opponent. The sunset glow was like blood. In the depths of the mountains there was a desolate killing intent. High up in the sky, a black hole suddenly appeared, devouring everything in the world. A figure was sucked into the black hole. Rumble. The world shook. The black hole in the sky seemed to be connected to a demonic domain. It emitted a demonic power that made one's heart palpitate. There was a power to devour the heavens, devouring everything. You want to transform the sky with one hand? You're still too young. He Tian's face revealed a look of disdain. Then the power of yin and yang surged out from his body. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and a yin-yang diagram emerged from his body. The diagram vibrated and actually blocked the power of the heaven transformation hand. It allowed He Tian to stabilize his body, no longer being sucked in by the heaven transformation hand. Yin-yang technique? The demon son of the East region was taken aback. The heaven transformation hand that he cultivated could transform all the power in the world, but at this time, it was useless against this guy. What's your relationship with that person in the extreme north demonic domain? The demon son put away the heaven transformation hand. His figure flickered and in an instant he retreated thousands of feet away. The speed was so fast that even He Tian was stunned and secretly shocked. The demons did not want to miss this opportunity. The appearance of the demon son was enough to explain everything. The demons were also going to take action. He Tian wanted to eliminate a few experts among the demons first and extinguish the flames of arrogance of the demons. However, the strength of this demon son was beyond his expectations. I don't know what you're talking about. He Tian's left hand turned into a black moon, and his right hand turned into a blazing divine sun. The power of yin and yang was vast and it evolved into a yin-yang diagram. The most primitive power in the world erupted from his body. Boom. The yin-yang divine diagram suddenly became countless times larger, covering the entire sky and obliterating the devil child. This was a Dao diagram formed by the interweaving of yin and yang Dao energy. In an instant, it sealed the heaven and earth in all directions, enveloping the devil child. The devil's son was taken aback. The other party was much stronger than he had imagined, and this caused him to become serious. The other party's killing technique was too powerful, and even he felt a sense of danger. Universal demonic palm. The demonic child hollered out as he struck out with the unparalleled killing skill that he had cultivated. At this moment, the entire power of the heaven and earth seemed to be under his control. Within the entire void of the entire world, he was the only one. Like a demon lord who could destroy the world, the devil son's long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flickered with blood light. Dao patterns that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of the devil Dao were imprinted in all directions, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. The two powers collided very quickly. It was a huge collision. The yin-yang divine picture unleashed an endless amount of yin and yang power, which continuously cancelled out the demonic power of the demonic child. The void between the two of them was silently annihilated. In the end, neither of them could truly suppress the other. The yin-yang divine diagram dissipated, and the power of heaven and earth that the demonic son had attracted was also obliterated by the diagram. The first head-on clash between He Tian and the devil son was only a draw. "Good fella, you are worthy of me using my true strength." The devil son's heart trembled. This opponent was much scarier than ordinary opponents, and he had no choice but to get serious. "Very good, you are also worthy of me using my full strength." That frivolous expression on He Tian's face disappeared. Within his eyes, the power of yin and yang interweaved, and it was as though the sun and moon were sinking in his eyes. Demonic aura filled the sky as the devil's son roared in anger. He turned into a beam of demonic light and pounced towards He Tian. A terrifying demonic power surged forth, causing the entire world to tremble. Is it really the infinite demonic art? He Tian couldn't help but be moved. He could feel that the moment the devil's son turned into a beam of demonic light, all the essence chi in the void was drawn towards that beam of demonic light. This demonic art could convert all the essence chi in the world for one's own use. It was extremely domineering. "I don't believe that you can convert my power as well." He Tian's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He directly used the yin-yang grand art, and the yin-yang Dao diagram condensed on his body once more. The power of the great Dao curled around him as he directly met the demonic light. He Tian's hands danced, and the yin-yang Dao diagram appeared in front of him. It blocked forward and collided with the demonic light formed by the devil's son. Just as the yin-yang Dao diagram collided with the demonic light, He Tian felt the yin and yang essence chi in his body showing signs of being affected. Even the essence chi condensed by the yin-yang Dao diagram was shaken. "Transform the heavens and earth, I am the only one." The devil's son used the infinite demonic art with all his strength. Endless essence chi crazily gathered towards him, and his combat strength rapidly increased. A terrifying aura began to emanate from his body. Good heavens, he wants to raise his combat strength to the saint realm? He Tian was taken aback. His opponent was too terrifying. This kind of demonic art was famous in ancient times. It was said that it could transform any expert and was invincible. The devil's son's performance made He Tian feel great pressure. This guy was most likely the descendant of that fierce ancient demon. His demonic art made even He Tian wary. This demon was like a black hole that could devour everything. However, He Tian was not so easy to bully. The yin-yang grand art was mysterious and unfathomable. For a moment, even the infinite demonic art couldn't shake it. Endless demonic chi shrouded the depths of the mountain. Within the demonic chi there would be yin-yang divine light piercing through from time to time. The terrifying aura caused the nearby creatures to panic. "Good demon, you forced me to do this." He Tian roared. His opponent's combat strength was constantly increasing, making him feel danger. This kind of demonic art was terrifying. This devil's son was only at the almighty emperor realm, but with the support of this demonic art, the devil's son's combat strength was gradually approaching the saint realm. This was definitely not good for He Tian. "You're dead. After devouring your yin-yang essence chi, my cultivation will definitely rise to the next level." The devil's son's voice came from within the demonic chi. Lines of demonic patterns were constantly imprinted in the void. The devil's son attracted the essence chi of heaven and earth to suppress the surroundings, trapping He Tian in the demonic chi. He wanted to slowly refine He Tian. However, He Tian would definitely not sit and wait for death. He had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. A shocking power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! The whole world shook. Countless array patterns rushed out from He Tian's body, instantly covering the entire void. A towering murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. The Devil's Son was shocked. He never expected that this guy still had some strength left. This was a type of array pattern that broke through the seal of his demonic chi and imprinted in the void, creating an array out of nothing. You are an array master. Only now did the Devil's Son realize his opponent's identity. He actually encountered an array master. He couldn't help but be surprised and happy. In this case, he couldn't let this guy go. Buzz. At this moment, the void shook. The killing array laid down by He Tian was activated. A towering murderous aura seeped out from the killing array, dispersing all the demonic chi in the surroundings. Swish. Rays of destructive killing light appeared from the killing array and pierced through the void towards the Devil's Son. The killing intent was so shocking that even an existence like the Devil's Son couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Heaven Transformation Hand. The Devil's Son pressed his right hand forward. A black hole appeared in his palm. Countless rays of destructive killing light that pierced towards him were all devoured by the black hole. Be careful that you don't explode. He Tian's cold voice rang out from within the killing matrix. Matrix techniques were his forte. Streaks of yin and yang Dao patterns continuously emerged from his hands and were imprinted into the matrix. The power of yin and yang intertwined. In the middle of the killing array, a yin-yang diagram was faintly discernible. Powerful energy waves shook the entire area. A battle like this startled everyone. Very soon, silhouettes of experts appeared in the distance. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out from the sky as a peerlessly powerful figure appeared in the sky. The moment that person appeared, he took out a godly bow, nocked an arrow and shot it at the Devil's Son. Demons were the greatest enemies of all cultivators in the world. This sudden appearance of an expert didn't require any hesitation. He attacked the Devil's Son directly. The divine arrow pierced through the void, shattered the heaven and earth, and emitted a terrifying energy wave of the Saint Realm. What? The Devil's Son was shocked. His body flashed and turned into a black hole. He used the infinite demon transformation art and actually wanted to melt the divine arrow. Even He Tian was shocked to see such an action. The divine arrow flew from the sky and shot into the black hole. Endless demonic chi was annihilated. Then with a boom, the black hole exploded. A figure flew out and a large amount of demonic blood splattered from the sky. This was the power of a saint realm. How could it be melted so easily? The Devil's Son suffered a huge impact and his physical body almost collapsed. He didn't stop. Using this energy, he used the demonic blood escape art and turned into a bloody light, instantly leaving. This escape art that used one's own blood as a guide was so fast that it was comparable to Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps. Even if the person in the sky wanted to shoot another arrow, it would be too late. That person came with a holy weapon and directly chased in the direction where the Devil's Son disappeared. Seeing this, He Tian hurriedly put away the killing array and followed. This demon cultivated the infinite demon transformation art, and it was very likely that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. This kind of demonic art could turn the essence of a cultivator for his own use. This demon walked out of the demon's lair and probably wanted to devour the essence of a cultivator to break through the shackles of his current cultivation. If that was really the case, all the cultivators in the East region would be the Devil's Son's target. Some of the experts in the East region had already thought of this possibility. Therefore, all the major forces sent out their experts to kill this Devil's Son. However, the Devil's Son was extremely cunning. Not only did they not kill him, but many cultivators from the major forces died in the hands of the Devil's Son. He Tian was very clear about the characteristics of the infinite demon transformation art. This demon had to die. Otherwise there would be big trouble. Chapter 16-18. The news that the Eastern region's Devil's Son cultivated the myriad demonic transformation technique shook the entire Eastern region and even the entire cultivation world. The myriad demonic transformation technique was a forbidden technique. This kind of demonic technique could transform all the essence energy in the world for its own use. Therefore, the Devil's Son who cultivated this technique was definitely the enemy of all the cultivators in the world. Many great powers sent out experts with holy weapons to chase after the Devil's Son. However, the Devil's Son was extremely cunning. Ever since he was injured by a holy arrow, he never showed himself again. Everyone knew that the Devil's Son had hidden himself to heal. The holy arrow's attack caused a great impact on him, causing his demonic body to almost collapse. This kind of injury wasn't easy to recover from. Everyone, including He Tian, wanted to find this Devil's Son. Some even invited the experts of the Grand Development Gate from the human realm to use the Grand Development Divine technique to deduce the Devil's Son's location. The human realm's Grand Development Gate was a special existence. This gate used the Grand Development Divine technique to steal the heaven's secret. Therefore, all of its members were punished by the heavens and their disciples withered. In this generation, the Grand Development Gate only had 3 successors. If all 3 of them were killed, then the gate would be exterminated. Old Man Xuanji was the current gate master of the human realm's Grand Development Gate. He had 2 disciples who had already obtained 60 to 70% of his true teachings. This time, an expert from the eastern region invited one of the 2 disciples of Old Man Xuanji. This disciple of the Grand Development Gate was indeed impressive. He spent half an hour and paid the price of a mouthful of essence blood to deduce the Devil's Son's location. Stealing the heaven's secret was an act that would incur the jealousy of the heavens. The people of the Grand Development Gate usually didn't want to deduce the fate of others in order to avoid being punished by the heavens. After knowing where the Devil's Son was hiding, the experts from the Eastern Clan, the Zhao Clan, and the experts from the Central Plains acted together. The Sky Market was definitely a forbidden area in the Eastern region or even the entire Tinglong continent. According to legend, the Sky Market was formed when a small piece of the heaven realm fell into the human realm during the dark chaos of the late prehistoric era. Although countless years had passed, it was still difficult for the heaven and earth law in the Sky Market to merge with the heaven and earth law in the mortal realm. The heaven and earth aura in the Sky Market was different from that of the mortal realm. Furthermore, although the Sky Market was filled with danger, there were also many ruins. There had been people who had picked up fragments of holy weapons from these ruins. At this moment, demonic chi lingered in a hidden valley in the periphery of the heavenly market. All the plants had already withered and lost their vitality. The demonic energy devoured all the life essence energy in the valley. Many beasts' corpses were lying on the withered grass, leaving only their skins behind. All their blood essence had been drained away. In the depths of the valley at the source of the demonic chi, there was a demonic shadow looming there. Demonic patterns lingered in the void, emitting a demonic light that made one's heart palpitate. The fiend Sun hid in this nameless valley to recuperate. At this moment, 3 figures appeared outside the valley. These 3 figures silently approached the nameless valley from 3 different directions. The prediction of the brilliant disciple of the Grand Development Gate was very accurate. Although the valley was incomparably quiet without any demonic chi, this kind of silence was rather abnormal. One had to know that the spiritual energy in the area where the Sky Market and the mortal realm intersected was much denser than other places. In these areas, vegetation flourished and there were even many ferocious beasts roaming about. The surrounding of the valley was incomparably quiet, which in itself did not match this region. I would like to see how this guy is going to escape this time. A figure appeared in the distant sky, watching the scene coldly. This person was none other than Erebus. He did not want to miss out on this mission. Among the 3 experts, 2 were from the Dongfang family and the Desolate Zhao family respectively. The last one was wearing a dragon crown and an official robe. Obviously, he was from the royal family of the Central Plains. Judging from his attire, he should be from the Great Qi dynasty in the eastern region of the Central Plains. The Great Qi dynasty had also sent a royal expert to the eastern region. The 3 experts all carried holy weapons with them. They could use the holy weapons to conceal their aura. Unless it was a quasi-sage, no one would be able to sense their presence. Obviously, the fiend Sun was not a quasi-sage. Boom! All of a sudden, 3 waves of sage aura exploded. Countless Saint-Tier Dao patterns intertwined and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the entire valley. Countless Dao patterns were imprinted on the ground. In an instant, the sky and the ground were completely sealed by the Dao patterns that rushed out from the holy weapons. Roar! A furious roar came from the valley. Countless demonic patterns appeared in the void around the valley. A demonic formation was activated. However, in the face of the Saint-Tier power, the demonic formation set up by the fiend Sun was nothing. Countless demonic patterns were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the 3 holy weapons. These three guys. Seeing this scene, even He Tian was shocked. The three holy weapons were actually reviving. It was obvious that these three experts had made full preparations beforehand. They were going to kill the fiend's son. The three experts activated the holy weapons and pushed forward. The valley was collapsing. Under the peerless sage aura, everything was about to be obliterated. It was extremely terrifying. The three holy weapons were a dragon saber, a huge flag, and a bronze cauldron. Roar. A series of dragon roars came from the dragon saber. There seemed to be a dragon soul sealed inside, emitting endless dragon might. In the sky above the dragon saber, there was a vague shadow of a huge dragon. The Great Qi Dynasty's Heaven Dragon Saber? At this moment, many cultivators had already arrived nearby. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone was stunned. Endless sage aura erupted and no one dared to approach. Someone recognized the dragon saber. It was the Great Qi Dynasty's holy saber. They didn't expect the Great Qi Dynasty to use such a trump card. One had to know that a complete and flawless holy weapon was enough to intimidate all the forces in the human world. Despicable. In the valley, the fiend's son was shocked and angry. At this moment, the holy weapons sealed the heaven and earth and laid out an inescapable net. Unless he was a demon saint, otherwise even a half-sage would have to suffer. Rumble. The mighty dragon might, the huge flag, the bronze cauldron, and the three holy weapons displayed their saint-tier power, turning the void into chaos. The destructive power caused the heaven and earth to change color. The saint-tier Dao patterns shattered everything. Layers of demonic qi were constantly being obliterated. The three experts were emitting endless divine radiance. They didn't hesitate to consume their essence qi to obliterate the fiend's son. Three pinnacle experts came with holy weapons. You guys really think highly of me. The fiend's son roared. At this moment, a demon diagram rushed out from his body, emitting endless demonic light. Demonic patterns emerged on the demon diagram. This was a demon diagram refined by a half-demon saint. There was a terrifying demon saint aura on the demon diagram. However, if the fiend's son wanted to use this demon diagram to protect himself, it was definitely not enough. This is a last-ditch struggle. The expert from the Great Qi Dynasty was incomparably powerful. He directly activated the Heaven Dragon Saber and slashed at the demon diagram. The resplendent saber light seemed to split the heaven and earth in half. Chapter 16:19. The Devil's Son was trapped in the valley, and the three sacred weapons had sealed off all his escape routes, forcing him to risk his life. Rumble. A devil diagram rushed out of the Devil's Son's body and emitted destructive waves. Countless demonic patterns emerged. This was the powerful power of a quasi-sage. However, in front of true saint-level power, the power of a quasi-sage couldn't change anything. The Devil's Son was already in a desperate situation. As long as the three sacred weapons worked together, they would be able to destroy his body and soul. A deathbed struggle. The Great Qi royal family was incomparably domineering. They immediately activated the Sky Dragon Saber and slashed at the devil diagram. A dragon-shaped saber qi instantly soared tens of thousands of feet and fell down. No one was optimistic about the Devil's Son. If he could escape from the encirclement of the three sacred weapons, then he would be too heaven-defying. Just as everyone thought that the Devil's Son was about to fall, He Tian felt a trace of unease. His premonition had always been accurate. He didn't think much and immediately retreated 1,000 miles. Boom. Just as He Tian was retreating, an earth-shattering explosion came from the valley. That devil diagram actually collapsed by itself. Billions of demonic patterns were destroyed and formed a peerlessly terrifying power. The self-destruction of a quasi-sage demonic Dao treasure was earth-shattering and shook the heaven and earth. Even the three sacred weapons were shaking and the saint-level Dao patterns were flickering. On the ground and in the void, many saint-level Dao patterns were collapsing. What? No one expected the Devil's Son to self-destruct his devil diagram. The vast power from the devil diagram even broke through the seal of the three sacred weapons and gushed out from the center of the valley. This was definitely a disaster. The self-detonation of the demonic diagram of the quasi-sage level erupted with a terrifying power that surpassed the quasi-sage level. The released destructive power caused everything within a radius of several hundred miles to turn into ashes. The ground sank. Even with the saint-level Dao patterns, the entire ground was shaved off and a huge pit appeared in the outer region of the sky market. Many people were affected and exploded into clouds of blood mist in the void. Under this destructive power, even an almighty would be destroyed in body and soul. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. A demonic energy even more powerful than the explosion of the demonic diagram exploded. This time the great Qi imperial family suffered a great impact. His heavenly dragon saber was hit twice and was almost blown away. The sky dragon saber of the great Qi dynasty was one of the treasures of this immortal dynasty. It was a divine saber refined by the ancestors of this dynasty. Compared to other saint weapons, the imperial experts of the Qi dynasty could better control their own saint weapons. Only in the hands of the imperial experts of the Qi dynasty could the heavenly dragon saber display its greatest power. Roar! The expert from the royal family of the great Qi dynasty let out a furious roar. The draconic aura around his body was vast and mighty. His hands, which were holding the sacred blade, were already drenched in blood. His wrists had already cracked open over a dozen times. He circulated the great dragon Qi in his body with all his might and barely managed to hold onto the heaven dragon saber, preventing it from flying out of his hand. After exploding 2 demonic path magic treasures of the quasi-sage level, the inescapable net laid out by the 3 sacred weapons was torn open by the 2 demonic path powers. Swoosh! A ray of bloody light rushed out from the torn hole. The devil's son was using the demonic blood escape technique. Using his own blood as a guide, he turned into a ray of bloody light in an attempt to escape. What? The 3 pinnacle experts were shocked. At this moment, they had to defend against the terrifying power produced by the explosion of the magic treasures of the demonic path. It was difficult for them to stop the devil's son. I will definitely repay this debt tenfold. The devil's son left a ruthless sentence before rushing towards the sky market. At this moment the sky market was the only path of survival. There were experts coming from other directions. Swoosh! Just as the bloody light that the devil's son had turned into was about to rush into the sky market, an arrow flew from the sky and shot towards the bloody light. The bloody light was shot by the sacred arrow and immediately dissipated more than half of it. The devil's son let out a blood-curdling scream. In the end he still rushed into the sky market and disappeared. The expert who had shot the devil's son with the arrow had arrived. However, because he was too far away he could only shoot the arrow from afar. Once again the devil's son was severely injured. How is this possible? 3 experts came with saint weapons, but he still managed to escape. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe what they had just seen. The self-destruction of the demonic diagram and the self-destruction of the mysterious demonic weapon. This devil's son's methods were really ruthless. When the 3 experts had completely destroyed the power of the demonic path produced by the explosion of the 2 magic treasures of the demonic path, the demonic light that the devil's son had turned into was long gone. At this moment He Tian had also disappeared. The sky market was a forbidden ground in the eastern region of the human realm. In this great era of the human realm, there were cultivators in this forbidden ground in the eastern region. Many cultivators entered the sky market when the great era arrived. Many young disciples of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity were cultivating in the sky market. However, on this day the cultivators in the sky market welcomed a disaster. A bloody demonic light appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the sky market. Every time this bloody demonic light appeared, it would bring about a massacre. Many places where the demonic light appeared were left with dried corpses. These dried corpses were cultivators whose essence, spirit, and even their flesh and blood had been devoured. It's the myriad devil transformation technique. At the place where the bloody demonic light appeared again, a few dried corpses were left behind. Just as the demonic light left, a figure appeared in this place. It was a handsome young man with a jade-like face and a divine fire fan in his hand. This devil's son is already half dead, but he still dares to do evil everywhere? He Tian muttered to himself. He was the only one who had chased after the devil's son. The 3 experts who had grasped sacred weapons had also lost him. Swish! He Tian's figure disappeared into the void. He had followed the aura of the devil's son all the way. He was an expert in tracking and few could escape from his pursuit. Of course, if the devil's son hadn't been seriously injured, even He Tian would have found it difficult to track him. This devil's son had the treasures of the demons on him that could conceal his aura. However, at this time the devil's son had exploded the treasures of the demons on him. It was no longer possible for him to hide his tracks. In a place where Yin Qi gathered, a devil shadow was floating in the Yin Qi. This devil shadow was swallowing the surrounding Yin Qi, trying to form a devil body. Damn it! The devil shadow emitted a devil consciousness. This wasn't the devil's son's devil body but an essence spirit. The devil's son's devil body had already been destroyed. To think that the devil's son of the East region would actually end up in such a state. The devil shadow was indignant. The other party had actually used a sacred weapon and didn't abide by the rules at all. However, he couldn't do anything because the demons and the human race were irreconcilable races. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. You really made me look for you. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the void. Upon hearing this voice, the devil's son's essence spirit in the Yin Qi was shocked. Chapter 16:20. The sudden appearance of He Tian shocked the devil child to the extreme. This was a powerful opponent, and with his current state he was no match for this person at all. The devil child's primordial spirit emitted a strong wave of divine will. All the Yin Qi in the Yin land immediately gathered towards the devil child's primordial spirit. A strong demonic power was condensing, and within the demonic Qi, demonic patterns were faintly discernible. It attracted the essence of heaven and earth from all directions, and a demonic body was condensed. The devil child was rapidly reconstructing his demonic body. Soon, a demonic shadow walked out of the demonic Qi, and its blood-red eyes emitted an evil gaze. It's just a last-ditch struggle. What's the use of this? He Tian did not stop the devil child from reconstructing his demonic body. He just stood in the distance and watched the scene quietly. At this moment, the devil child was no longer the devil child who could look down on everyone. Kill. The devil child was still strong. Even though he knew that he was at a disadvantage, he still took the initiative to attack. Endless demonic Qi rushed out of his demonic body, condensing into more than 10 demonic spears, and pierced towards He Tian. On each demonic spear, there was a demonic pattern faintly discernible. He was fighting with his life, and did not hesitate to use the source of demonic power to brand the demonic patterns on the demonic spears. Swoosh. Without hesitation, He Tian directly used the invisible divine sword. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows and rushed forward. A wisp of holy might was emitted from the almost transparent sword light, which shocked the devil child. This guy had a holy weapon. This time the devil child was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Without any suspense, He Tian's invisible sword light directly crushed the dozen demonic spears, and then slashed towards the devil child. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds, and there was no way to stop it. The devil child turned into a demonic light and dodged. However, no matter how fast he was, the almost transparent sword light still hit his left arm. The demon child's entire left arm exploded. His muscles, bones, and flesh all turned into a bloody mist in an instant, dissipating into the void. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. The reconstructed demonic body could not compare to the demonic son's original demonic body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. His demonic body was severely injured after being swept by the invisible sword beam. Die. He Tian pressed forward, and the invisible sword light flew back to him. At this moment the yin-yang divine power on his body was vast and mighty, and in his divine eyes, there were yin-yang Dao patterns interweaving. Buzz. The formless divine sword trembled, and a transparent sword wave spread out from it. Everywhere the sword wave passed, the void space was shattered and everything was destroyed. Pooh! The demonic son was forced to retreat once again. Demonic blood splattered all over his body. The demonic body that had just been reconstructed was almost shattered by the sword wave emitted by the invisible divine sword. Roar! The devil child roared, and his voice was filled with unwillingness. The demonic blood that splashed out from his body was all blooming with an almost immortal demonic light. Burning the demonic blood was releasing the strongest demonic power. The terrifying power of a mighty emperor was increasing almost infinitely. There was actually a wisp of holy might in the demonic blood. What? He Tian was shocked. This devil child was not simple. He had actually cultivated such a forbidden divine power. He was burning his own power source. Once his power source was exhausted, this demon would be destroyed in body and soul. Demonic fire burns the heavens. I will die with you, the devil child roared. At this moment not only was the demonic blood outside his body burning, but the demonic blood in his body was also burning. His entire body was emitting terrifying demonic fire. This madman, He Tian, did not want to fight the devil child to the death. The other party had been seriously injured and he was in peak condition. There was no need for him to fight this demon. Swish. He used the yin-yang steps and quickly retreated. The invisible divine sword constantly emitted waves of sword waves that protected him. Endless demonic fire burned towards him. Wherever the demonic fire passed, the void was silently annihilated. This kind of demonic fire that was formed from the devil child's demonic power source was too terrifying. An extremely terrifying demonic power spread between heaven and earth. The demonic fire instantly enveloped the void for thousands of miles. Buzz. The invisible divine sword vibrated. The saint-level sword chi wave isolated the terrifying demonic fire that was surging towards He Tian outside of He Tian's body. Even so, He Tian still felt great danger. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Although the demonic power was mostly weakened by the invisible divine sword chi, there was still a small part that penetrated through the sword light. This demonic power made He Tian feel restless all over. His spiritual soul was shaken and his mind was almost lost. This kind of demonic power could demonize all living beings. If it was an ordinary almighty emperor, his mind would have been disturbed by this power, lost his mind and demonized. But who was He Tian? He had been through reincarnation continuously. His mind was so firm that no one in the human realm could compare to him. It was impossible to demonize him. Formation in the void. He Tian roared. A strong wave exploded from his body. Lines of formation patterns began to condense on his body and imprinted themselves in all directions. In just an instant, countless formation patterns flew out from He Tian's body and interweaved to form a shocking killing formation. The killing intent soared into the sky and caused the sky to change color. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook. The killing formation was in operation. A total of 108 killing lights rushed out from the killing formation and pierced towards the devil child. The supreme killing lights shattered the void and broke through the layers of demonic fire. It pierced towards the devil child who was in the center of the demonic fire, displaying great power. In the middle of the killing formation, a saint-tier power was gathering. This was a one-corner saint formation that had been set up by Erebus. Ancient runes interwove to form a mysterious and unfathomable formation diagram, and a supreme killing light circulated within it. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. The devil child's voice came from within the demonic fire. An even more powerful demonic fire burst forth from his body. The moment the 108 beams of killing light met the demonic fire, they were refined into nothingness by the demonic fire. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. This demonic fire could even refine the saint-tier killing lights. It was really terrifying. If this demonic fire burned one's body, even a half-sage would be destroyed. Very well, I'll let you see what a formation master is. He Tian made up his mind and opened up the world of formations in his body. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from his world of formations and interweaved to form a killing formation. 10 ultimate formation, heaven punishing formation, earth fire formation, 5 elements formation. Great formations appeared one after another, emitting terrifying killing intent and suppressing the devil child. Chapter 1621. He Tian was determined. This was the first time he used the world of array formations that he had cultivated. It was a world formed by endless array patterns, like a treasure trove of array formations. The endless array patterns could interweave into killing arrays. Countless array patterns rushed out of He Tian's world of array formations and killing arrays appeared in the world, emitting terrifying waves. Kill. He Tian used his trump card this time. He roared and controlled the killing arrays to attack the demonic air in the demonic fire. Boom. The 10-terminal formation erupted with endless terrifying power, obliterating the void. A large area of demonic fire was dissipating, and within the demonic fire the demonic patterns were collapsing. However, the endless demonic fire produced by the demonic air burning his demonic power was too much. The power of the 10-terminal formation was only able to break a corner of it. However, Haitian had more than one killing array. The entire world was shrouded by the killing arrays. After the 10 terminal formation collapsed, the Heaven Punishment Array attacked again. Rumble. The Heaven Punishment Array triggered the power of the heavens. Terrifying lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the demonic air in the demonic fire, bringing with it the destructive power of the 9 heavens. This was a kind of heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, but it was still difficult to suppress the demonic air. Layers of demonic fire swept out from his body. Even the heavenly punishment was annihilated in the demonic fire. Roar. The demonic air roared angrily. Demonic patterns collapsed in his body, releasing extremely terrifying demonic power. The collapse of each demonic pattern weakened the demonic air's life force. The collapse of the demonic patterns was irreversible. The demonic air's Dao foundation had been destroyed. These were the demonic patterns that he had comprehended, the foundation of achieving the Dao. He was personally destroying his own hope of achieving the Dao. You want to drag me down with you even if you destroy your own Dao foundation? You can play by yourself. I won't accompany you. Haitian suddenly sneered. He smashed out more than 10 killing arrays, then used the invisible divine sword to protect himself. He rushed into the sky, broke through the suppression of the demonic fire and rushed out. When the fiend heir saw Haitian leave without a fight, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He destroyed his Dao foundation because he wanted to fight Haitian to the death. He wanted to use his life to kill this opponent. However, Haitian looked through the void with his yin-yang divine eyes and saw the changes that were happening in the demonic son's body. The demonic son's Dao foundation had been destroyed and he had no fate with the great Dao in this lifetime. At this point in time, killing the fiend heir no longer mattered. Although the myriad demon transformation art was terrifying, a crippled demon son wouldn't be able to cause much trouble unless that peerless demon from the East region demon lair came out. Haitian was very decisive. After knowing the situation of the devil child, he immediately retreated. This caused the devil child to almost go crazy. This fellow was simply too despicable. The devil's son wanted to go all out, but it was impossible for Haitian to really go all out against him. Haitian was extremely cunning and he would definitely not do a losing business. Damn it, you want to escape? It's not that easy. The devil's son was like a crazy demon as he set off a monstrous demonic fire, chasing after Haitian. At this time he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Anyone who met him would be unlucky. Haitian used the yin-yang steps and his speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the horizon. The terrifying demonic fire enveloped half the sky and burned towards Haitian. This was a terrifying scene. Everywhere the demonic fire passed, all living beings would be burned to ashes. Even the mountains that were burned by the demonic fire silently turned to ashes. The area that the devil's son passed through was truly a place where he could kill everything. Very soon the two of them chased for thousands of miles. The demonic fire burned the sky, alarming many cultivators. Some people recognized the devil's son and before long, experts with holy weapons took action. At this time Haitian had already escaped to a mountain gate. This area was filled with spiritual energy and there was a white jade gateway outside the mountain gate. The words Xuanji were engraved on the gateway. This was where the East region's major sect, Xuanji sect, was located. Xuanji sect was one of the few major sects in the East region other than the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial ancients. When the great era of the human world arrived, Xuanji sect was also extremely prosperous. However, this major sect was attached to the Zhao family of the primordial ancients and hitched a ride on the chariot of the Zhao family. The reason why Haitian escaped here was because he had a purpose. Who goes there? Someone shouted from within the mountain gate. However, Haitian could not be bothered with that person and directly rushed into the mountain gate. Someone tried to stop him but Haitian merely flicked his sleeves and that person was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Boom. At this time the devil's son arrived. Endless demonic fire swept down from the sky and the white jade gateway at the mountain gate of Xuanji sect collapsed. Enemy attack. The alarm in Xuanji sect rang and a strong aura rushed out of a pavilion in Xuanji sect. An old man walked out of the pavilion. Oh no, it's the devil's son. Someone recognized the devil's son and exclaimed. The reputation of the devil's son was earned through fighting. With his strength alone, he had shaken the entire East region and caused everyone to feel insecure. Everyone in the Xianxia sect was horrified by the demon sun's attack. Monstrous demonic fire shrouded the entire area and plunged the area into absolute darkness. The demonic fire swept down from the sky and burned everything in its path. The entire Xianxia sect was shrouded in demonic fire. This was a calamity. The demonic fire formed from the power of the demonic path was too domineering and terrifying. Even a semi-sage would be destroyed in body and soul if they were to be burned by it. The sect master of Xianxia sect was a pinnacle mighty figure and could take that step at any time to become a semi-sage. However, at this moment the devil's son arrived. The Xianxia sect master who had just walked out of the pavilion was unable to resist the demonic fire at all. He struggled in the demonic fire for a while before turning into ashes. Rumble. The entire area was shaking. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from various parts of Xianxia sect and interweaved into countless formation patterns in the sky. This was the Xianxia sect's mountain guarding formation. Someone had activated the mountain guarding formation of Xianxia sect. A terrifying pressure surged out from the mountain guarding formation and a wisp of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. The mountain guarding formation of Xianxia sect was not a saint-level formation. However, when it was activated, it could display a wisp of saintly might because it was a quasi-sage formation. This sect in the East region had once produced a quasi-sage, and this mountain guarding formation was set up by that quasi-sage. It was also because of the existence of this formation that the sects in the East region did not dare to underestimate Xianxia sect. The quasi-sage level formation was activated. This formation was much more powerful than the killing formation that He Tian had set up. One had to know that this was a flawless quasi-sage level formation. The power of the quasi-sage level formation surged and dispersed the demonic fire that swept down from the sky. Even the devil's son was shocked that the power of a quasi-sage could hurt him. This despicable and cunning fellow. At this moment the devil's son gritted his teeth. He realized that he could no longer sense He Tian's aura. He Tian seemed to have disappeared and those experts with holy weapons were already nearby. Chapter 1622. He Tian had tricked the devil's son and the Xianxia sect of the eastern region. The current sect leader of the Xianxia sect had been burned to death by the sky-burning demon fire, and the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had gradually dimmed under the erosion of the demon fire. This was not a good thing. If the mountain guarding formation could not withstand the demon fire and the demon fire swept down from the sky, the entire Xianxia sect would be wiped off the face of the human world. Even though the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had temporarily blocked the sky-burning demon fire, the terrifying demonic aura still managed to seep into the formation. Roar. A loud roar came from within the Xianxia sect. The eyes of a Xianxia sect disciple suddenly turned blood red and a crazed look could be seen in his eyes. Traces of demonic aura seeped out from his body. The immortal chi in this Xianxia sect disciple was turning into demonic aura. He was about to turn into a demon. What's going on? Why would he turn into a demon at this moment? The Xianxia sect was in chaos. None of the Xianxia sect disciples had expected that one of them would turn into a demon even though the demon had been stopped outside the sect. Quick, kill him. It will be terrible if he turns into a demon. Someone shouted. However, they were all from the same sect after all and no one was willing to take action. They were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Swoosh. Just then, a beam of divine light shot out from one of the halls of the Xianxia sect and killed the Xianxia sect disciple who was about to descend into a state of madness. A white-robed middle-aged man walked out from the hall on the mountain peak. Everyone focus your energy and focus your mind to resist the demon. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and some of the people who were already irritated and had their minds wavering immediately sobered up as if they had been hit in the head with a stick. All the disciples of the Xianxia sect sat down cross-legged and began to use the Xianxia sect's mantra to focus their minds to resist the demon. However, the demonic aura was pervasive. Even though they had taken precautions, some of the Xianxia sect disciples who did not have sufficient cultivation were still on the verge of turning into a demon. Many of the Xianxia sect disciples were eventually affected by the demonic aura and went completely crazy. All their immortal chi was converted into demonic aura and their combat strength increased by 10 times. More than 10 disciples of the Xianxia sect who had fallen into the demonic path attacked their fellow disciples like mad demons. Their demonic chi soared into the sky and many disciples of the Xianxia sect lost their lives immediately. For a time, blood and flesh splattered all over the Xianxia sect. Screams of agony, cries of alarm and shouts of anger filled the air. Kill. The middle-aged expert immediately attacked. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and instantly flew forward, killing the dozen or so disciples of the Four-Star sect who were frantically attacking the disciples. Demon, where do you think you're going? Just then, a loud shout came from outside the mountain protecting formation, and a terrifying wave of energy that made even mighty figures tremble was transmitted into the mountain gate of the Xianxia sect. Even the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level was shaking. Under this pressure, the great array was on the verge of collapsing. The only thing that could cause the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level to collapse was the true might of a saint. An expert wielding a holy weapon appeared. Humph. A cold laugh rang out from within the boundless demonic flames. Then demonic runes began to appear within the demonic flames, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from all directions. All the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles was completely devoured in an instant. Boom! With a deafening bang, a ball of demonic fire that looked like a black demonic sun fell from the sky and smashed a huge hole in the great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level below. Lines of quasi-sage level formation inscriptions dissipated between heaven and earth. The mountain gate of the East region's Xianxia sect had been breached by the fiend sun. The white jade plaque outside the mountain gate was instantly turned into ashes. This plaque contained a Dao pattern of the Great Dao and was actually an array core. With the collapse of the eye of the array, the entire great mountain guarding array of the quasi-sage level came to a halt. The ball of demonic fire also exploded in the sky above the Xianxia sect, engulfing everything in all directions. Even the middle-aged expert from the Xianxia sect did not manage to escape. He was engulfed by the demonic fire and only managed to struggle for a while before his body and spirit were destroyed and he turned into a pile of ashes. Experts of the mighty realm could not withstand such terrifying demonic fire, let alone the other disciples of the Xianxia sect. The entire mountain was enveloped by the demonic fire and turned into ashes. The thousands of disciples of the Xianxia sect were all refined by the demonic fire. The essence, qi, and spirit of thousands of cultivators were all devoured by the demonic fire. With the replenishment of this powerful energy, the Devil Sun's almost broken body was rapidly restored. Even his left arm, which had been swept by the invisible sword light, was reborn and a new left arm was formed. The Xianxia sect of the eastern region could not escape this calamity after all. Thousands of disciples and even their sect master, who was at the pinnacle of the mighty realm, were all killed. This was definitely a major event that had not happened in the past 100 years. This was because in the past 100 years, other than the Taishan sect of the eastern region being destroyed, this was the second time that a large sect of the eastern region had been destroyed. The forces that could become a large sect of the eastern region were all forces that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Such a heritage naturally had a deep foundation. This Xianxia sect had once produced a sage-to-be. However, even if the Xianxia sect had produced a sage-to-be, they could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. The destruction of the Xianxia sect was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Zhou family of the ancients. What a ruthless devil! A loud shout was heard and an immortal holy light pierced through the demonic fire from afar. This was the power of a sage-to-be. Someone was attacking the Devil Sun with a holy weapon. Demonic blood transformation. The Devil Sun spat out a mouthful of blood and then turned into a beam of bloody light. He displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way and shot up into the sky, evading the immortal holy light that pierced through him. Buzz. The void shook and a divine mirror appeared in the distant sky. It emitted millions of rays of divine light and shone down on the Devil Sun. A terrifying holy aura emanated from the divine mirror and shocked the heavens. The layers of demonic fire were like snow under the scorching sun under the illumination of the mirror. They quickly dissipated in the void and turned into nothingness. This was a holy weapon that displayed a wisp of holy aura. Although it was only a wisp of holy aura, it was enough to make the entire world feel like it was about to collapse. The Devil's Sun had destroyed the Xianxia sect and angered a super force of the eastern region. Someone was using a divine mirror of the ancients to kill the Devil's Sun and destroy his body and soul. Whoosh! The divine mirror shone and the endless demonic fire collapsed. Even though the Devil's Sun had displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way, his lower body was still illuminated by the light. The devil's son felt his body become light and the lower half of his body disappeared from his waist. The destructive power spread up from his waist. His flesh and blood were turned into dust and dissipated in the void. In the end, only his head was left and shot up into the sky. Chapter 1623. After destroying the Xuanji sect, the devil child did not escape. Instead, he displayed his demonic movement technique and headed for the next sect. However, someone appeared with a holy weapon and attacked him. Buzz. The divine mirror vibrated and once again emitted a dazzling divine light that shone towards the devil child's head. As long as the devil child was hit by this light, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom. Endless demonic power surged out from the devil child's head. Countless demonic patterns interweaved to form a demonic diagram. The void collapsed and this demonic diagram broke through the barrier of heaven and earth. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the void that the demonic diagram had torn open. Then a demonic light rushed out from the unknown void and directly met the light that the divine mirror had shot over. Boom. The void was shattered and the demonic light wrapped around a demonic weapon. The demonic weapon collided with the power of the divine mirror, shattering the light emitted by the divine mirror. What? Someone in the dark exclaimed. This demonic weapon could actually compete with a holy weapon. This demonic weapon was definitely a peerless demonic weapon refined by the devil saint. A peerless demonic weapon had finally appeared in the eastern region. The people in the dark were very shocked. Could it be that the peerless demon in the depths of the devil's den was really going to break free? Everyone's expression changed. In the great world of the human world, nothing was impossible. Even the peerless demon did not want to miss this opportunity. The demons that were lurking in the human world were already ready to make a move. You still want me to make a move after all? A voice came from the void that the demonic diagram had broken. Then a demonic figure walked out of the void and reached out to catch the peerless demonic weapon that flew back. This was a pitch-black spear that emitted a terrifying demonic aura that made all living beings tremble. This was a peerless demonic weapon refined by the devil saint. The spearhead of this spear was suffused with a bloody light as if the immortal blood of a saint was flowing on it. This was a demonic spear that had once killed a saint. The person holding this demonic spear was a young man full of demonic aura. This young man seemed to have just come out of the devil world and was very interested in everything in the outside world. He looked around and took a deep breath. This world is changing. I can feel the aura of an ancient desolate land. The young man was muttering to himself. From beginning to end he did not even look at the devil child. At this moment, a suction force came from the void where the demon diagram had broken through, sucking in the head of the demon child. Losers, even if they obtain great power, are still losers. The young man whose body was shrouded in demonic chi said. After that he shook his head. He didn't care about the devil child's failure at all. He didn't seem to have a good impression of the devil child at all. A demon with a peerless demonic weapon? A figure appeared next to the divine mirror in the sky. It was a young woman dressed in white. Her face was covered by a veil so no one could see her face. The goddess of the primordial Zhou clan? Far in the sky, the cultivators who saw this woman were shocked. They never imagined that the person who was chasing after the devil child with a divine weapon was the goddess of the Zhou clan. In the eastern domain, other than Donghuang of the Dongfang clan, the Zhou clan of the primordial clan also had a goddess. Some people said that the Zhou clan's goddess had a great background. She was the youngest daughter of the primordial human emperor, the first clan leader of the Zhou clan. Others said that the primordial goddess was a genius that the Zhou clan of the primordial cultivated for nearly 100 years. After cultivating for 100 years she had already become a peak expert. Moreover, the bottleneck of the primordial goddess cultivation had reached a stage where she was about to break through. She could take that step at any time and become a half-saint. With this level of cultivation, the primordial goddess' strength was no weaker than Donghuang's. However, the Zhou clan of the primordial clan and the Dongfang clan were currently in an alliance. Donghuang and the primordial goddess had never truly fought against each other. However, many people believed that Donghuang was slightly stronger than the primordial goddess. This was because Donghuang wore a divine robe and was innately undefeatable. Moreover, he also had a divine spear. Donghuang had a divine spear for offense and a divine robe for defense. He was well versed in both offense and defense. Even the primordial goddess would find it difficult to suppress such an existence. The Zhao clan's goddess? In the distant sky, He Tian had not truly left. The appearance of the Zhao clan's goddess made his eyes light up. However, even he found it difficult to see the Zhao clan's goddess' true appearance. Outrageous. She's the same as Dong Huang. Both of them are hiding their heads and showing their tails. He Tian couldn't help but curse. However, it was precisely because of this that he became curious about the Zhao clan's goddess. There were only two reasons for a woman to cover her face. One was that she was too ugly and didn't dare to show her face. The other was that she was too beautiful and didn't want others to see her peerless beauty. Was it because she was too ugly or too beautiful? It's actually a woman. Is there no one else in the Zhao clan? The demonic youth stared at the woman in white who was holding the divine mirror and said coldly, "How dare you?" The Zhao clan's goddess tone was equally cold. Moreover, she didn't even bother to speak to the demonic youth. She directly attacked him. Swish. The divine mirror's runes intertwined. An immortal holy light rushed out from the divine mirror, shattering the void and shining towards the demonic youth. Buzz. The demonic youth's face revealed a cold smile. He shook the demonic spear in his hand and rushed towards the Zhao clan's goddess. On the pitch-black demonic spear, demonic runes were awakening. A terrifying demonic aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. No one knew the demonic youth's origin. However, since this great demon dared to ignore the devil child, his status must be even higher than the devil child's. The demonic youth was incomparably powerful. With the demonic spear in his hand, he directly shattered the divine mirror's light and rushed forward. Boom! The divine mirror radiated an even brighter divine light that shot forward. The terrifying power caused the devilish youth to be startled. The Zhao clan's goddess was actually able to use her own strength to cause the divine mirror to display saintly might. Roar! The demonic youth's long hair danced in the wind. A monstrous wave of demonic energy erupted from his body. The demonic spear in his hand seemed to have awakened as it emitted a wave of demonic energy that wasn't any weaker than the divine mirrors. The two saintly divine weapons collided. The demonic youth and the Zhao clan's goddess were both sent flying. The two divine weapons didn't truly collide, but the power emitted by the two divine weapons still caused the two of them to suffer a great impact. The demonic youth's hands that were holding the peerless divine weapon were bleeding. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. As for the Zhao clan's goddess, she didn't have it easy either. The gauze that covered her face had traces of blood. The two experts' attacks had injured each other. Chapter 1624. The goddess of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity held a divine mirror and fought against the demonic youth. Although the two saint weapons didn't really collide, both of them were shocked. "Who are you?" The goddess' cold voice resounded. In the entire eastern domain there were only 3 superpowers: the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, the Dongfang clan, and the eastern devil Denver. Who didn't know about the devil's son of the east region? However, this demonic young man had never appeared before. Even so, the battle prowess displayed by this demonic young man was enough to make everyone feel fearful. Especially the demonic youth who had a peerless demonic weapon. One should know that even the devil's son of the east didn't have a peerless demonic weapon. It could only be said that this demon's status in the demons was even higher than the devil's son. "You don't have the right to know my name." The demonic youth was very strong, but the goddess of the Zhao clan had a saint weapon. He also had some scruples and didn't want to fight her head-on. One should know that the collision of saint weapons could destroy the entire domain. Some experts who had saint weapons usually fought in the starry sky. Battles in the infinite universe wouldn't affect the Tinglong continent. Swish! The demonic youth held the demonic spear and soared into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. "Those who want to kill me, come at me." The demonic youth's voice spread throughout the entire domain. At this moment, the cultivators of the entire domain were in an uproar. A great demon actually wanted to challenge the experts of the entire eastern domain. This guy is even more terrifying than the devil's son. In the distant sky, He Tian quietly watched this scene. He had a bad premonition that a great change was about to happen in the eastern domain. The demons of the eastern devil den were about to make a move. "I'll kill you." The goddess of the Zhao clan was the first to chase. He wanted to fight this demon in the starry sky. She had a saint weapon. She could only use it in the starry sky. Many people also soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. These people didn't plan to make a move. They were just going to watch the battle. A battle of this level wasn't something they could see every day. No one wanted to miss this battle. Even He Tian flew into the starry sky. Boom! The starry sky trembled as the great battle began. Endless divine light blossomed from the divine boundary in the hands of the Zhou clan's goddess. It was like a resplendent star, releasing blazing divine light. Hundreds of millions of divine rays shot out from the divine mirror and shone toward the demonic young man. The entire starry sky trembled as a true sacred might was awakening. Buzz! The demonic spear in the demonic youth's hand let out a trembling sound. Countless demonic runes appeared on the surface of the demonic spear, interweaving into runes of the Buddha world. Kill! The demonic youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted 2 rays of black light that were dozens of feet long. His battle intent soared to the heavens. With the demonic spear in his hand, he charged forward. Streaks of divine light were shattered by his demonic spear. He closed in on the Zhou clan's goddess step by step. His demonic might was matchless, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Too strong. This devil with a spear in his hand actually had the power to pierce through the sky. This devil was exceptionally strong, even stronger than the devil's son. Rumble. The 2 sacred weapons were gradually awakening. 2 saint-level powers collided. This was a great destruction. Saint-level power broke the laws of this world. Even the laws of heaven and earth could not suppress this power. The void collapsed. Countless stars were shaking as if they were about to fall. The 2 experts attacked with their sacred weapons. However, the Zhou clan's goddess and the demonic youth were very careful. They did not let the sacred weapons in their hands truly collide with the other sacred weapons. If the 2 sacred weapons really collided, even if they had incomparably strong physical bodies, they would most likely suffer injuries that they could not recover from. Even a saint would be in trouble if they were injured by sacred power. Not to mention that the Zhou clan's goddess and the demonic youth were not supreme existences of the saint level. The Zhou clan's goddess was also incomparably powerful. With the divine mirror in her hand, even the void was collapsing. This divine mirror was one of the trump cards of the primordial Zhou clan. At this time, the battle between the demonic youth and the Zhou clan's goddess had already alarmed the entire eastern domain. All the experts of the great sects of the eastern domain had come. In the starry sky there were constantly figures flashing. The news of the eastern domain's great sect, the Xuanji sect, being destroyed shook the entire eastern domain. All the great sects were terrified, afraid that they would be next. There were even people who said that the peerless demon in the eastern domain's devil lair was about to come out. The entire eastern domain would probably sink and become a demonic domain. At this time, the appearance of the demonic youth undoubtedly made people feel that the rumors were probably true. The peerless demon in the eastern domain's devil lair was really about to come out. The place where the Zhou clan's goddess and the demonic youth fought was shattered by the saint-level power. That place had already become a chaotic place. The 2 experts with sacred weapons were engaged in a life-and-death battle. From time to time, there would be Dao patterns striking out from that chaotic place and then dissipating in the void. These were saint-level Dao patterns. If one was hit by such Dao patterns, it would be an injury of the great Dao. Unless one was a saint, it would be impossible for them to recover. All the spectators hid far away, not daring to approach at all. At this time He Tian, who was mixed in the crowd, suddenly felt a familiar aura. A figure silently appeared in the starry sky. This was an expert shrouded in a battle robe. The material of the battle robe was also rare in the world. It was a battle robe refined from the 9th heaven meteorite iron. In the entire eastern domain or even the entire human world, there was probably only one such battle robe. And there was only one person wearing the 9th heaven meteorite iron battle robe, and that was Dong Huang. Dong Huang had arrived. Someone noticed Dong Huang and exclaimed. After that, all the cultivators stayed far away from Dong Huang. One had to know that he was also a ruthless character. Not long ago, many people had witnessed Dong Huang's attack. He was a peerless existence. Dong Huang seemed to have no intention of making a move. He just stood under the starry sky watching the battle in front of him. At this time, there were not many people who could see the battle between the 2 great experts. The power of the sacred weapons spread out, blocking everyone's divine will. Very few people could perceive everything in that chaotic place. No one knew who won and who lost. However, the appearance of Dong Huang was definitely a variable. Not long after, another person appeared under the starry sky. It was a tall middle-aged man. This middle-aged man held a divine bow in his hand. It's him. It's the expert who shot the devil's son with an arrow. Someone recognized this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the one who shot the devil child that day. The divine bow in his hand was a saint bow. This saint bow was engraved with ancient Dao runes. There was a boundless ancient aura emanating from the bow. Yet another saint weapon-wielding expert had arrived. Chapter 1625. In the starry sky, ferocious people kept appearing, causing the atmosphere to be extremely tense. No one knew if these ferocious people would attack. If they used their holy weapons, it would definitely be a terrifying battle. It had been many years since so many holy weapons appeared at the same time in the eastern region. At this time, there were already 4 holy weapons in the starry sky. The goddess of the Zhou clan and the demonic youth both had holy weapons. The power of the holy weapons was gradually awakening, and they began to display a terrifying pressure that could shock the heavens. The holy weapons were branded with the mark of the great Dao. If the holy weapons were completely awakened, the mark left in the holy weapons by the saints would awaken. This was equivalent to the descent of a saint. Rumble. The entire starry sky trembled. The goddess of the Zhou clan and the demonic youth gradually fought with all their might. In the starry sky they could attack without any scruples. Roar. The demonic youth roared. The peerless demonic weapon in his hand bloomed with endless demonic aura, as if a peerless demon was awakening. The entire demonic spear seemed to have a life of its own. Swish. The demonic spear emitted a boundless demonic light, directly shattering the light of the divine mirror. Then it pierced towards the goddess of the Zhou clan. Within the demonic light, demonic patterns could be faintly seen. This attack shook the starry sky, causing several nearby stars to explode. A destructive storm with the demonic youth as the center, swept out in all directions. Seeing the demonic young man's unparalleled battle prowess, the experts who could see through the void couldn't help but feel shaken. This demon's demonic might was unparalleled, but why had he never appeared in the eastern region before? Could it be that this demon was actually a great demon from ancient times? It wasn't a secret that there was an ancient great demon sealed in the eastern region's Devil's Denver. When the Devil's Den appeared, many experts of the eastern region had entered it. However, with the loss of the seal's power, the demonic power that permeated the depths of the Devil's Den became stronger and stronger. Only then did the experts of the eastern region stop. In particular, when the Devil Child led an army of demons out of the depths of the Devil's Den, it was even more shocking. That demonic chaos swept through the entire eastern domain, causing the Taishan sect in the eastern domain to almost be destroyed, and almost all of its experts were buried in that demonic chaos. Otherwise, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family would not have taken advantage of the time when the Supreme Profound sect was at its weakest to join forces to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy this great sect of the eastern domain that had existed for thousands of years. No one knew the origin of this devilish youth who was even more terrifying than the Devil's Son. There was only one possibility. This devilish youth was most likely an ancient devil. In the depths of He Tian's memories, a devilish face appeared. That face was somewhat similar to this devilish youth. That great demon was a peerless powerhouse of the Devil Dao in ancient times. The Devil's Son cultivated the infinite demon transformation technique. Although this demon didn't have the heaven-defying aura of the infinite demon transformation technique, the devil's spear in his hand gave He Tian a familiar feeling. What's going on? He Tian really wanted to awaken all of his deep memories, but he was constantly going through reincarnations. He didn't know just how many times he had experienced life and death. In the countless cycles of life and death, Mahakala would seal the most important memories of each life in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation was strong enough could he awaken those memories in the depths of his soul and recall the most unforgettable things he had experienced in each cycle. His cultivation method was very special. He was walking a path of cultivation that no one had ever walked before. It was extremely difficult and not all of the memories of each life could be preserved. Although He Tian was already an almighty emperor, the memories of countless reincarnations in the depths of his soul were still difficult to completely awaken. How dare he? He Tian couldn't help but feel very angry. This demon probably had some karma with him, but he couldn't remember it. This feeling made him very unhappy. The demon was the earth of the world. He Tian knew that in his countless reincarnations he would definitely meet this demon in one of them. This demon must be the earth of his previous life. At this thought, He Tian's eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Enemies should be eliminated by any means necessary. This was He Tian's style of doing things. Since he had determined that the other party was his enemy, there was nothing more to say. At this moment no one knew that He Tian was also a fierce person. He stood with a dozen cultivators, but no one could tell that he was an almighty emperor. A nearly transparent sword light began to appear in his right hand. Boom! At this moment, the Zhou clan's goddess had no choice but to fully activate the divine mirror in the face of the demonic youth's unparalleled attack. With a tremble, countless Dao runes appeared on the divine mirror, interweaving into ancient patterns. Countless Dao runes directly turned into divine light that rushed out from the divine mirror and attacked the demonic youth. The divine mirror had also awakened and a terrifying aura spread out from it. The two great experts attacked with all their might, hoping to overwhelm the other with a single strike. Swish! At this critical moment, a nearly transparent sword light directly broke through the void and slashed into the battlefield, descending on the demonic youth's head. What? The demonic youth was shocked. Although he was already prepared, he was still startled by this sudden attack. The invisible sword light was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Even the power of a saint-level attack was broken with a single slash. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. At this moment, the demonic youth was fighting with all his might against the Zhou clan's goddess. He could only dodge, but the sword light was extremely fast. It directly slashed by the side of his face, cutting off a strand of hair. Where the sword light passed, the demonic youth's right arm was also shaved off a piece of flesh. A wave of killing intent directly drilled into his body, destroying his vitality. Roar! The demonic youth roared. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and directly chopped off his entire right arm from the shoulder. That severed arm's vitality was completely severed in an instant, and it turned into flying ash. What a terrifying killing intent. Even the demonic youth was secretly shocked. Bam! At this moment, a divine light pierced through, and the demonic youth was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If he had not used the demonic spear to block for a moment, this divine light would have pierced through his demonic body. Who is it? The Zhou clan's goddess was very unhappy. She wanted to use her own strength to defeat this demon, but someone had interfered. This made her very angry. Outrageous. Only one of this guy's arms was cut off. He Tian directly walked out, caught the flying invisible sword light, and then rushed towards the demonic youth. Sim. When Dong Huang saw He Tian, he was shocked. Didn't your body and soul already perish? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was extremely shocked. As if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, his body began to tremble. Chapter 1626. In the starry sky, He Tian took advantage of the moment when the demonic youth and the goddess of the Zhou family were clashing. He wanted to slay the demonic youth with his sword. However, that devilish young man was truly amazing. If it had been an ordinary almighty emperor who was suddenly attacked like this, he would have been killed on the spot by Mahakala. Even the devil's son who had shaken the eastern region would have been fatally injured by such an attack. How could he be like the demonic youth who had only lost an arm? The murderous aura contained within the sacred weapon was no small matter. As long as this murderous aura entered the body, it would sever one's vitality and corrode one's primordial spirit, resulting in instant death. However, the demonic young man was able to make a prompt decision to cut off his right arm to stop the invisible sword's murderous aura from spreading. How could it be you? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was shocked to an indescribable degree. He found it hard to believe, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. You look familiar too. He Tian's voice was very calm. In the depths of his memory, there was a blurry image of this demonic youth. When he saw the demonic youth's reaction, he was already certain that this demonic youth was the great demon he had encountered in one of his lifetimes. He had constantly reincarnated. Even if he was slain, his life imprint would not leave him. He would only escape into the world and wait for his next reincarnation. In the reincarnation cycle, Tian could not possibly remember everything that had happened in every lifetime. He could only choose the most important memories and seal them in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation continued to increase would his sealed memories be gradually awakened. Are you really that person? The demonic youth seemed to be truly frightened. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and stared at Tian nervously. At that moment, demonic patterns interweaved at the spot where his severed arm had been. Flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. Demonic light flickered. In just an instant, the demonic youth's right arm had been completely restored. It was as good as new. Kill. Tian did not say much. He immediately activated the invisible sword and slashed at the demonic youth. A nearly transparent sword light rushed out of his hand. Swoosh. Wherever the invisible sword light passed by, it left behind a pitch-black crack in space. Although the saint weapon had yet to awaken, the sword chi it gave off was extremely sharp. Buzz. The demonic spear in the demonic young man's hand began to vibrate. It transformed into the shadow of a dragon and flew towards the invisible sword light. It was as if a demonic dragon had appeared between the heavens and the earth. The formless sword light collided with the demonic dragon in an instant. The space around them was destroyed. The demonic young man was extremely domineering. He directly shook the demonic spear, breaking through the layers of destructive power and attacked Mahakala. Tian used the yin-yang steps and retreated. Devouring heaven. The devilish young man shouted and grabbed at the retreating Tian with his right hand. A pitch-black hole appeared in his palm and a heaven-devouring power surged out. The demonic runes intertwined on the demonic youth's right hand, and the heaven-devouring demonic power instantly enveloped Tian, pulling him towards the black hole in the demonic youth's hand. It's the myriad demonic transformation art again. You are... Tian was shocked when he saw the demonic youth using the myriad demonic transformation art. In ancient times, there was only one demon who managed to cultivate such a heaven-defying demonic art. Have you really forgotten about me? The black hole in the demon-like young man's hand released a heaven-devouring power that was extremely powerful. The void in front of his palm collapsed under this demonic power and was devoured by the black hole in his palm. At this time, the Zhao family's goddess had already retreated. She did not want to join forces with Tian to deal with this demon. Dong Huang and the middle-aged man with the Saint Bao were also watching. Tian's battle prowess shocked everyone, especially Dong Huang. One had to know that Dong Huang had fought with Tian before. He knew very well that Tian had not displayed his true strength in that battle. Yin-yang fusion. Tian's hands emitted a yin and yang divine light, like two divine suns. Then they followed a mysterious trajectory and collided together, releasing a myriad of divine radiances. The power of yin and yang intertwined. A chaotic world seemed to be evolving between Tian's hands, emitting a powerful fluctuation. Boom. A huge yin-yang diagram rushed out from Tian's body. Yin and yang intertwined, creating a power that directly blocked the heaven-devouring demonic power emitted from the demonic youth's right hand. I remember now. You are the demonic sky. How is this possible? The scene of Tian using the yin-yang grand technique to fight with the demonic youth was very familiar. The name of a great demon flashed through his mind. The peerless great demon who created the myriad demonic transformation art in ancient times was called the demonic sky. The moment Tian's words came out, everyone's expressions changed. This demon was actually the ancient great demon demonic sky? Impossible. Everyone then shook their heads. It was a known fact that the ancient great demon demonic sky was an unparalleled genius among the demons. He created the myriad demonic transformation art and nearly became a demon ancestor. How could such an existence be this demon's youth before them? If demonic sky really descended, he would only need to extend a finger to pinch everyone to death. Why was there a need to risk his life against the Zhao clan's goddess lady and Tian? Nothing is impossible. Back then, I personally refined your essence chi and primordial spirit. How could you still be alive? Demonic sky looked at Tian and was still in disbelief. Boom. Bam. As the two experts conversed, they fought at the same time. The yin-yang diagram intertwined with yin-yang sword light, piercing through the void and constantly cleaving at demonic sky. Meanwhile, demonic sky was also using the devil Dao technique to shatter the sword light that rushed out from the yin-yang diagram. The devil spear in his hand constantly stabbed at He Tian while a wisp of devil Dao Saint might lingered. There are plenty of people that can kill me, but it definitely won't be you. He Tian was very confident. His cultivation technique was very special, and it could be said that no one had walked this path since the ancient times. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't truly die. Playing. Above the yin-yang divine diagram, there was a heart-palpitating sound of metal clashing. Numerous yin-yang divine swords condensed above the diagram. They were like real peerless divine weapons, emitting powerful waves of sword chi. Is that so? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Demonic Sky sneered. His hands were gripping the devil's spear tightly, and every thrust would pierce through the void. This devil Dao's peerless devil weapon had yet to fully awaken, but the saint-class devil power that it emitted was enough to make the world lose its color. Kill. He Tian roared with rage. The thousands of yin-yang Dao swords that were floating around his body immediately shot out. In an instant, the thousands of swords flew out and turned into a supreme sword light that pierced at demonic sky with shocking killing aura. Chapter 1627. Boom. There was a loud explosion that echoed in the starry sky and echoed throughout the eastern region. He Tian and Immortal were going all out. Saint Might had appeared in the starry sky and was descending mightily. Billions of lives in the eastern region were trembling. All the cultivators in the eastern region felt a shiver that came from the depths of their soul's spirit. All the cultivators raised their heads to look at the starry sky. A saint had descended? The appearance of the Saint Might had alerted all the cultivators in the eastern region. Even ordinary mortals could feel a hair-raising crisis approaching. Devil light and saint light flickered in the starry sky. He Tian and Immortal's eyes were red from the killing. These two experts were enemies and their eyes were exceptionally bloodshot. During the ancient era, one of He Tian's previous incarnations had encountered Immortal and engaged in a great battle. That battle had razed a region of the desolate lands to the ground and countless lives were affected. Now that the battle was in the starry sky, the two experts could make their moves without any restraints. Piffff. A nearly transparent sword light pierced through Immortal's chest. Large amounts of devil blood, broken bones and flesh were brought out by that sword light. On Immortal's chest, there was a huge hole that went through the front and back. Roar. Immortal roared towards the sky. At the same time, the devil's spear in his hand pierced through He Tian's shoulder, lifting He Tian's entire body up and nailing him onto the devil's spear. Bam! The devil's spear vibrated and He Tian's entire left shoulder exploded while he flew backwards. He executed the yin-yang steps and with every step there would be yin-yang Dao patterns surging beneath his feet. He instantly retreated 30 kilometers away and evaded another attack from Immortal. A horrific devil aura invaded He Tian's body and severed his vitality. He had no choice but to guide the invisible divine sword aura into his body to extinguish the devil aura. Meanwhile, Immortal's injuries weren't any lesser than He Tian. His devil body was pierced by the invisible divine sword, and the killing aura that was condensed by the invisible divine sword had invaded his body. This killing aura was even more horrific than the devil aura that invaded He Tian's body. The killing aura spread from his injuries to his entire body. Everywhere the killing aura passed through, all vitality would be severed. Buzz. The devil spear in Immortal's hand was vibrating while traces of devil aura rushed out from the devil spear and entered Immortal's body. He was also guiding the power of the devil weapon to expel the killing aura in his body. Both He Tian and Immortal were injured by the saint weapon, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. However, after the two of them absorbed the power of their saint weapons and stabilized their injuries, they charged at each other once again. He Tian and Immortal began an intense battle. God blood and demon blood continuously rained down from the starry sky. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked to see this scene. This battle was too tragic. He Tian's body was pierced by the demonic spears one after another. If he didn't have a divine artifact like the invisible divine sword, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Immortal Tian and said, Emo and Tian no, Emo body in and of thee. Everyone's hearts palpitated when they saw this scene. In the end, the He Tian and Immortal's bodies were already in tatters, and there wasn't a single part of them that was intact. If they didn't die in such a state, they were truly heaven-defying. In the end, we'll just end up dying together. Once I recover my cultivation base, I'll look for you and have a great battle. Emotion finally couldn't hold on any longer and felt that things weren't looking good. He had fought with this lunatic to the point where both sides were injured. If those people with saint weapons were to make a move, he would probably be out of luck. Zhoush. After Emotion forced Xian to retreat, a devil light suddenly rushed out from his glabella. Within the devil light, a devil diagram was branded in the void. Not good, he's escaping. Xian wanted to stop him, but he was already heavily injured. It was difficult for him to stop this demon. Right at this moment, the man who had been observing the battle had already drawn the saint bow in his hand. Endless starlight was drawn and converged towards the saint bow in a frenzy. A divine arrow appeared on the saint bow. This was a divine arrow that was condensed from heaven and earth essence. There were divine patterns of the great Tao that were faintly visible on the divine arrow. It might not be a real arrow, but it was definitely more terrifying than a real arrow. Zhoush. The middle-aged man shot the arrow at Emotion, who was rushing towards the devil diagram. There was a layer of wave-like ripple on the devil diagram. Emotion immediately rushed into the devil diagram and passed through the layer of ripple before vanishing inside. At this moment, the divine arrow had also shot over and penetrated into the array diagram. Roar. A furious roar echoed from the devil diagram. Subsequently, the devil diagram instantly vanished, and the spatial fluctuation vanished as though it had never appeared. A pity. Xian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the situation. However, he was very doubtful as to why Emotion's cultivation had fallen to the almighty sovereign realm. Could he be the same as that heartless old turtle? He had been suppressed for countless years and his cultivation was almost obliterated? At this moment, Xian felt danger. He immediately crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him. A surge of heaven and earth power rushed out from the jade amulet and instantly enveloped him. Subsequently, his figure vanished into the void. Inner world. Sensing that special heaven and earth fluctuation, even Dong Huang and the goddess of the Zhao clan couldn't help but be moved. This person was truly too mysterious. He actually cultivated an inner world. One had to know that not everyone could cultivate an inner world. It was equivalent to splitting the heaven and earth apart. Moreover, cultivating an inner world depended on one's fated chance. Some people had cultivated for their entire life and were unable to cultivate an inner world even after becoming a patriarch. Some immortal sovereigns and Shin King were able to cultivate an inner world due to fated chance. Was this a guy with a great fated chance? Just now, Dong Huang's killing intent was sensed by Xian. Hence, he decisively entered Gu Fei's inner world. His action caused Dong Huang and the others to misunderstand, thinking that he was hiding in his own inner world. The battle ended just like that. Everyone thought that Dong Huang and the others would also take action. However, Dong Huang and the others who wielded saint weapons didn't do anything in the end. Devils were the greatest enemy of the world. Even if Dong Huang and the others joined forces, no one would say anything. However, since they were able to wield saint weapons, they had their own pride. They disdained to join forces with others. Motherf ***, those bastards. After entering Gu Fei's inner world, Xian couldn't help but curse. Those bastards would only watch from the side. If they attacked together, Emotion would have already been turned into ashes. At this time, Xian's injuries could only be stabilized by the invisible divine sword. As long as he withdrew his saint weapon, his body and soul would immediately perish. The power of the devil's spear wasn't something someone at his realm could endure. Just when Xian wanted to enter the depths of this world and borrow the power of the divine spring of life to expel the devil chi in his body, a peerlessly powerful life fluctuation suddenly burst out from the depths of this world. When Xian sensed this shocking life aura, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Those who want to communicate with Liang San can join the group. 274673223. T. Chapter 1628. The battle between Xian and Emotion resulted in both sides suffering. Emotion used the devil diagram to break open the void and escaped into a pitch-black devil region. Xian had also crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him and returned to Gu Fei's inner world. Rumble. Just as Xian returned to Gu Fei's inner world, a rumbling sound came from the depths of this divine land. The entire world was shaking. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the depths of this world. Beams of divine light flashed across the sky. It was spiritual chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Arctic has succeeded. He Tian was pleasantly surprised. If Gu Fei succeeded in advancing, it would definitely be a major event. A sixth celestial layer martial artist would probably be able to contend with a half-sage. A successful cultivator was definitely a nightmare for his opponents. Every time a cultivator advanced, their cultivation and battle prowess would increase to an unbelievable level. It was as if all the spirit chi in the world had been sucked out in an instant. He Tian felt a great pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, on top of a mountain in the depths of this world, an endless amount of worldly essence condensed into a ball of light, wrapping a figure within it. The sound of wind and thunder came from the ball of light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Inside the ball of light was a young cultivator. The young cultivator was undergoing a metamorphosis. His muscles and bones were vibrating, his blood and chi were soaring, and his vigorous life force spread in all directions. He was like an ancient dragon in human form. This young man was none other than Gu Fei. At this time, a ball of divine light also appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Within the divine light sat a small person. This small person looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Above the small primordial spirit, there was a mighty fluctuation of immortal spirit power. This was the immortal Dao primordial spirit. The reason why Gu Fei was able to use all kinds of great immortal Dao techniques was because of his immortal Dao primordial spirit. On the immortal Dao primordial spirit, divine runes of the great Dao were faintly discernible. The Dao runes that Gu Fei cultivated were also imprinted on the primordial spirit. This was a type of metamorphosis. With Dao runes imprinted on the primordial spirit, it could achieve immortality. This was the supreme great technique of the immortal Dao. Could make the primordial spirit immortal. Even if the physical body was destroyed, it could still be reconstructed. To the supreme immortals, the physical body was just a place for the primordial spirit to reside in and could be abandoned. However, this wasn't the path that Gu Fei wanted to take. He didn't cultivate his primordial spirit, but his martial body. His great path divine marks were imprinted in his martial body. Since then, Gu Fei was the first martial artist to cultivate a primordial spirit. Naturally, the Dao runes he cultivated were also imprinted on his primordial spirit. As such, he had already embarked on a different path of cultivation. With the martial body as the main and the immortal Dao primordial spirit as the supplementary, his battle prowess was greatly enhanced. Endless spiritual energy gathered towards him from all directions and entered his body. All of the Dao runes emitted a dazzling radiance. At this moment, all of the Dao runes on Gu Fei's body were awakened. They all lit up and interweaved into natural marks. Dao runes circulated around them. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was all devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. This was a vast and boundless spiritual energy. One had to know that there was more than one divine spring of life in this divine land. This divine land was nourished by the divine spring of life. The spiritual energy here was incomparably dense. After devouring the endless spiritual energy, Gu Fei only felt that his entire body was swelling. His muscles and bones trembled, making a popping sound. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. He felt a strong pressure from the void. He had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation. The heaven and earth had sensed it and was about to send down a heavenly tribulation. This was the 9 minor heavenly tribulations in the Almighty Realm. It was the heavenly tribulation of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. However, Gu Fei suppressed the aura of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. He didn't want to undergo the heavenly tribulation in his own inner world. He had to suppress his cultivation. The turbulence in this divine land gradually calmed down. Gu Fei sensed something and turned around. When he saw He Tian, he was immediately shocked by his injuries. This guy was too miserable. Half of He Tian's body was shattered. His wounds were a bloody mess. Other than that, other parts of He Tian's body seemed to have been pierced by something. He Tian's physical body was on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, he would have died long ago. He was using the power of the holy weapon to prolong his life. The aura of the demonic Dao. Gu Fei took a step and instantly crossed the void. He crossed 100 miles and appeared in front of He Tian. This is. When Gu Fei sensed the demonic Dao power in He Tian's body, he couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely caused by a peerless demonic weapon. Saint-tier power was hidden in He Tian's body. This wasn't a good thing. If he wasn't careful, He Tian's life would be at stake. Boss. At this time, He Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He only felt that his vision turned black and he almost fainted. What kind of demon is this? How could he hurt you like this? Gu Fei was very surprised. One should know that He Tian was a formation grandmaster. His attainments in formations were extremely profound. Ordinary almighty emperors were no match for him. Moreover, He Tian had the invisible divine sword in his hand. Demonic sky, a super old man. He Tian said weakly. At this time he was almost unable to hold on. I will send you to the divine spring of life first. Then I will ask the ancestral dragon Immortal herb for a drop of immortal divine liquid. Gu Fei said and lifted He Tian. He took a step forward and came to the side of the divine spring of life. Plop. Gu Fei directly threw He Tian into the divine spring of life. Only the vigorous vitality could save He Tian's life. Only the ancestral dragon Immortal herb's divine liquid could completely heal He Tian. Boss, you are murdering. He Tian only had time to say this sentence before he was thrown into the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about He Tian. He directly walked into the depths of the inner world and came to the side of the divine spring of life with the strongest vitality. This divine spring was the best divine spring in the entire inner world. The ancestral dragon Immortal herb took root here and absorbed the vitality essence day and night. On a rock next to the divine spring of life, a divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon was fluttering in the wind. A medicinal fragrance filled the void, making one's pores open up. The ancestral dragon Immortal herb was an immortal divine herb. It contained fragments of the great Tao and could exist forever with heaven and earth. A drop of divine liquid was enough to make a dying person recover immediately. This was especially true for cultivators. As long as they refined a drop of immortal divine liquid, even if their body and soul were on the verge of being destroyed, they would still be able to survive. He Tian's injury was caused by a peerless demon weapon. With ordinary means, it was impossible to recover from such an injury. If it was someone else who suffered such an injury, they would only end up dead. Even with the protection of a saint weapon, it was only a temporary measure. It couldn't last long. Old dragon, here I come again. Gu Fei laughed as he walked towards the divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon. This was not the first time he had asked for immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon Immortal herb. You damned brat, your ancestor hasn't even recovered yet, you're asking for my essence blood again. Absolutely not this time. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The stalk of immortal herb that was rooted on the rock began to sway. Then it actually stood up from the rock as though it was about to run away. Don't run, it's just a drop of divine liquid. Gu Fei smiled. This was a rare immortal divine herb in this world, so it was definitely worthy of his flattery. A drop of divine liquid. The ancestral dragon divine herb almost fell from the rock. That was its essence blood. The most precious part of an immortal divine herb was its essence blood. It was a supreme treasure that contained the secret of immortality. Don't be so stingy. Gu Fei continued to walk towards the ancestral dragon divine herb. The ancestral dragon divine herb had long gained sentience and even possessed a divine soul, allowing it to communicate with others. This was how Gu Fei communicated with it. Stingy, that's my essence blood. Do you know how long it will take for me to recover? The ancestral dragon divine herb wanted to run away. This time it wouldn't give it up no matter what. This is my inner world. You should be very clear about this since you followed me, an extreme great utmost being. Gu Fei laughed. How could the ancestral dragon divine medicine escape from his inner world? This ancestral dragon divine herb had lived for a long time. It was once obtained by a supreme, so it naturally knew a lot of things. In fact, each immortal herb was a living dictionary that had experienced countless things and followed a supreme. Thus, it knew many secrets of this world. The ancestral dragon divine herb hesitated. It had lived for a long time, so how could it not understand the current situation? It didn't have a choice. Ever since it entered this world, it had lost its freedom. Right, this is the last time. Oh, the last time. In the end, the ancestral dragon divine herb compromised. A drop of essence blood flew out from the ancestral dragon divine herb, which Gu Fei took out and stored in a jade bottle. Thank you. Gu Fei thanked and left. This guy. Although the ancestral dragon divine herb was angry, there was nothing it could do. In this world the spiritual qi was extremely dense. This was definitely a suitable place for immortal herbs to grow. This guy's luck is not bad. It's not a bad thing to follow him. After all, the ancestral dragon divine herb had once followed a supreme, so it had a good eye for people. Gu Fei had a supreme sacred weapon. Anyone who could obtain a supreme sacred weapon had heaven-defying luck. Such a person was favored by the heavens and had a chance of becoming a supreme. The immortal herb was no ordinary herb. To be recognized by it, it was enough to prove that Gu Fei was extraordinary. Chapter 1629. No, the hand-flying ancient is fine, but the recovery energy is not absolutely right for the cultivation of oneself. Rely on others. The injury to receive the sky is dark. Only the medicine dies, not the dragon ancestor using kinetic energy. Only flying ancient. In the present, what use is there? Is no injury healing right? The injury control energy only. The strength of the weapon. Saint movement guide. That's right. First of all, it's very interesting. First of all, it's about the sky demon. The sky is dark and the head demon is injured. It's hard to think about it. Dar. The pure essence of qi, vitality, life, emptiness, spring, life, spring, life. The dissipation of qi, yuan and life force in the inner body of life is not limited to the protection of the body. The dissipation of qi is slow in the inner body of life force. Miraculously, the sky darkens. Dar. The heavenly black corrosion of life birth, the soldier demon of force might, the soldier demon of force might. The level of the soldier demon is equivalent to the formless void, the soldier demon of world peerless middle hand sky devil there. Dar. The wonderful thing about balance is that when the lost vital energy is replenished in the internal body, the vital energy and vital energy are completely gone. The spring deity's vital energy and vital energy are born to guide him. Even if he obtains it, the sky will turn dark. Dar. Vital essence life birth great mass contains every divine way of light. Coiling around divine way of light, rising vital essence life birth spring divine life birth, time comes flying through time. Half of the immortals will be formed. When the people are all calculated, the people can be born. The fate of the immortals is not all. Once the Tao is reached, the light of the God of life is like this. Dar. Interwoven in the light of the divine birth of the innumerable nothingness yet appearing, the spring of the divine birth of the spring of the divine birth here. Dar. Turning evil into harm will not stop. Injuring the enemy will stabilize the situation. Helping the enemy when it gets dark can only help, and not saving them when it gets dark. Just seeing the life of a god as rare is enough. Dar. The god of medicine should not die with an embrace of flying ancient Tao, knowing him is the cause. Because the original heavenly demon risked his life, because the sky demon dared to go dark. Is this also because the sky demon should save the god of medicine should not die with an overestimating his own strength? Is this $sigma wounded Qing Zhao Bing Xing heals, but medicine deities do not die, healing him as the hand of the devil. The peerless level saint of the world will get rid of any trouble. The fate of worry will come to him. The god of medicine will not die. The sky devil does not matter. The war saint will suffer the same as the sky devil. Dar. It was not possible for the holy devil to appear, but the holy devil of earth and sky was here. A drop of water is like that. Don't be like that. The color of body fluid is non-existent. Once a drop of water is like that, the god of liquid will not drop that out. The bottle of jade is taken out and then flies straight to the ancient. Flowing in the rhythm of the Tao, the unique breath of the qi. Once opened, there will be emptiness in the middle. When the liquid god dies, does not drop, that does not pass. Dar. Because the origin exists forever, the medicine god will not die. This is not the reason why the medicine god will not die in the fragmented Tao accumulation. $. After refining myself, I'll take the divine liquid drop now. $. The god of spring in the sky went crazy. This kind of summoning is like the god of light's life. The god of spring in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the inner body flew straight to the ancient. $. Roar. Dar. Feeling like a crack and collapse, the soul and the body's flesh have his command. The god of light's life in the inner body gave birth to the Tao. Roar in the dark sky. Dar. Like the recovery of the traces, there is the fragmentation of the flesh, the seeping pores of the dark sky, from the beginning to open the chi black threads. The resistance is in the strength of the Tao Devil's inner body. Dar. The Tao Great Tao Immortal's whole is not going to walk him. It is very heavy. Speaking of his body, the damage to life is not the same. The broken body is half a small dark sky. Dar. The void formation of him after the whole process is not to the body, the pattern of the upper body imprinted on the bones, tendons, flesh, blood, every part of the upper body, the void formation of him to open the inner body. Dar. His ability was not that. His body and flesh were to abandon the sky and the dark. Once there was no chanting of the Tao, there was no image of the Supreme Being. The divine Tao of sound came out. He who had opened his upper body, the earth of power moved, causing the sky to darken, causing the god of medicine to die. It is obvious that he is overestimating his own strength. The inner body of the Daoist demon, when he sets up a cage, he will give birth to the god of light, and there will be no more god of light, while the outer body of the god of light shattering the inner body of the sky dark in the pattern of the Tao Devil has come out to force the Tao Devil to overestimate his strength. Very good. Go out, fight inside the earth and sky, go straight to him, then to him, nodding his head and having no choice but to fly to ancient times. The medicine god of strength, medicine will not die, move quickly, see you when the sky is dark. But heaven tribulation is small, heaven tribulation is big, 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 heaven tribulation is small, heaven tribulation wants him, waiting for this dollar divided by can be compared to heaven smiting, come to this, heaven smiting's martial arts. Cultivation and research, heaven smiting's great strength will also fall to the earth and sky, when the time comes to overestimate his own strength. Compared to the Tao martial arts without difficulty, the Duke of Peace is heaven. The shadow body Tao stood upright, the peak of the mountain is one, the middle of the mountain is in the east. Family Zhao Guhuang is gone, family Fong Dong is gone. Is not equal to can be compared to heaven smiting, the stronger and stronger pressure comes from the earth and sky, the realm's self-control presses on him, the words fly to ancient times. Swoosh. The great earth-shaking and heaven-startling meeting was about to occur. The appearance of the ground was about to take him, yes, but where was the appearance of the ground was about to take him to know whether he was there or not? The peak of the mountain was about to disappear, the shadow of the flying ancient. Near the cave demon domain east, the shadow body appears very quickly. The body bone demon beast is this, the black-colored strange species appear, the frame bone is this. The frame bone is big and not scattered, surrounding the cave demon. Inside this fall in the survival of the strong few years, the bone demon beast god is this, the bone demon beast god is not few in the middle of it. Once the great demon head killed and beheaded, the demon cave entered the depths of the former emperor's east, came for 100 years, this was enough to involve the easy light will of the earth Tebu's Xiao domain east into a whole Li Xiao comes to the outside. The earth forbidden Xiao domain here, waiting for the time to come here. The price point is paid to the demon clan, the sun is like that, the sky dark will dare. Chapter 1630. Swoosh. A terrifying sword light tore through the dark world. The demonic sword in the demon's hand, which looked like a spirit snake, was vibrating, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. This chapter was uploaded by a netizen. In the void, the afterimages were cut down by the sword light. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps, increasing his speed to the limit. Every step he took seemed to distort the void, and the world changed in an instant. The void steps blended into the void. This was a direct void shifting technique. It was untraceable. Even with the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons, it was difficult for them to hurt Gu Fei. What a good movement technique. Even the young demons with the peerless demonic weapon was secretly shocked. He knew that the person who dared to break into the demon cave was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. This human cultivator was so powerful that the young demons felt a great pressure. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the sword light of the peerless demonic sword while attacking. His big hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, slapping at the demons continuously. The void shook. The inheritance of the martial ancestor? When the young demons saw the combat skills displayed by Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked again. In ancient times, the world had not changed and there were many strong cultivators. It was a great era and there was no lack of peerless cultivators. Among them, the martial ancestors' bloodline might be few in number, but every cultivator was peerless and powerful. They were not to be trifled with. In particular, the peerless cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body could compete with the supreme demon lords. They ran amok in ancient times and were almost invincible. Have a good eye. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm as he struck out with the heaven-shrouding hand, clashing with the sword light from the young demon's hand. One after another, the huge hands were split apart by the sword light before dissipating into the void. In front of the peerless demonic weapon, Gu Fei's attack seemed insignificant. Even though he had become a great emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against the peerless demonic weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had to suppress his own cultivation. If he completely released his aura, the sixth heaven's heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. This was not an important place for the demons, so the heavenly tribulation could not be wasted. So what if it's the martial ancestors' inheritance? I'll still kill him. The young man was full of demonic nature. When his demonic eyes opened and closed, a strange blood light that made people's hearts palpitate shot out. Many demonic patterns appeared on his body. It wasn't you who injured He Tian. You demons really have a deep foundation. Gu Fei hadn't used his saint weapon yet. He wasn't in a hurry to use his trump card. The 8 desolate void steps was too mystical. He was actually able to break through the sword light of the young demons. Swoosh. With just a single step, Gu Fei disappeared into the distance in an instant, disappearing into the surging demonic qi. This had the young devil race being taken aback. The strength of the other party seemed to have exceeded his expectations. However, he had the peerless demonic weapon in his hands. He was not afraid of anyone, so he directly chased after Yi Futian. Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps was the fastest in the world. With just a few steps, he had already left the young demons far behind. He directly rushed into the depths of the demon's Denver. Buzz. The void trembled, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew a wisp of the mountain and river cauldron's power to protect himself. Even in the demon's den, he had no scruples. Below the demon's den was a nearly boundless demonic domain. 100 years ago, Gu Fei had been here. However, 100 years later, this demonic domain had become even more terrifying. From time to time, one could see a huge figure walking in the demonic aura. Heavy footsteps could be heard. Gu Fei didn't conceal the powerful aura of an almighty emperor. Along the way, he alarmed countless demons. There were also powerful demonic beasts chasing after him. Who is it? How dare you barge into my race's territory? He's simply courting death. I'm going to tear him apart. Powerful divine senses swept across the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Some demons released their divine senses to probe Gu Fei's situation. They could attack Gu Fei at any time. However, Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. Before the divine senses of the devil race's powerhouses could even reach him, he had already disappeared from the area. See the latest update come now. Chapter 1631. The two demons made their moves. All the novels were fighting for Gu Fei. In the eyes of the demons, Gu Fei had become a hot commodity. Everyone wanted to have a bite. The two demons didn't hesitate to fight. The law of the jungle. It was vividly displayed between the demons. In the demons, whose fist was harder? Who was the boss? Whose fist was not hard enough? Then they would be killed by other great demons. Or they would submit to other great demons. Roar. A monstrous demonic aura erupted. A demonic wolf appeared in the demonic aura. That was the patriarch of Heavenly Wolf. He displayed his great divine power. He wanted to swallow Gu Fei in one bite. At the first moment, you old wolf. The other patriarch of Raging Fire was furious. His entire body was emitting a demonic flame. It was so hot that the void was distorting. A human-shaped demonic flame. He pounced forward. Buzz. At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron surged out from Gu Fei's body. A ripple that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's body. The demonic wolf was sent flying. The endless demonic aura was dispersed. Even the human-shaped demonic flames collapsed and dispersed. The patriarch of Raging Fire also suffered a great impact. He retreated in panic. This is a holy weapon? The Patriarch of Heavenly Wolf and the Patriarch of Raging Fire were both shocked to the extreme. No wonder this human dared to break into this place. It turned out that he had a holy weapon with him. A human expert who had a holy weapon. It wasn't that easy to suppress. The two demons felt that it was extremely troublesome. They wished they could swallow Gu Fei alive. But they didn't dare to go forward. Let's see where else you can run to. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind Gu Fei. The young demons finally caught up. The demonic sword in his hand instantly surged tens of thousands of feet. It charged towards Gu Fei. Shua. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps. He dodged the sword light. He continued to rush towards the demon mountain. He wanted to undergo his tribulation on the devil mountain. He wanted to pull all the devils on the devil mountain to transcend the tribulation together. However, things did not develop as he had expected. He had just approached the demon mountain. On the demon mountain in front of them. Then there was a fluctuation of magic power. On the pitch-black mountain, demonic patterns appeared one after another. A super demonic formation that enveloped the entire demon mountain was rapidly recovering. A terrifying demonic might appeared between the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. He had to stop. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the formation. They formed a net of light. It blocked Gu Fei outside the mountain. Sovereign. Both Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire were taken aback. They had never expected this. The Lord of the Demon Mountain had actually activated the demonic formation. It protected the entire demon mountain. Could it be that the human expert in front of them? Could he actually endanger the entire demon mountain? The Lord of the Demon Mountain. He was also the Lord of the Demon Cave. He was a supreme existence. He was suppressed in the demon mountain. Countless years had passed. He had yet to escape. As for the demons in the demon cave, they were also the great ancient demons that were sealed deep underground. Most of the great demons had been suppressed to death. Only a few survived. These great demons that had survived. His cultivation base was exceedingly high. They had almost been completely destroyed. They could survive. They were already very lucky. The arrival of Gu Fei. It made the Lord of the Demon Mountain feel danger. This was a great formation that came from the ancient demon path. It had definitely surpassed the saint level. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme path sacred weapon, it was impossible to break it. How dare you? You actually alarmed the sovereign. You deserve to die. The young demons charged over with a peerless sacred weapon in his hand. The saint-level sword light. It tore the void of heaven and earth. Destroyed everything. Even Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire dodged it. At this moment, the mighty army of demons charged over. Thousands of demons and demonic beasts charged towards Gu Fei. They couldn't wait to skin Gu Fei alive. One had to know. The vast life force on Gu Fei's body. To every great demon. They were all great supplements. To the demons, Gu Fei was simply a peerless divine medicine. He was simply a peerless divine medicine in human form. Swoosh. A great demon made a move. He raised a big net. It enveloped Gu Fei, who had dodged the sword light. This was a demon net. There were demon prints interweaving. The great demon who made a move. He was at least a great emperor. Only a great demon of this level. He could get a share of the pie. As for Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire, who had rushed out of the demon mountain, their cultivation levels were terrifying. These were 2 half-sage demons. Gu Fei sneered. He directly reached out and grabbed the demon net that was enveloping him. Then he separated his hands. He directly tore a big hole in the demon net. Then he rushed out. Bang. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the demon net. Big hammer. It smashed towards his head. A terrifying demonic might spread out. A peak almighty realm demons made a move. Boom. Gu Fei punched upwards. His right fist released a dazzling divine light. The entire dark world was illuminated. The big hammer was sent flying into the sky by his punch. Then it collapsed. A demon weapon of a peak almighty realm. He actually smashed it with his bare hands. Such combat power. All the experts of the Devil Clan who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. The physical body of this demon warrior. It was even stronger than the demon weapon refined by the peak almighty realm. All right. Those who should come have come have come. Then let's begin. Gu Fei saw the surrounding demon shadows colliding. He knew it too. It was time. However, he did not sense the aura of the demon path holy weapon that injured He Tian. The demon path rancor that injured He Tian did not appear. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even He Tian was severely injured. The injuries of the great demon that injured He Tian. It was definitely not lighter than He Tian's. At this moment, that great demon was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. Everyone, let's attack together. No one knew who shouted it. Almost all the demons who were qualified to make a move made a move. All sorts of demon weapons soared into the sky. They attacked Gu Fei. The peerlessly terrifying demon path power exploded. Rumble. The entire demon domain shook. The demon path power that exploded from these demon weapons gathered together. It was earth-shattering. Even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei's body emitted an even more powerful aura. There were no signs. An extremely oppressive force suddenly descended. It was as if the entire world had suddenly collapsed. All the demons felt a palpitating wave coming from the void. The bolts of lightning seemed to appear directly in the void. Boom. Silver snakes moved randomly. The aura of destruction. It swept across the sky and the earth. The endless demonic aura was dispersed by this destructive force in an instant. Countless demon weapons attacked Gu Fei. They were all submerged in this sea of lightning, with Gu Fei as the center. Within a radius of 10 miles. They were all shrouded by lightning. Within a radius of 10 miles. It had all turned into a sea of lightning. At this moment, all the demons were dumbfounded. Endless lightning enveloped them in an instant. Many demons were destroyed in body and soul at the first moment. If you want to see the latest update, come. Chapter 1632. As the heavenly tribulation descended, the void within a radius of 10 miles turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning with a destructive aura wreaked havoc. Even the void was torn apart by these bolts of lightning. This was a minor heavenly tribulation of a sixth heaven expert. However, even a minor heavenly tribulation was enough to shake the world. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation descended, many powerful demons were instantly killed by the tribulation lightning. In the sea of thunder, many figures fell one after another, and the heavy layers of devil chi were dispersed. At this time, all the experts of the demons were desperately recalling the devil weapons they had shot out, using them to protect themselves and resist the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? How can there be a heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? Cries of alarm and shouts rang out everywhere, accompanied by the screams of death. The entire depths of the demon domain was in chaos, and even the demon mountain was affected. Rumble. The demonic formation was operating and a vast amount of devil chi was triggered. The heavenly tribulation that descended from the sky was all blocked outside the demonic formation. Could actually resist the heavenly tribulation. It's this guy who triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the heavenly tribulation, a ball of devil fire was burning and countless tribulation lightning were dissipating. The power of the demonic path at the half-saint level was mighty. For a moment, even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not hurt raging fire ancestor. The ancestor of the demons was extremely powerful. If this great demon was in his heyday in ancient times, he would probably be able to kill Gu Fei with one slap. However, even an ancient ferocious demon's cultivation was almost obliterated after being suppressed for countless years. Just like the old tortoise. These demons in the East Demon Cave had all grown up in the past 100 years. Raging Fire Ancestor, the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor, and the other demon experts were the first batch of demons to break free. Kill. The young demon, holding a peerless devil weapon, directly broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and rushed toward Gu Fei. At this moment he finally understood why this human took the risk to break into the depths of the demon cave. This guy wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to severely injure the demons. I've tolerated you for a long time. You're not the only one with a saint weapon. Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient longsword appeared in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned ancient sword. Buzz. Gu Fei shook the longsword in his hand and met the young demon's peerless demon weapon head-on. The longsword in his hand didn't emit any brilliance at all. On the other hand, the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons burst forth with a dazzling demonic light, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed through the void as if it could destroy everything. A wave of saint-class sword energy spread out from the young demon's hands. It's just an ordinary weapon and you actually used it to block a saint weapon. You really don't know what's good for you. The young demons laughed. He couldn't sense any sword energy coming from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was a normal weapon and a normal one at that. Crack. The long sword in Gu Fei's hand collided with the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons. The smile on the young demon's face instantly froze. The two powerful figures passed by each other in an instant. How is this possible? The young demon seemed to be dumbfounded. There was only half of the demon weapon left in his hand. This was a peerless demon weapon that could compete with a saint weapon refined by a human sage. However, such an indestructible peerless demon weapon had been cut in half. How was this possible? The young demons couldn't believe what he had just seen. Then a bloodstain spread out from the middle of the young demon's eyebrows. The young demon's eyes began to lose their luster, and the divine light in their eyes began to dissipate. It turned out that the moment the two of them passed by each other, not only did Gu Fei use the long sword in his hand to cut the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons, but he also injured the young demons. An extremely terrifying murderous aura penetrated the young demon's eyebrows and destroyed his spirit. The murderous aura filled the air. In just a few breaths, the powerful young demons had fallen. The terrifying demonic aura cut off all the vitality in the young demon's body. There was only one ending for the young demons, and that was death. If you think it's good, please bookmark it on this site so that you can read it in the future. See the earliest updates coming soon. Chapter 1633. Gu Fei started a massacre with the purple gold divine sword in his hand. More than a dozen demons died under his sword. Even the young demons who held the peerless demonic weapon was killed by him. This caused the two half-saints of the devil race to be both shocked and furious. After all, the devil race would still suffer heavy losses even if they killed that human expert. Moreover, it was hard to say if they could kill this human expert. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated and the raging fire ancestor was forced to retreat. This was a killing sword and it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like the raging fire ancestor did not dare to let the killing sword get close to him. The raging fire ancestor sensed a peerless killing intent from the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. This frightened him and he did not dare to fight against it. Where are you going? Gu Fei used the universal void steps and increased his speed to the limit. With just one step he was already close to the raging fire ancestor. Then he waved the divine sword. Roar. The raging fire ancestor roared angrily. He used the half-saint demonic weapon that he had cultivated to block the attack. However, although the half-saint demonic weapon was extremely powerful, it was still vulnerable in front of the purple gold divine sword. The Heaven Luo umbrella, which was filled with demonic flames, was cut in half by the purple gold divine sword. The endless demonic flames dissipated and the half-saint demonic weapon turned into scrap metal. The raging fire ancestor used several half-saint demonic weapons in succession and even used a broken holy weapon. However, this still could not stop Gu Fei. Although the purple gold divine sword had not recovered, it was still invincible. Any demonic weapon that was touched by the divine sword would be destroyed. Even a half-saint could not catch up to Gu Fei's speed, especially when he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation and stepped into the sixth minor step of the Almighty. The reborn power was so strong that the speed of his universal void steps increased a little. Swoosh. In the void there were constantly afterimages. Gu Fei forced the raging fire ancestor into a sorry state. The raging fire ancestor was almost cut by the purple gold divine sword several times. Relying on a killing sword is nothing. If you have the guts, then don't use this sword and fight me. The raging fire ancestor was extremely aggrieved. The other party did not rely on the killing sword. If he did not have the killing sword, he could kill this hateful guy with one slap. If you don't use the killing sword, I can kill you with one finger. Raging fire ancestor continued to provoke him. How could Gu Fei not know what raging fire ancestor was planning? He smiled and then stopped. He really put away the purple gold divine sword. I want to see how you can kill me with a single finger. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He had seen the existence of a semi-sage. How could he be afraid of these semi-sage demons? However, although he said so, Gu Fei did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that these demons had lived for countless years, especially this raging fire ancestor. Such a half-saint was not comparable to an ordinary half-saint. You're courting death. Raging fire ancestor couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw Gu Fei really put away the divine illness sword. This guy was really tired of living. He was just a sixth heaven martial artist. Could it be that he was really so heaven-defying that he could challenge a half-step saint? Even though he knew that a warrior with success in cultivation was far stronger than a cultivator at the same level, Raging Fire Ancestor did not believe it. Boy, you're really too stupid and naive. The figure of Raging Fire Ancestor loomed in the demon fire. This kind of demon fire was the natal demon fire that he cultivated. It had great power. Even if a semi-sage was enveloped by the demon fire, he would also die. Thousands of incarnations everywhere. Raging Fire Ancestor shouted. The demon fire on his body soared with a boom sound, sweeping the world in all directions and dispersing the tribulation thunder in the surroundings. A terrifying aura of a devil saint spread out from the devil race's half-step devil saint's body, shocking everyone. Ancestor Raging Fire is making a move. My race's semi-sage is making a move. That guy is still alive. All the devil race experts trapped by the tribulation lightning were pleasantly surprised. As long as they killed the human expert who triggered this tribulation, the tribulation would naturally dissipate. The East Region Demon Cave was a special place. There were demonic patterns laid down by a supreme demon venerable here. It was a demon domain opened up by that supreme demon venerable. In the past, this supreme demon venerable was defeated and then sealed here. He was worn down by the power of suppression day and night, and his cultivation was almost gone. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. This supreme demon venerable did not die and lingered on until the present. Taking advantage of the great changes in the world, when the power of suppression was at its weakest, he broke through the seal. Such a supreme demon venerable was extremely terrifying. However, this supreme demon venerable had not yet been born, and the seal on his body had not been completely unlocked. It was difficult for him to truly break free. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting with Raging Fire Ancestor. His fists shook the void and a large amount of demon fire dissipated under his fists. How is this possible? Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked to the extreme. A warrior at the 6th heaven of Almighty could actually challenge a semi-sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was really heaven-defying. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with a human-shaped demon fire. The human-shaped demon fire was shaken away, and Gu Fei himself was also affected. His whole body was instantly swallowed by the demon fire. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and a powerful force that made Raging Fire Ancestor's heart palpitate burst out from his body. It directly shook off the demon fire on his body. Demon Fire Prairie Fire. Raging Fire Ancestor roared and displayed a great technique of the demon path. A terrifying holy power spread out from his body in all directions, and the whole world was shaking. Countless tribulation thunder around him collapsed, and even the extreme demonic shadow fell from the sky. Raging Fire Ancestor was furious, and a pitch-black demon fire rushed out from between his eyebrows. Just a wisp of that kind of demon fire could turn the whole void into a sea of fire. This was the source of the demon fire, and it was released by Raging Fire Ancestor. Boom! The pitch-black demon fire instantly enveloped the world, and screams were constantly heard. Many demons who could not escape in time were burned by the demon fire, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Raging Fire, are you crazy? The voice of the heavenly wolf old ancestor sounded out from afar. He was incomparably furious. This raging flames was too excessive and lawless. In order to annihilate this human race expert, he actually didn't hesitate to sweep the nearby devil race experts into the devil flames, causing them to lose their lives in vain. Even Raging Fire Ancestor did not dare to touch this demon fire of the origin. He hurriedly dodged to the distance. At this time, the power of heaven's retribution had begun to weaken, and it was about to pass. Seeing that heaven's retribution was about to dissipate, Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all directions. Thousands of tribulation thunder were swallowed into his stomach, and then he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor in front of him. Please share. Chapter 1634. In the battle between Gu Fei and Raging Fire Ancestor, he did not rely on the purple gold divine sword. Instead, he used his own cultivation and strength to fight against the semi-sage demons. Phew! He opened his mouth and sucked in all the lightning around him. Then he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor. Countless tribulation thunders and lightning rushed towards Raging Fire Ancestor like a Milky Way. Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked. This human warrior was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He dared to swallow tribulation thunders. The strength of his martial body was really abnormal. After the tribulation thunders and lightning were swallowed by Gu Fei, all the demons were shocked and angry. They all rushed into the distance. At this time, no one knew how many experts of the demons had died under the tribulation thunders. The experts of the demons who were still alive were stunned when they saw that Gu Fei was swallowing the power of thunder and lightning. It should be known that this was the power of heaven's tribulation. This human was not afraid of the destructive power of heaven and earth. He even used this destructive power to attack his opponent. This kind of method was really scary. Ordinary people would not dare to let the heaven's tribulation get close to them. But this guy not only let the heaven's tribulation attack him, but also used the destructive power of heaven's tribulation. Dazzling lightning and tribulation thunders were blooming, and the destructive aura rushed over. Raging Fire Ancestor's source of demonic fire was shaken, and the black demonic fire instantly dissipated by half. Raging Fire Ancestor roared. As he waved his hands, black lightning suddenly appeared in the demonic fire, and the black demonic thunder struck forward. Rumble. The tribulation thunders and the demonic thunder collided in an instant. The whole void was shaking and the strong divine light tore the heaven and earth apart, destroying everything. The terrible destructive aura spread between heaven and earth. After all, the tribulation thunders that Gu Fei spat out were limited, while the demonic power of Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic path of the semi-sage level seemed to be endless. In the end, the power of heaven's tribulation was blown away by the demonic thunder and disappeared completely. Demonic thunder suppresses 6 paths. Raging Fire Ancestor rose into the air. Then billions of black demonic thunder exploded in the air around him. The entire demonic realm seemed to be turning over. Boundless demonic thunderbolts accompanied by towering demonic flames descended from the sky toward Gu Fei, shrouding the entire space. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This was the power of a half-saint. A single demonic lightning bolt could destroy a mountain. Millions upon millions of demonic lightning bolts blasted towards Gu Fei at the same time, turning the world into chaos. It was as if the demonic lightning bolts really did have the power to stun the 6 paths. Chaos shatters the void. Gu Fei also let out a furious roar. His aura instantly doubled. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upward with all his might. Streaks of chaos Dao patterns appeared on his fist, and a shocking chaos fist force rushed out from his fist. It was like a chaos dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force directly broke through the layers of demonic thunder and demonic flames, rushing towards Raging Fire Ancestor behind the demonic thunder. The void was directly annihilated by the chaos fist force. It was as if this punch had punched a huge hole in the heavens and earth. Bam! Raging Fire Ancestor was sent flying. He was extremely shocked. It was hard for him to accept that a warrior at the 6th heaven of Almighty Realm could actually repel him. Sirius, why don't you come to help me at this time? Raging Fire Ancestor roared. This expert of the human clan was too abnormal. He felt danger as if he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. The demonic wolf howled. In the distant sky, a demonic wolf the size of a mountain roared at the sky. Then it directly leaped into the sky and pounced on Gu Fei. A domineering aura swept across the sky and the earth, and a terrifying demonic power spread out. You're courting death. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic aura, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with sharp divine light, and chaotic Dao patterns were faintly visible on his body. One hand to cover the sky. Gu Fei directly displayed this martial arts combat skill. He stretched out his hand and a large chaos hand immediately rushed out from his hand, emitting a terrifying wave of martial arts power, and grabbed at the demonic wolf that swooped down from the sky. Rumble. On the large chaos hand, Dao patterns appeared faintly. In an instant it covered the whole world, grabbed the demonic wolf in the hand and wanted to crush it. This was a scene that made all the demons dumbfounded. A demonic wolf the size of a mountain was actually caught by a large hand. It was too shocking. Serious ancestor. The demons of the demonic wolf lineage were shocked. The demonic wolf that was caught by the large chaos hand was struggling violently, and seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was a scene that none of the demons wanted to see. Boom. The demonic wolf that was as big as a mountain exploded in an instant. It was not the real body of the demonic wolf, but a kind of Dharma form of heaven and earth. When the Dharma form exploded, it formed an extremely powerful destructive force. Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand could not withstand this burst of demonic power, and the large chaos hand stopped in the void. A demonic shadow rushed out of the chaotic devil chi, and a beast claw reached down from the sky, grabbing at Gu Fei's head at an extremely fast speed. Bam! Gu Fei punched upward and collided with the beast claw. The sound of bones breaking was heard and the beast claw was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. What a powerful martial body. In the void, the voice of Sirius Ancestor sounded. A demonic wolf figure appeared high in the sky, looming in the devil chi, and a pair of blood-red eyes swept out from the devil chi. The demonic wolf's right claw was recovering rapidly. At this level of cultivation, physical injuries were not fatal. For the existence of the half-step saint realm, no matter how serious the physical injuries were, they could recover in an instant. Come at me together. Gu Fei stood in the void and glanced coldly at the two half-step saints of the demons in front of him. A powerful aura surged from his body. He wanted to challenge the two half-step saints of the demons at the same time. Old wolf, since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Raging Fire Ancestor said to the demonic wolf. He turned into a human-shaped demonic fire, looming in the void. Very good. The demonic wolf nodded. The combat strength of this human warrior in front of him could be said to be heaven-defying. He must not be allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise all the demons would be in big trouble. The two half-step saints of the demons moved toward Gu Fei with tacit understanding. Raging Fire Ancestor and Sirius Ancestor exuded a monstrous murderous aura. The surrounding demons knew that the two ancestors were serious, and they all retreated to the distance, not daring to approach. Kill. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps as if he was passing through the cracks in the void. In an instant he arrived in front of the two half-step saints of the demons, and struck his strongest blow. Chapter 1635. Yin and Yang converged and turned into primal chaos. The chaotic true power in Gu Fei's body became more profound after he broke through to the 6th heaven of Almighty. At this moment he was fearless even when facing the two half-sages of the demon race. He charged forward and threw a punch forward. The terrifying chaotic fist energy enveloped the two half-sages of the demon race. Gu Fei was extremely powerful when he punched the two demi-saint demons. This was his first battle after breaking through. He wanted to use this battle to consolidate his cultivation. In the face of Gu Fei's all-out punch, the two demi-saints of the demon race felt a great pressure. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was crashing down on them. The whole world was collapsing. The power of this punch was so powerful that it could shake the world. All the demons watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. When did such a human expert appear in the eastern region? The two demi-saint demons were shocked by Gu Fei's combat strength. However, they were demi-saints after all. Their cultivation was also extremely powerful. Such existences would not be scared off by Gu Fei. Kill. Fight. Celestial Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor attacked almost at the same time. The two demi-saint demons displayed their worldly Dharma form. The devil chi in the whole demon domain immediately gathered toward the two demi-saint demons. An incomparably huge demonic wolf appeared in the world. This demonic wolf was almost as tall as the sky. One of its claws was even bigger than a mountain. The demonic wolf roared angrily. The 9 heavens shook. It displayed a supreme devil might as if it had recovered to its peak. This worldly Dharma form was too shocking. It gave people an illusion and shocked them to the extreme. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this worldly Dharma form. The demonic wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the world. It rushed toward Gu Fei. If your cultivation and strength were the same as this avatar of heaven and earth, I would turn around and leave. Gu Fei knew that this demon wolf's true cultivation wasn't frightening. It was only the universal Dharma idol that he had displayed that was frightening. However, it was also because of this universal Dharma idol that the demon wolf's battle strength had been greatly increased. Rumble. The space above Gu Fei's head immediately collapsed and was swallowed by the giant wolf. At the same time, Raging Fire Ancestor also displayed the Devil Sky Dharma Laksana. A huge human-shaped demonic fire appeared in the void, as if a supreme fire demon was about to walk out of the void. Boom. The gigantic demonic figure opened its mouth and spewed out pitch-black demonic flames, which burned towards Gu Fei. The void was silently destroyed by the demonic flames. The Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire of the origin was too terrifying. Even Gu Fei was unwilling to let this kind of demonic fire touch him. He directly stepped in the void and quickly retreated. Qi into swords. Gu Fei shouted. Chaotic real power surged all over his body. Beams of chaotic divine light rushed out of his body and turned into chaotic divine swords, floating around him. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands. Thousands of chaotic divine swords floating around him immediately pierced forward. The scene of tens of thousands of swords flying together was extremely spectacular. Shocking sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. Beams of chaotic sword light split the layers of demonic fire and slashed towards the gigantic demonic figure. Even Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked. Chaotic Fist. After striking out thousands of chaotic sword light, Gu Fei directly rushed up to the sky and attacked the giant wolf in the sky. His fist seemed to have turned into two chaotic divine suns, blooming with chaotic divine light. Bang! The giant wolf head that was about to devour Gu Fei was directly smashed by his fists. He rushed over and shook the real body of the demonic wolf out of the worldly Dharma form. Without using the 9 secrets of the immortal way, Gu Fei completely relied on his own strength to fight against the demons. With his current strength he could already compete with the demonic saints. The worldly Dharma form is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the devil's den, causing the demons to turn pale. No one dared to refute him because Gu Fei's combat strength was there for all to see. Anyone who was not convinced could attack. However, none of the demons who were watching the battle dared to attack. No one wanted to die, especially in this great era. Only by staying alive could they go further in this great era. If they died now, everything would be gone. Clang! Countless chaotic sword light shattered. The Raging Fire Ancestor was ruthless. He did not hesitate to consume his primordial qi to shatter the chaotic sword light that Gu Fei struck out, and then he attacked Gu Fei. The demonic fire Dharma form was incomparably huge, and the human-shaped demonic fire slapped down on Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the demonic way caused the void to collapse and be annihilated, making it impossible for anything to exist. Bang! Gu Fei stretched out his palm to meet the giant hand that was surrounded by demonic fire, and it collided head-on with the Raging Fire Ancestor's worldly Dharma form. Countless demonic patterns rushed out of the demonic hand, interweaving with the demonic saint power and slashed at Gu Fei. He wanted to withdraw his palm, but he found that there was an extremely strong suction coming from his opponent's hand, sucking his palm in. This guy, Gu Fei was taken aback. He had already expected that the Raging Fire Ancestor would not be so simple, and he actually attacked him like this. The demonic patterns were interweaving and the demonic saint power could destroy everything. He suffered a great impact. His entire arm turned black in an instant, and the vitality of his muscles, bones and flesh was quickly lost. The demonic patterns were actually branded into his arm. This kind of attack was too terrifying. The demonic patterns were branded into his flesh, bones and flesh. Every demonic pattern was emitting demonic fire, burning his flesh, bones and flesh. It was extremely painful. Humph! Gu Fei's entire arm was shaking, and the divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his arm. Wisps of black aura seeped out from the pores on his arm, and the demonic patterns were dissipating. The black aura on his arm was quickly dissipating, and the demonic patterns that were branded into Gu Fei's arm were dissipating. The demonic qi and demonic fire were forced out of his arm by Gu Fei. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's palm was separated from the huge hand of the heavenly demon form. Gu Fei was sent flying hundreds of feet away by a powerful force and he suffered a small loss. Very good. Gu Fei was furious. This guy was too insidious. He had almost fallen into his trap just now. Kill. In the next moment, Gu Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He raised his combat capability to the limit. With a few steps, he had already reached the side of the heavenly demon form transformed by the raging fire ancestor, and punched the right shoulder of the heavenly demon form. Bam! The entire right arm of the heavenly demon form collapsed, and a demonic shadow fell out of the void. Endless demonic fire was being extinguished. The huge heavenly demon form blurred for a moment and then collapsed in the void. Again. There was a hint of madness in Gu Fei's eyes. He attacked with all his strength, using the 8 directions void steps and displaying the fastest speed in the world. He kept attacking the 2 semi-saints demons. Soon the 2 semi-saints demons were suppressed by Gu Fei. They kept retreating and demonic blood dripped from the sky. This is against the natural order. That human actually. Seeing this scene, all the fiends were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1636. Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. His primal chaos fist shattered the void and suppressed the 2 demons half-saints. All the demons who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded. Kill. Gu Fei's entire body was surrounded by primal chaos chi. His long hair fluttered wildly. His shocking battle intent made even the half-saints' hearts palpitate. His fists forced the 2 demons to retreat continuously. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf once again evolved the Heaven and Earth avatar. A huge demon wolf appeared between heaven and earth. It opened its mouth and howled at Gu Fei. Rolling sound waves spread out from the Heavenly Wolf's mouth. The void in front of the demon wolf was directly shattered by this howl. This howl could shatter mountains and rivers. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar fell from the sky the moment the sound-killing technique was cast. They were knocked out by the demonic howl. Especially the demons behind Gu Fei. More than a dozen of them instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed by this terrible sound wave. In order to kill Gu Fei, old ancestor Heavenly Wolf attacked without any scruples. He didn't care about the lives of the demons around him. This was the law between demons. As long as one was strong enough, no demons would dare to provoke him. If they were killed by other demons, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. The law of the weak being prey to the strong could be fully reflected in the demon race. Buzz. Gu Fei, who bore the brunt of the attack, only felt a tingling pain in his ears. Then he couldn't hear anything. He temporarily lost his hearing. A trace of blood seeped out from his ears. Roar. Gu Fei roared. The powerful killing power of the sound made him feel like he was hit by a primordial demon mountain. His whole body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf displayed his terrible killing technique. The roar shattered the heaven and earth. If it was any other almighty, they wouldn't be able to survive even if they had 100 lives. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary expert. His martial body was so strong that it could compete with a half-sacred weapon. Although he was attacked by the sound-killing technique, it was difficult for him to be seriously injured. Rumble. At this moment, Raging Fire Ancestor used his trump card. Thousands of beams of demonic light shot out from his human-shaped demonic fire body. Countless demonic patterns interweaved and a pitch-black demonic bow appeared in his hand. Raging Fire Patriarch tried his best to pull the bow open. Countless demonic tattoos crazily gathered on the bow, and a demonic arrow completely made of demonic tattoos appeared on the bow. Swoosh. Raging Fire Ancestor let go, and the demonic arrow immediately shot toward Gu Fei, leaving a residual shadow in the void. This was a great path demon arrow, completely formed from interweaving demonic glyphs. Saint-level power emanated from the demon arrow, causing even Gu Fei's expression to change. 2 half-sacred demons attacked him at the same time. The situation seemed to be reversed in an instant and Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. Even in this great era, the existence of a half-sacred realm could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the human realm. As long as the existences in the forbidden areas didn't take action, they were almost invincible. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that if he didn't use his trump card he would definitely lose. The joint attack of 2 half-sacred demons was not a joke. It should be known that these were not ordinary half-sacred demons. Old Ancestor Heavenly Wolf and Raging Fire Ancestor had lived for countless years. They were ancient demons. When the two ancient demons attacked, even a half-sacred realm would have to suffer a grievance, let alone an almighty emperor. The demonic arrow was extremely fast. The demonic light transformed from the demonic arrow shot at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. A cold aura had already penetrated into Gu Fei's mud pill palace. Raging Fire Ancestor wanted to blow up Gu Fei's head with one arrow. Thing. At this moment, a sword cry rang out from within Gu Fei's mud pill palace. A small person walked out of the mud pill palace. With a flash of his body, he turned into a streak of sword light and shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Essence Spirit Dao Sword. Without thinking, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao. The Essence Spirit turned into a Dao sword that contained an unparalleled power of Dao. This was a supreme secret skill of the Immortal Dao that possessed immense power. The Essence Spirit Dao sword tore through the void and clashed with the demonic arrow. Bam! The demonic arrow exploded instantly. Countless demonic patterns were destroyed. The Essence Spirit Dao sword rushed through and destroyed the demonic arrow. It then continued on its way towards Raging Fire Ancestor. What? Raging Fire Ancestor was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't this human the successor of the Martial Ancestor? How did he cultivate the supreme secret skill of the Martial Ancestor as well? The Essence Spirit Dao sword arrived in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. The horrifying sword chi was neither strong nor weak. The layers of demonic fire were destroyed by the sword light. It was countless times stronger than the demonic arrow. With a flash of the sword light, the demonic bow in Raging Fire Ancestor's hand was split into 2. The demonic fire in human form was swept by the sword light and dimmed down instantly. Essence Spirit Dao Sword? Seeing that Raging Fire Ancestor was injured, Heavenly Wolf Ancestor could not help but be shocked. He recognized this secret skill that Gu Fei had displayed. Once the Dao sword was unleashed, it was almost invincible. The Dao sword vibrated and a figure appeared indistinctly on the sword light. The Dao rhythm of the great Dao spread out. Raging Fire Ancestor's core was injured by the Dao sword, and he was scared out of his wits. The primordial spirit Dao sword flew back to Gu Fei and entered his glabella. Boom! At the same time, a shocking aura burst out from Gu Fei's body. His entire aura changed drastically, and the entire void trembled under this pressure. This is... Heavenly Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor were taken aback. They felt extreme danger. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar were roared down from the sky. The demons' faces changed and they were horrified. Swish! With just one step, Gu Fei appeared in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. The Essence Spirit Dao sword rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and directly twisted Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body into 2 pieces. Then, Gu Fei slapped down and shattered the 2 pieces of Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body. The powerful force directly shattered Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body and vital spirit. What? Everyone was shocked. They never expected such an ending. Raging Fire Ancestor was killed in an instant, and both his body and spirit were destroyed. That was a sage to be demons. Everyone was shocked, especially Heavenly Wolf Ancestor. At this time he decisively fled towards Devil Mountain. The combat strength of this human had skyrocketed by 10 times in an instant. Such combat strength was enough to kill a sage to be. Where are you going? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly displayed the heaven-covering hand. A huge hand descended from the sky and directly smashed a demon wolf below into a cloud of blood mist. There was no suspense. Gu Fei, who had used the Heaven Ascension secret skill, displayed invincible divine might. Even a sage-to-be was not a match for him and was killed by the absolute power. Rumble. At this time the entire Devil Mountain shook. A peerless and powerful demonic aura spread out from Devil Mountain, as if a supreme demon lord was awakening. Chapter 1637. Gu Fei displayed the secret art of ascension and his combat strength increased tenfold. With absolute power he killed the 2 half-step demons, shocking the other demons. Just as Gu Fei slapped old ancestor Heavenly Wolf to death, the mountain in front of him shook, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out from the mountain. Gu Fei felt his hair standing on end. This was his reaction to danger as a martial artist. Under the cover of the demonic Grand Formation, there was a power recovering. Could it be that the peerless demon venerable sealed in the Devil Cave is in the mountain? Gu Fei had a feeling of fear. Although he displayed the secret art of ascension and his combat strength increased tenfold, in front of this demonic power he felt that he was not much stronger than an ant. Let's go. Gu Fei was very decisive. He still knew about the legend of the Eastern Region Devil Cave. In the depths of the earth, there was a peerless demon venerable sealed in the ancient times. In the Devil Cave only the power of the demon venerable could threaten him. The rumor that the peerless demon venerable had not completely broken free was also confirmed. Otherwise, if the peerless demon venerable had really broken free, he would have jumped out long ago after causing such a huge commotion while fighting the two demon venerables here. Taking advantage of the time limit of the secret art of ascension, Gu Fei directly retreated back the way he came. No one dared to stop him. One should know that he had just killed two half-step demons. Although there were many powerful existences among the demons present, these experts knew their own strength. No matter how strong they were, they could not be stronger than the two half-step demons. Swish. With just a few steps, Gu Fei's figure disappeared completely. Under the state of the Ascension secret technique, he displayed the world's fastest speed. Perhaps in the entire mortal world, besides the sovereigns of the few forbidden lands, no one could catch up to him. Not long after Gu Fei retreated, a demonic shadow appeared on the peak of the Devil Mountain. When the demonic shadow appeared, all the demons in the entire Devil Cave prostrated in fear, kneeling in the direction of the Devil Mountain as if they were worshipping the Supreme Demon Venerable. A supreme demonic aura pervaded the entire Devil Cave. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out of the Devil's Den, but he still felt that terrifying demonic aura. Peerless fiendish demon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't stay any longer and directly left the range of the Devil's Den. This was an existence that was strong enough to contend with the supreme beings of the mortal world. After this battle, the originally restless demons calmed down again. The demons couldn't ignore the fact that a peerless powerhouse had appeared in the human race. After all, two of their great demons had died in the hands of this human race powerhouse. The two semi-sage demons were the confidence of the demons. Originally, with such strength, the demons would definitely be able to kill their way out of the Devil Cave and fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family. However, at this time, the demons weren't thinking about attacking the two major forces of the Eastern region. Instead, they were closely monitoring the movements of the human race. The Eastern region Devil Cave was sealed by the supreme demonic marks. Although Gu Fei was fighting against the semi-sage demons in the Devil's Den, the people in the outside world didn't feel anything strange. Gu Fei returned to his inner world. He Tian was still refining the drop of immortal god liquid. This guy benefited from a disaster. With the help of the immortal god liquid, his cultivation base might rise to another level. Gu Zhong, who was thrown into the killing array by He Tian to temper himself, also calmed down. He used the power of the killing array to temper himself, using this extreme method to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. After a series of battles, Gu Fei's cultivation base had stabilized at the 6th heavenly layer. I'm still too weak. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain and let out a long sigh. Although he could compete with the semi-sage now compared to the worldly supremes in the forbidden areas of the human world, he was at best a little stronger than an ant. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, but the path of cultivation was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Strength needed to be accumulated over time, and it was not something that could be improved overnight. I wonder how Xiaoqing and the others are doing in the heaven realm. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Xiaoqing and the others. They should be doing well in the heaven realm. After all, they had the old turtle to take care of them, and the old turtle had the supreme demon weapon Tai Huang seal. In the heaven realm, there weren't many people who dared to provoke the old turtle. How many of my former fellow disciples survived? Gu Fei returned to the human world because he wanted to find those missing fellow disciples. When he returned to the Dragon Valley that day, he didn't see the bodies of the important figures of the Taishan sect. Zhao Ziru and the others were most likely still alive. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients. On the top of the mountain, Gu Fei's eyes gradually became fierce. Since he had already made a trip to the Devil's Den, it was time to visit these two families. Gu Fei's thinking was very simple. He would repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with hatred. The hatred of the destruction of the family couldn't be let go just like that. Even if he killed until rivers of blood flowed, he would seek justice. With the breakthrough of his cultivation, Gu Fei no longer needed to hide. This time he wanted to openly kill his way to the door. So what if they were the forces of the ancients? Could they be stronger than the great demons in the Devil's Den? Swish. Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared from the mountain peak. A few days later, a figure appeared outside the divine city of the Zhou family of the ancients. This was an ancient divine city that floated high in the sky. It was connected to the qi of the earth below and the power of the stars above. The entire divine city showed a great atmosphere. Who are you? How dare you break in here? At the gate of the divine city, there were 2 soldiers dressed in divine armor guarding. When they saw Gu Fei approaching, one of the middle-aged soldiers immediately took a step forward and shouted at Gu Fei. Hand over those who attacked the Xianxia sect back then. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these soldiers and directly stated his purpose. Only those who participated in the destruction of the people of the Xianxia sect back then would know what happened in the Dragon Valley back then. I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and get lost. Don't you know where you are? The soldier was very impatient. At this time, Gu Fei didn't release a powerful aura, so the soldier guarding the city thought that Gu Fei was here to cause trouble. Daring to be so presumptuous in the Zhou family of the ancients, this guy was simply tired of living. Slap. At this time, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly slapped the soldier in the face, causing blood to flow from the soldier's mouth. The left side of the soldier's face immediately swelled up. What? The soldier opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there were more than a dozen teeth, which shocked and angered the soldier. Clang. Another soldier directly pulled out the divine sword in his hand and pressed towards Gu Fei. Chapter 1638. The place where the Zhou family of the antiquity was located had a grand atmosphere. The divine city of the Zhou family was connected to the qi of the 9 heavens and the power of the earth. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Kenzi. Although such a divine city was not the only one in the world, it was still rare. At this time, outside the divine city of the Zhou family, Gu Fei's slap almost knocked out a soldier's teeth. The soldier fell sideways. You dare to cause trouble here? You're courting death. With a clang, the other soldier unsheathed the long sword at his waist and pressed towards Gu Fei. A murderous aura emanated from the soldier's body. This was not an ordinary soldier but an immortal soldier who had been on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this immortal soldier to condense such a murderous aura. The soldiers guarding the gate of the Zhou family of the antiquity were also immortal soldiers. Only a force like the Zhou family of the antiquity could do so. Such a force had an incomparably deep foundation. Humph. Gu Fei directly ignored the immortal soldier who was rushing towards him. In front of him, an immortal soldier was not much stronger than an ant. He could kill a large number of them with a single slap. A silhouette flew up from the city gate and then smashed into the city gate. The Zhou clan members in the divine city were instantly shocked, and they immediately shouted out. How dare you? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. A loud shout came from the gate and then a person walked out. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing a divine armor. His murderous aura was more than 10 times stronger than the 2 immortal soldiers guarding the gate. Immortal Emperor? After seeing this middle-aged man, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Finally, a decent person appeared. An immortal emperor in the celestial realm. Although it was not rare in the human world, he was still an expert. The middle-aged divine general was followed by a group of immortal soldiers. There were dozens of them and an astonishing murderous aura rushed towards him. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Hand over the people who attacked the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei replied calmly as he watched the middle-aged immortal general walking towards him without any nervousness. The middle-aged divine general was astonished to see Gu Fei's calmness. It should be noted that this was the primordial Zhou clan's territory. Was this person a peerless expert? At the thought of this, the middle-aged general's heart trembled. If this person was really strong enough to ignore the Zhou family of the ancients, then the Zhou family of the ancients would be in deep trouble today. What did you say? 100 years ago there was a Xianxia sect in the eastern region, but it has long since disappeared. Do you suspect that it was my Zhou family who destroyed the Xianxia sect? The middle-aged immortal general stood still in front of Gu Fei as he stared at Gu Fei and said, 100 years ago, the Taishan sect in the eastern domain was just a small sect in the eyes of the Zhou family of the ancient ancients. How could it compare to the ancient ancients? There was no need for the primordial Zhou clan to attack such a small sect. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. As he spoke, a powerful battle intent emanated from Gu Fei's body and his eyes sharpened. Did he want to fight against the entire Zhou clan by himself? The middle-aged immortal general felt the battle intent from Gu Fei and couldn't help but change his expression. This person was actually going to attack. This was not a good thing. He had a bad feeling. Was the Zhou family of the ancients really that great? Gu Fei smiled, then directly extended his right hand and pushed forward. Rumble. A gust of wind and thunder sounded. The palm that Gu Fei pushed forward actually shook the entire void in front of him. The powerful force almost made the immortal general breathless. The middle-aged immortal general didn't expect Gu Fei to actually dare to attack. A powerful force came from the front and then his body was sent flying backward. The dozens of immortal soldiers behind him, without exception, were all sent flying backward, smashing into the city from outside the gate. There was chaos inside the city. Celestial being immortal emperors were still not enough in front of Gu Fei. Soon the news of someone blocking the entrance of the divine city spread in the Zhou clan. The entire Zhou clan was shaken and the experts of the clan were infuriated. This fellow was really tired of living. Very soon, a furious roar came from the depths of the divine city. A figure soared into the sky and flew towards the city gate. A powerful chi appeared in the sky above the divine city. It actually alarmed the elders of the clan. Could the person blocking the city gate be a pinnacle almighty? I heard that even the divine wind general suffered a great loss in the hands of that person. The divine wind general was a ninth heaven immortal emperor battle general. Not everyone in the divine city of the Zhou clan was a cultivator, but everyone in the city was a clansman of the Zhou clan. All of them had the surname Zhou. Not everyone in the primordial Zhou clan could become a cultivator. Almighty? At this moment Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged outside the city gate, opened his eyes. A figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a white-haired youth. An old monster. When Gu Fei sensed the powerful chi on the white-haired youth, he knew that this guy was definitely an antique who had lived for countless years. An antique-level existence was difficult to disguise. The marks of time were difficult to erase. An antique who had lived for countless years naturally had indelible marks left behind by time. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. Who are you? When the white-haired youth saw Gu Fei, he immediately showed a serious expression. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. This was an extremely powerful person. Hand over the person who attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei just glanced at the white-haired youth and said the same thing. What are you talking about? The Taishan sect? I've never heard of it. The white-haired youth was stunned. Was this person here for the Taishan sect that he had never heard of? Could it be that someone in the Zhou clan had attacked this sect before? Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly attacked. The white-haired youth was shocked. This person attacked at the slightest disagreement. Did he really think that he was one of the few great forbidden areas in the world? A shocking force suddenly erupted from the white-haired youth's body. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the white-haired youth's brow and collided with the big hand in front of him. This was a powerful divine weapon and it emitted a powerful divine might. It pressed forward, causing the void to tremble, and the ancient cauldron's runes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei's big hand slapped the ancient cauldron, and the powerful force directly slapped the ancient cauldron away. Boom! It smashed into the city wall with a loud sound. The dark city wall was not damaged in any way and there was nothing strange about it. However, the ancient cauldron that had smashed into the city wall was broken into pieces. The white-haired youth opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became weary. He couldn't believe that his own divine weapon had been smashed into pieces by a single slap. This result was difficult to accept. At this time, many cultivators of the Zhou clan had gathered near the city gate. These people were also shocked when they saw this scene. It should be known that this was an elder of the clan who had attacked. Are so cruel. The white-haired youth's mouth was still bleeding. He took 9 steps back and with each step he spat out a mouthful of blood. In total he had spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood. Far less cruel than you. Gu Fei's face was expressionless. Back then, when the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancients joined forces to destroy the Taishan sect, their methods were 10 times more cruel than his own. What do you want? The white-haired youth's body swayed and he almost fell. He was a powerful cultivator of the celestial path, and almost half of his cultivation was on the ancient cauldron. The destruction of the ancient cauldron was equivalent to cutting off a small part of his cultivation, which shook his foundation. Hand over the people and I will take them away. Gu Fei's words were very simple, and the purpose of his trip was also very simple. He wanted the Zhao clan of the ancients to hand over the people who had attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei would not let this go so easily. The Zhao clan of the ancients had to give him an explanation. Gu Fei knew that the people who had attacked the Taishan sect were probably people from the Zhao clan of the ancients. It should be known that a force like the Zhao clan of the ancients would not have used their full strength to attack the Taishan sect. Most of the higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the ancients probably did not know about this, especially the elders of the Zhao clan who had awakened from their deep slumber in the past 100 years. Damn it! The white-haired youth was shocked and angry, but his opponent was too strong. Unless he used the resources of the clan, there was really no one who could suppress this guy. The goddess was not here. Did he really have to use the resources of the clan? The white-haired youth thought about it and finally retreated. If he did not satisfy the guy's conditions, he would probably have to go to war to suppress this guy. The higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the ancients did not want to use the resources of the clan too early, but they also did not want to surrender to Gu Fei. Thus, Gu Fei sat cross-legged outside the city gate and blocked it. He did not let anyone from the Zhao clan leave the city for 3 days and 3 nights. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Cultivators from other forces began to appear near the Zhao clan's city gate. The news that the Zhao clan had been blocked for 3 days and 3 nights quickly spread. The entire eastern region was shocked. Someone had actually dared to provoke the Zhao clan like this. The powers of the ancients were incomparably strong. In the past 100 years, no one had dared to provoke them. On the morning of the 4th day, a shocking aura came from afar. This was a holy aura that shocked the heavens. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure and they had an urge to surrender. A slender figure appeared in the distant sky, and a shocking sacred aura emanated from her body. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils immediately shrank. The goddess of the Zhao clan had finally appeared. This was definitely a peerless existence. Plus, Chapter 1639. The goddess of the Zhao clan finally appeared. She came back from outside and directly approached Gu Fei. A holy might filled the air, shocking the heavens. This was a proud daughter of heaven. She was stunning and had shaken the Eastern Domain in the past century. She was the only one in the Eastern Domain who could compete with Dong Huang of the Dongfang clan. Some people said that the appearance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was exactly the same as the Ren Huang of the Zhao clan who had appeared in the ancient times. Some people even suspected that the goddess of the Zhao clan was the Ren Huang of the ancient times. The holy might of the goddess of the Zhao clan was vast, as if the sound of the great path was resonating. This kind of atmosphere was not something that ordinary people could have. This goddess was extraordinary. And most importantly, this goddess had a divine implement on her. He had killed many people from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. Even the cultivators of the Zhao clan who had come with the divine pearl of 9 yang had been killed by Gu Fei on the spot. However, no one could give Gu Fei as much pressure as the goddess of the Zhao clan. Facing this goddess was like facing an ancient emperor. Gu Fei stood up. This goddess of the Zhao clan made him feel a dangerous aura. Get lost. The goddess of the Zhao clan was extremely powerful. The holy might on her body was even stronger. Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly. He no longer restrained his aura. A shocking blood rushed out from the top of his head, making it seem as if there were dragons dancing above his head. The goddess of the Zhao clan felt the seemingly endless blood on Gu Fei's body. She couldn't help but become serious and her eyes shone with a strange light. Heir of the martial ancestor? The goddess of the Zhao clan said this. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded her expectations. No wonder this person could block the divine city of the Zhao clan for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone being able to drive him away. You are quite knowledgeable, Gu Fei said. He had not even made a move, but she could already see through his inheritance. This made him think even more highly of this goddess. Does the Zhao clan have a grudge against you? The goddess of the Zhou clan did not dare to be negligent. She put away her arrogant attitude. A successful cultivator was not someone that ordinary Renhuang could compare with. Hand over the person who attacked the supreme profound sect. Gu Fei still said the same thing. The reason he came to the Zhou family of the ancients was because of what had happened in the past. Although the Taishan sect had been destroyed, he was still a disciple of the Taishan sect. Taishan sect. The goddess of the Zhou clan revealed a puzzled expression. However, this expression only flashed across her face for a moment before turning cold. She was an icy beauty. Although she had a peerless appearance, her entire being was cold, giving off a feeling that no one could approach her. At this time, almost everyone in the Zhou family knew the name of the Taishan sect. Someone had come to the Zhou family for the Taishan sect that had suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. Those who had attacked back then were already terrified. If it weren't for Gu Fei blocking the city gates and not allowing anyone to come out, they would have already fled for their lives. Back then, the primordial Zhou family was very powerful. They chose to join forces with the Dongfang family to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy the Supreme Profound sect. This matter had passed for nearly 100 years. Those who had attacked back then had long forgotten about it. It must be known that in their eyes, the Supreme Profound sect was nothing more than a small sect. For a colossus like the Zhou family of the primordial era, destroying a few small sects would be as easy as a sesame seed. However, this time the Zhou family had miscalculated. They never thought that after 100 years, someone would come to help the Supreme Profound sect. Recently, the Zhou family of the ancients had been hit hard, and even one of their holy weapons had been destroyed. Could it be that all of this was related to this matter? In the Zhou family of the ancients, some people had already thought about what had happened recently. A peerless cultivator had suddenly appeared and specifically attacked the Zhou family of the ancients and the Dongfang family. Having one of their holy weapons destroyed was also a major loss for the Zhou family of the ancients. It must be known that even a superforce like the Zhou family of the ancients only had a few perfect holy weapons. The Renhuang divine weapon could not be used. This was the greatest treasure of the Zhou family of the ancients. Hand over those people and I will turn around and leave. Gu Fei's tone was very firm. What if I don't hand them over? A sneer appeared on the expressionless face of the goddess of the Zhou family. As the goddess of the Zhou family, how could she do whatever others said? Although the cultivators who had succeeded in their cultivation were powerful, the goddess of the Zhou family wanted to fight. In the great world of the human world, cultivators were extinct. It was not easy to meet one, and it would be a pity if she did not fight. A shocking battle intent rushed out from the goddess of the Zhou family. A terrible aura instantly locked onto Gu Fei. You want to fight? Gu Fei's voice was still calm. Since his debut, he had never been afraid of anyone. Even when facing the demon ancestor, it was the same. Even if the goddess of the Zhou family was really an ancient Renhuang, she was definitely not comparable to the real demon ancestor. If I lose, I will hand them over to you. If you lose, all the grievances between you and the Zhou family will be written off, and you will become a slave of the Zhou family for 100 years. The goddess of the Zhou family stared at Gu Fei and said such words. A slave for 100 years? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but frown. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then get out of my sight. The voice of the goddess of the Zhou family was as cold as her expression, and her eyes were extremely sharp, giving off a feeling of sharpness. I, Gu Fei, have never been afraid of anyone. I will make this bet with you. The battle intent on Gu Fei's body also erupted, sweeping through the sky and earth, shocking everyone. At this moment, Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending to the human world. Rumble. The powerful pressure of a sixth-tier power made the void where Gu Fei was standing tremble. Streams of blood and qi surrounded him, and the martial arts' true power quickly circulated in his body. He is Gu Fei. Some of the strong cultivators in the distance heard Gu Fei's words, and they all looked surprised. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar in the eastern region 100 years ago. Could it be that the person from the Taishan sect is back? Some of the strong cultivators of the eastern region also appeared in the distant sky at this time. The news that Gu Fei had blocked the Zhou family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights had already spread. Someone had actually attacked the Zhou family of the barons. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire eastern region. In the distant sky, many of the strong cultivators who had submitted to the Dongfang family arrived. When these people learned that the person who had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights was Gu Fei, they were all extremely shocked. This time not only the Zhao family of the barons, but also the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Many people knew about the grievances between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. When the Taishan sect was destroyed, this matter was led by the people of the Dongfang family. Someone immediately left to report to the Dongfang family. Not long ago, Gu Fei had killed the strong cultivator of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan was the city lord of the East Imperial City, a hero of the region, but he had been killed. The Dongfang family had already sent out strong cultivators with holy weapons to kill Gu Fei, but no one had thought that Gu Fei would dare to come to the Zhao family of the barons. Whoosh! At this time, a blazing divine light suddenly rushed out from the body of the goddess of the Zhao family, piercing towards Gu Fei, and a terrifying holy power erupted. This was a kind of pressure that surpassed all living beings, like the ruler of the world looking down at the ants under his feet. The power of the saint level had already surpassed the scope of the world. Even the laws of the world could not suppress the power of the saint level. The goddess of the Zhao family used such power as soon as she attacked. Moreover, this power did not belong to her but was borrowed from her. The divine light pierced through in an instant. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and rushed into the sky, dodging the divine light, and then arrived above the head of the goddess of the Zhao family. Boom! He directly stomped down on the head of the goddess of the Zhao family, and a terrifying power came down from under his feet, shattering the void. Divine laws of the Great Path emerged. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 kills. Good. In the face of Gu Fei's fierce counterattack, the goddess of the Zhao family secretly applauded. Only at this level was it worthy of her to attack. The combat power of a cultivator should not be underestimated. Bam! The Zhao clan's goddess immediately punched upwards. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from her fist and interweaved into a huge fist that was like a mountain. It emitted endless powerful waves as it met Gu Fei's descending right foot. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant. The destructive force from Gu Fei's right foot was actually blocked. The strength of the Zhao clan's goddess was incomparably powerful. She was actually able to fight head-on against Gu Fei without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such an ending surprised even Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The whole world was shaken by the destructive power that swept in all directions, and in the void a pitch-black void crack appeared. Chaotic air seeped out from these void cracks. The giant fist that the goddess of the Zhao family formed with intertwining patterns dissipated in the void, and the power of the 8 kill steps that Gu Fei had displayed was cancelled out. Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky, and the body of the goddess of the Zhao family sank thousands of feet down. At this time, the defensive matrix of the Zhao family's divine city had already been activated, and countless patterns rushed out from all over the divine city, intertwining into a huge matrix that enveloped the entire divine city. Kill! Gu Fei roared and directly turned into a beam of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He fiercely swooped down from the sky, and a terrifying murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing the sky and earth to change color. Return to nature. The goddess of the Zhao family shouted, and her hands danced in front of her. Every trajectory was a kind of Dao law. She was displaying a supreme technique, and an unfathomable power spread out from her hands. The whole world seemed to be returning to chaos, and a terrifying power surged towards Gu Fei. This was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to assimilate people with the void. Gu Fei only felt that the blood in his body began to leak out, and then it melted into the void around him. What? This time Gu Fei was really shocked. Chapter 1640. Return to Truth. The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed her supreme technique. A strange power instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Then streams of essence qi began to escape from Gu Fei's body and dissipate into the void. Gu Fei was shocked. This kind of great technique could actually activate the essence qi in his body. This was something that had never happened before. Even the all-transformation demonic art created by the Supreme Demon Lord in the Eastern Demon Lair did not have such power. Could this kind of great technique be even more powerful than the all-transformation demonic art? Roar. Gu Fei stopped in the void. With a roar, his long hair danced in the wind. Divine patterns of the Great Path began to appear on his body. They interweaved with the power of the Great Path and sealed his own essence qi. The essence qi that leaked out immediately stopped. It was completely sealed by the Dao patterns in his body and no longer leaked out. This made Gu Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. What? The goddess of the Zhao clan frowned. The source power of a cultivator was extremely stable. He had actually imprinted the Dao patterns in his body and refined his entire body like a divine weapon. Could this be the secret of achieving sainthood through the physical body? Die. Gu Fei used the Dao patterns to seal his body. His essence qi no longer leaked out. Martial true power surged in his body. He punched out. The violent power did not rush out from his fist. Instead, the void in front of his fist trembled. Ripples of the void visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's fist as the center. This was not a Dao technique, nor was it a divine technique. However, the power it displayed was even more terrifying than Dao techniques and divine techniques. 3,000 realms. The goddess of the Zhao clan faced Gu Fei's ferocious punch. She simply extended her right hand and pointed a finger forward. A spot of divine light rushed out from the tip of her finger and exploded. Not a single speck of godly light shot into the void. After that, a series of black holes appeared in front of Gu Fei. Each of these black holes seemed to be connected to a different world as a terrifying aura emanated from them. Numerous black holes appeared around Gu Fei, trapping Gu Fei. All directions were blocked. Gu Fei's punch was blocked by a black hole. Boom. A loud explosion rang out as though an entire world had been destroyed. Gu Fei's unparalleled martial arts strength directly smashed a black hole, and a destructive force swept across the sky. It's really the 3,000 worlds? Gu Fei's mind was shaken. This type of great technique was formidable. Even though it didn't truly produce 3,000 worlds, these 3,000 black holes were still incomparably terrifying. Layers of black holes surrounded Gu Fei. Each of the black holes was emitting a terrifying power of the world. Even a half-step saint would be obliterated by such power. Watch as I break your 3,000 worlds. Gu Fei's battle intent was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, terrifying to the heavens. He continuously punched out with his fists, exploding one black hole after another. The destructive power couldn't cause any harm to him at all. Rumble. The entire world was shaking. The 3,000 black holes filled every corner of the world, alarming every cultivator who was watching the battle from afar. This type of great technique was too terrifying. However, even such a great technique couldn't trap Gu Fei. Powerful energy waves emanated from the black holes. Even the 3,000 worlds can't trap you? At this time, even the goddess of the Zhao clan was moved. Gu Fei's strength far exceeded her imagination. For successful cultivators, invincible in the same realm wasn't just empty words. The goddess of the Zhao clan's body was vast and mighty. She controlled the 3,000 worlds, which required a great deal of immortal Dao energy. Moreover, even with her cultivation, it was still difficult for her to truly display the power of such a great technique. Boom. Within the 3,000 black holes, Gu Fei was ferocious to the extreme. He punched out again and again. With each punch, a black hole would inevitably explode. These 3,000 black holes contained a strand of world energy. This was the source of this great technique. If this technique was cultivated to the grand completion level, these 3,000 black holes would most likely evolve into the true 3,000 worlds. On Gu Fei's fists, chaotic true force unceasingly spread out. It was as if he was splitting the world apart, causing the world to turn into the most primitive state of chaos. The power of the 3,000 worlds was weakened. The goddess of the Zhao clan was affected as her Dao energy began to fade. This great technique couldn't be maintained for long because her cultivation and strength weren't enough. If she forced herself to use this technique, she would suffer a backlash from the 3,000 worlds if she wasn't careful. Rumble. The goddess of the Zhao clan drew upon the power of her saint weapon. Immortal Dao runes condensed on her hands and were then shot into the 3,000 black holes. With the support of the saint weapon, the 3,000 worlds were evolving. It was as if the 3,000 worlds were evolving as well. The world energy within them erupted and the destructive power swept towards Gu Fei. This was a great apocalypse. Under the support of saint-level power, the power of the 3,000 worlds was raised to the limit by the goddess of the Zhao clan. Countless dragon-like primal chaos divine light rushed out of the 3,000 worlds, killing everything in its path. In the void, immortal Dao runes appeared, drawing upon the power of the heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The goddess of the Zhou clan's battle prowess was monstrous. She actually turned a part of the void into a land of death as a terrifying aura engulfed the entire area. With such might, even a quasi-saint would have to suffer a grievance if he entered. In the center of this destructive storm, Gu Fei sensed great danger. His opponent had drawn upon the power of the saint weapon. If he didn't go all out, he would be destroyed by the 3,000 worlds. Roar! Gu Fei roared like an enraged dragon. A terrifying power erupted from his body, and the black holes around him were immediately shattered by this power. Boom! Dozens of black holes instantly exploded, forming a shocking destructive power. This power was so powerful that it seemed like it could really destroy the world. Even the divine city of the Zhou clan in the distance shook a few times. The people of the Zhou clan in the city were all extremely nervous, especially those who had attacked the Taishan sect in the past. If the goddess of the Zhou clan lost, then these people would be handed over to Gu Fei. Some people were already thinking of how to escape. At this time, Gu Fei directly rushed out of the destructive storm. His blood and qi were more than 10 times stronger than before. His power was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. Break! He directly punched out with the chaotic fist. The supreme power spread out from his fist, causing the black holes to collapse one after another. The strand of world energy within the black holes was also dispersed. When the goddess of the Zhou clan saw that Gu Fei was like a supreme god of war, rushing out of her 3,000 worlds, she couldn't help but be shocked. How could this person's power suddenly soar to such a level? Could it be? The goddess of the Zhou clan thought of a possibility and couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Chapter 1641. Boom! The goddess of the Zhou clan displayed her supreme technique, manifesting the 3,000 worlds in an attempt to obliterate Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei also had a trump card. He used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess instantly increased by 10 times. Such a powerful force spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire world to tremble. With just one punch, he had smashed a hole in the 3,000 worlds technique. Swoosh! He displayed his fastest speed and charged out from the gap in the 3,000 worlds technique. He then charged towards the goddess of the Zhou clan. His monstrous killing intent caused the sky to change color. Heaven's shrouding hand, a beautiful hero of the chaotic world. Gu Fei roared and slammed his right hand towards the goddess of the Zhou clan. His palm grew infinitely larger, instantly enveloping the entire sky. The incomparably huge palm emanated a terrifying fluctuation that caused the hearts of the experts present to palpitate. Dao runes interweaved on the palm, condensing the power of the Dao and circulating the rhythm of the Dao. This was definitely a power that was infinitely close to that of a demi-saint. Even an ordinary half-saint would not be able to withstand this attack from Gu Fei. The space below the palm directly shattered. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like bolts of black lightning spreading in all directions. All the experts who were watching the battle from afar paled, and then hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! A huge spatial crack the size of a mountain instantly flashed by. Several figures were instantly devoured by the spatial crack and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. This was a spatial crack. If one was devoured by it, they would definitely die. Even supreme experts with holy weapons would be lost in the chaotic void if they were devoured by a spatial crack, even if they didn't die. It's one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal path. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhou clan shone brightly. She was both surprised and overjoyed. Only one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art, could instantly increase Gu Fei's battle prowess to such a degree. I can't let this guy go. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhou clan became extremely sharp. She rushed into the sky, and a divine light shone from her body, enveloping her. Then she directly collided with the giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Boom! Immortal of crafts. There was a loud noise and the entire void seemed to be collapsing. Countless divine lights of the Great Path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhou clan and shook Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. The divine light of the Great Path that rushed out from the goddess of the Zhou clan was like a peerless divine sword. They contained divine power and pierced through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. So he's finally using his saint weapon? Gu Fei frowned. In the end, his opponent still used this kind of power. At the same time, an ancient mirror appeared above the goddess of the Zhou clan. The surface of the mirror shone with a myriad of divine lights, completely breaking through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. Buzz! The ancient mirror shook, and a divine light rushed out from the surface, instantly enveloping Gu Fei. Then it sucked Gu Fei into the divine mirror and sealed him. This was a saint weapon of the Zhou clan of the ancients. It could emit destructive divine light, and it could also imprison people in the mirror. Everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Such a powerful cultivator was sealed by the divine mirror just like that? This was too sudden. A look of joy appeared on the face of the goddess of the Zhou clan. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. The goddess of the Zhou clan muttered to herself. This was an unparalleled great technique created by the supreme great elder. In ancient times, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were known as undefeatable great techniques. If the Zhou clan of the ancients could obtain this secret technique, then in this great era, the strength of the Zhou clan would definitely increase greatly. In this great era, strength was the most important thing. Only with great strength could one go further than others, and even fight for the opportunity to become a saint in this era. In this great era there were many strong cultivators. All kinds of lost inheritances surfaced, and all kinds of rare constitutions appeared. This was destined to be a grand event. Someone prophesied that in this great era, someone would become a saint. At this time Gu Fei, who was sucked into the ancient mirror, encountered the greatest danger of his life. This divine mirror was a saint weapon, and he was sealed in a strange void where he couldn't reach the sky or the earth. Divine chains formed from the Tao patterns of the great path wrapped around him tightly. There was no end to each of the divine chains as they disappeared into the void. Tao patterns kept appearing in the void, intertwining with each other. A terrifying saintly might filled the void, shocking the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Could this be the void within the mirror? Gu Fei was sealed in the void, but he wasn't anxious, nor did he panic. The other party didn't seem to want to kill him and had other intentions. Hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and I'll spare your life. The voice of the Zhou clan's goddess rang out in the void. It was so loud that it shook Gu Fei's soul, making him feel an immense pressure. So you want the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Gu Fei suddenly understood. This Zhou clan's goddess must have seen through the secret art he used to ascend to the heavens. She must be up to no good if she wanted this supreme secret art. Live or die. You decide. The voice of the Zhou clan's goddess rang out again. As far as she was concerned, her opponent's life was already in her hands. There was no room for negotiation. I want to live. Gu Fei sneered. Although he was temporarily imprisoned, he hadn't even used his greatest trump card yet. Did she really think she could seal him like this? Then hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the great earth city. The voice of the Zhou clan's goddess trembled. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a supreme secret art that could make immortal cultivators go crazy. If she could obtain this secret art, her cultivation and strength would definitely increase greatly. If she could obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, Dong Huang would be nothing. His combat ability would increase tenfold. The Zhou clan's goddess was confident that she could trample Dong Huang under her feet and become invincible in the eastern domain. But I don't want to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to you. Gu Fei smiled as he said this. You? The Zhou clan's goddess couldn't help but be angry. This guy was too despicable. If she didn't show him how powerful she was, did he really think that she couldn't deal with him? As she thought about it, the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body made a clanging sound. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on the divine chains, and a nearly transparent divine fire appeared on the divine chains. When Gu Fei saw this divine fire, his expression changed immediately. This was a type of fire of the way. Not only could it burn one's flesh, but it could also burn one's primordial spirit. As long as one was burned by this kind of fire, their body and soul would be destroyed. Nothing would be left. Under the burning of the fire of the way, Gu Fei let out a series of angry roars. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on his body as he tried to resist the fire of the way. However, the power of the divine mirror came from all directions, suppressing the power that was awakening in his body. How dare you? You forced me to do this. Gu Fei made up his mind and was about to use the divine weapon of the great path. Then a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. Within the divine light was a simple divine sword. Chapter 1642. The battle between Gu Fei and the goddess of the Zhou clan was a fierce and intense battle. The goddess of the Zhou clan displayed a great technique that intimidated all the spectating experts. The Zhou family had a goddess and the Eastern family had Donghuang. The goddess of the Zhou family had the cultivation and strength to contend with Donghuang. This wasn't a lie, but the two had never fought before. Many people were looking forward to a battle between the two, but the primordial Zhou family and the Eastern family had already formed an alliance. A battle between two rising stars would most likely never happen. But today the experts of the Eastern region had finally seen the goddess' power. Even Gu Fei, who had killed the city lord of Donghuang City, had been sealed by her. The performance of the goddess of the Zhou clan was shocking. Such cultivation and strength were enough to shake the #1 throne of the Eastern Royal Eastern region. But unfortunately the two great experts had never fought before. It was hard to say who was the #1 in the Eastern region. At this time, Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror. The goddess of the Zhou family wanted to obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal path. She didn't hesitate to use flames of the way to burn Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt his soul tremble. This kind of flames of the way was very terrifying. If he was burned, no matter how strong his martial body was, he would probably be turned to ash. Strands of translucent flames had Dao patterns faintly visible. They followed the dozen chains of the great Dao around Gu Fei and burned towards Gu Fei. You've already lost. As long as you agree to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal path, you won't have to be a slave of the Zhou family for 100 years. I've lost? Gu Fei laughed as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. His body began to emit a terrifying aura. Rumble. The entire space shook as a terrifying power emanated from Gu Fei's body. Even the slightest fluctuation was enough to make the space almost collapse. Clang. The chains of the great Dao around Gu Fei's body shook and actually showed signs of dissipating. What? The voice of the Zhou family's goddess rang out. Her voice was incomparably shocked. She never would have thought that under such circumstances, Gu Fei could still resist. This was simply unbelievable. One should know that this heavenly Dao mirror was one of the trump cards of the Zhou clan of the ancients. It was a great saint weapon, second only to the human emperor divine weapon. Even with the cultivation of the Zhou clan's goddess, it was difficult for her to make this great saint artifact display even a 10,000th of its divine might. This Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror's internal space, but he still had the ability to resist. Could it be that he was a supreme great saint? The primordial Zhou clan had been passed down for countless years. They had once produced an invincible emperor second only to the extreme Dao supremes. This clan knew many great secrets of the world. There was no lack of saints in the ancient times or even the distant ancient times. It was impossible for all of them to have perished. There must have been some who had survived. However, after the destruction of the primordial world, saint-level existences suddenly disappeared. Many of the old-timers were convinced that the vanished saints would return one day. At that time they would be the rulers of the world. The human world was an opportunity to become a saint. No one was willing to miss it, especially those old-timers who had lived to this day. At this time, the Zhou clan's goddess couldn't help but recall some of the rumors from the ancient times. Many saints had sealed their cultivation to play around in the human world. A few thoughts flashed through the Zhou clan's goddess mind. Gu Fei's terrifying aura, which could make one's soul tremble, was becoming stronger and stronger. She felt uneasy. You forced me to do this. Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyes shone with a resplendent divine light. Like 2 bolts of lightning, a beam of violet light shot out from between his brows. How is this possible? The Zhou clan's goddess's voice rang out once more. This time her voice was trembling. This fellow actually cultivated a nascent spirit and it was incomparably powerful. How could a descendant of the martial ancestor cultivate a nascent spirit? This was beyond the Zhou clan's goddess's understanding. One had to know that the martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivated the martial body. That was the supreme way to achieve the Dao with the physical body. There was no need to cultivate a nascent spirit. However, what shocked the Zhou clan's goddess was that the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's brows did not contain a nascent spirit, but an ancient sword. This was an ordinary ancient sword that did not attract anyone's attention. However, as soon as it appeared, the Zhao clan's goddess who was outside the divine mirror trembled. Buzz. The ancient sword vibrated. Then, driven by the power of Gu Fei's nascent spirit, it slashed at the divine chains of the great path wrapped around him, completely ignoring the saint-level power in this space. This was the space inside the divine mirror, and there was a saint-level sealing power. Even if a saint was sealed here, it would be absolutely difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Gu Fei was not a saint. In the Zhao clan's goddess's eyes, Gu Fei, who was sealed inside the divine mirror, was undoubtedly a piece of meat on the chopping block. She could cut him however she wanted. However, the appearance of this ancient sword was a variable. Playing. Wherever the edge of the ancient sword passed, a few of the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were immediately cut and dissipated in the void. What? The Zhao clan's goddess was truly shocked. Everything inside the divine mirror was under her control, and she could sense everything that was happening inside. What kind of sword is this? It can actually cut the divine chains of the great path condensed by a great saint tool. Even if this ancient sword is also a great saint tool, it does not have such power. The Zhao clan's goddess felt more and more uneasy. The clanging sounds continued, and the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were continuously cut by the ancient sword. Then they dissipated in the void. In the end, all the divine chains of the great path were cut by the ancient sword, and Gu Fei broke free. He grabbed the ancient sword in his hand, and a wave of sword qi, which was not very powerful, spread out from the ancient sword, blocking the surrounding saint-level sealing power. Could it be that in your hand is? At this time the Zhao clan's goddess was already dumbfounded. She sat cross-legged high in the sky, and the divine mirror was suspended in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path lingered above the divine mirror. Everyone thought that the Zhao clan's goddess was driving the divine mirror to refine Gu Fei, who was sealed inside, but no one thought that she could not hurt Gu Fei at all. The Zhao clan's people in the Zhao clan's divine city all breathed a sigh of relief. That madman had finally been sealed, especially those who had attacked the Taishan sect. They were surprised and happy at the same time. Gu Fei, the big trouble, had been eliminated. Of course, there were not many people from the Zhao clan who had attacked the Tianxian sect back then. These people were all glad that Gu Fei had been sealed in the divine mirror by the Zhao clan's goddess. He was definitely going to die. Chapter 1643. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the goddess of the Zhao clan, who was high up in the sky, had a grave expression on her face. The power of the great path surged throughout her body. Pinsy, what was going on? Someone noticed that the goddess of the Zhao clan was acting strangely. She was channeling the power of the great path with all her might. It was as if a god of the great path had descended into the world. Strands of laws of the great path lingered around her body. Could it be that something had happened? The divine city of the Zhao clan was completely silent. All the members of the Zhao clan were paying close attention. One must know that the goddess was the pride of their clan. Everyone believed that the goddess was definitely stronger than Dong Huang. What number one in the eastern region? It was all bullshit in front of the goddess. Could it be that Gu Fei didn't die? Someone thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. He was sealed by a great saint tool, but he still didn't die? That was absolutely impossible. The group of Zhao family clansmen in the Zhao family divine city was even more uneasy. Good heavens! Divine runes of the great path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan. All of the runes landed on the divine mirror in front of her. She was using a restrictive spell to completely awaken the divine mirror. A powerful saint-tier aura filled the 9 heavens, intimidating all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was a supreme saint-tier aura that caused all living beings to tremble. The experts in the distant sky did not leave. Everyone wanted to know the result. At this moment, a supreme holy aura spread out from the divine mirror. All the experts in the sky had no choice but to retreat further away. Saintly might represented invincibility in the human realm. In the mortal realm where the sages were extinct, no one would dare to provoke a major power that possessed a flawless sacred weapon. This kind of power was too powerful. Just as the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to completely awaken the divine mirror, Gu Fei did not idle around in the space within the divine mirror. He held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and directly slashed out. A transparent sword wave rushed out from the purple gold divine sword and directly tore through the void. It was just a sword wave, but it had cut a long hole in the space inside the great sage tool. The aura of the outside world had entered through the hole. Just as Gu Fei's sword broke through the interior of the divine mirror, a crack appeared on the surface of the divine mirror and the Zhou family's goddess was sent flying. This great sage tool felt threatened and awakened on its own. A terrifying great sage might spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the Zhou clan's divine city was affected and shook. In the distant sky, many powerhouses fell from the sky. This was the might of a great sage and no one could withstand it. All living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were terrified. All of them prostrated on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the great sage might. The Zhou family's goddess suffered an impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression immediately became weary. She never thought that Gu Fei would actually break the seal of the divine mirror and escape. The divine mirror trembled and endless ancient Dao patterns lingered. The entire world was collapsing and all the cultivators prostrated on the ground. Even the Zhou family members in the Zhou family's divine city were no exception. The aura of a great sage appeared between the heavens and the earth, shaking the world in all directions. Something had happened to the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity. Several powerful divine senses probed from other regions. They were not afraid of the great sage might and sensed everything that was happening here. The great change that happened to the Zhou family had alarmed the peerless figures of the human realm. The divine mirror was damaged and Gu Fei rushed out from the space inside the divine mirror. He had the purple gold divine sword to protect him. Even the great sage might could not harm him at all. This was the horror of an extreme saint weapon. Even if it was not awakened, it was not something a great sage tool could compare to. He used the universal void step and appeared directly in front of the Zhou family's goddess. At this time, the divine mirror suddenly retracted all the divine light and flew into the Zhou family's divine city. The terrifying great sage might retreated like the tide. The great sage tool flew away on its own. I lost. The Zhou family's goddess had to admit that she had lost. Although she had already used the great sage tool, she would still lose because the other party had the legendary killing weapon. A divine sword that could destroy a great sage tool was definitely an extreme divine sword. Gu Fei had such an extreme divine sword in hand. Not to mention the Zhou family's goddess, even if a half-sage came with a saint weapon, he would most likely die with a grievance. Only a half-sage with a great sage tool could fight him. Then hand over those people. Gu Fei did not make a move. He had a grudge with the Zhou family who had once attacked the Taishan sect. As for the other people of the Zhou family, as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care about them. The Zhou family's goddess nodded. She reached out to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth and then walked toward the Zhou family's divine city. On this day, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the eastern domain. After the Dongfang family heard the news, they originally planned to send experts with saint weapons to kill Gu Fei. However, after the Zhou family's goddess was defeated by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family did not appear again. What a joke. Even the Zhou family's goddess was no match for Gu Fei after using a great sage tool. If others came with saint weapons, wouldn't that be suicide? Some people had already thought that Gu Fei might have a legendary extreme divine weapon. However, no one dared to have any ideas about Gu Fei. The Zhou family's goddess was stunning enough, but she was no match for Gu Fei. No one was willing to provoke this god of death. The people of the Dongfang family felt extremely uneasy. This Gu Fei had already grown up. He was a great enemy of the Dongfang family. After this day, the people of the Dongfang family restrained themselves. No one went out rashly. The Zhou family's goddess was willing to admit defeat. In less than half a day, she had investigated everything and then handed the 3 people of the Zhou family to Gu Fei. There were only 3 experts of the Zhou family who had acted in the past. Each of these 3 people was a powerful cultivator. One of them was even at the peak of the realm. This kind of person was definitely a rare cultivator 100 years ago. If these 3 people were to act, they would definitely be able to easily break the great formation of the Dragon Valley. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly killed the 3 people on the spot. Then he used the 9 secrets of the Immortal path to search the memories of the 3 people's primordial spirits. He learned everything that had happened in the past. It turned out that in order to eradicate the Taishan sect, the Dongfang family had invited the 3 great experts of the Zhou family with great gifts. These 3 great experts were really amazing. With one move they broke the killing formation that He Tian had laid down. Then the people of the Dongfang family swarmed into the Dragon Valley, killing almost all the remaining disciples of the Taishan sect and destroying the Taishan sect. Only a few important people of the Taishan sect had escaped the Dragon Valley. However, at that time the experts of the Dongfang family had chased after them. It was unknown whether these disciples of the Taishan sect were dead or alive. Look, the first novel with no mistakes - your best choice. To find a novel, please add more and better novels with no mistakes, all are here. Chapter 1644. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients could be considered settled for a while. Although the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients were angry, there was nothing they could do. Even the goddess of their clan had been defeated. Unless they used the power of the clan, there was no way they could compete with this warrior. However, the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients had some scruples. It was not a good thing to reveal the power of the clan too early, so the Zhao family could only endure. In the great world of the human world, although the forces of the ancient clan were powerful, it did not mean that they were invincible in the world. At this time the water in the human world was very deep. The existences in the major forbidden areas were even more feared by the forces of the ancient clan. The name of Gu Fei once again shook the eastern domain. Some old friends knew that he had returned. Some people's blood was boiling and they wanted to fight with him. Some people were panicking, afraid that this evil star would come to their door. In particular, the forces that had enmity with Gu Fei in the past were even more uneasy. The Beitang family immediately announced that the mountain gate was sealed. All the disciples of the family were not allowed to go out, and they also activated the mountain protection formation. The Beitang family was far away in the land of southern Yan, so Gu Fei did not have the time to find trouble with them. Another superforce, the Dongfang family, was in the eastern domain. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to go to the Dongfang family. The source of all the enmity was the Dongfang family. In the past, the hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen was known to all the cultivators in the eastern domain. In the end, Dongfang Chen was killed by Gu Fei, which led to the elders of the Dongfang family. Even among the Dongfang family's older generation experts, many had died in Gu Fei's hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, who was a half-step saint, was killed by Gu Fei. The hatred between him and the Dongfang clan was getting deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve it now. The Dongfang family had stood in the eastern domain for tens of thousands of years. They had once produced an invincible human emperor, who had quelled the chaos of the eastern domain and made great contributions to the human race. However, this was the merit of the human emperor. As the descendants of the human emperor, the Dongfang family became more and more arrogant and domineering. They thought that they were the descendants of the human emperor and wanted to unify the eastern domain. The Taishan sect was also part of the Dongfang family's scheme. However, with the return of the ancient barons, the Dongfang family's goal of dominating the eastern realm would be difficult to achieve. The ancient barons also possessed an incomparably deep foundation. 100 years ago, Taishan Mountain collapsed, and the ferocious demons who had been sealed for countless years awakened. The forces of the demons appeared in the eastern domain. Under the various variables, the eastern territory formed a situation of three legs of a tripartite confrontation. The Dongfang family did not want a tripartite confrontation, but the power of the primordial Zhao family and the Devil's Den was enough to contend with the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family had no choice but to ally with the primordial Zhao family to fight against the demons together. In the past 100 years, the eastern region had never been at peace. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial era had been constantly fighting against the demons in the Devil's Den, and many of their experts had fallen. However, the past 100 years of war had become a way for the Dongfang family and the Zhao family to train their troops. In the past 100 years, the two families had produced many stunning figures. Dong Huang of the Dongfang family rose rapidly during this period. At this time, the Dongfang family was as if they were facing a great enemy. They already knew that Gu Fei had the legendary divine weapon of the Great Path, which was a great killing weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon left behind by a supreme being. Although no one could truly use it, just a wisp of the divine might of the Great Path was enough to destroy a super sect. Even an ancient family that had produced a Ren Huang had to be careful when dealing with it. At this time, Gu Fei was walking in the eastern domain. He had entered the heavenly market and explored the bottomless devil's denver. He wanted to find some old friends, but 100 years had passed. His old friends had either fallen or were no longer in the eastern domain. No one mentioned the three great Taoist schools of the past anymore. The Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Xianxia sect had already submitted to the forces of the primordial era and became peripheral forces of the primordial era. They were no longer as powerful as they were in the past. The Guangqing Celestial Sect had submitted to the Zhou family of the primordial era and avoided the disaster of annihilation. As for the Xianxia sect, they had also disappeared. In the past 100 years, no one from the Xianxia sect had appeared again. The Xianxia sect, Li Mengyao, on top of a mountain peak, a silhouette stood there and uttered such a statement. This person was speaking out of emotion. It was Gu Fei. Thinking back to the past, there were two silhouettes that he had never forgotten. They were hidden deep inside his heart. However, after he achieved success in his cultivation, he could no longer find the two people he missed. This made Gu Fei feel a little regretful. However, he believed that one day he would be able to meet them again. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain peak for a long time. The sunset glow was like blood, elongating his silhouette. He stood against the wind and his long hair danced in the wind. It's time for me to pay the Dongfang clan a visit. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At his level of cultivation, he no longer feared anyone in the mortal world. Other than the few forbidden existences in the mortal world, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. Whoosh! Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared from the mountain peak. A few withered leaves flew up and then slowly landed on the ground. It was as if he was never there. The Dongfang clan was located in the middle of a mountain range in the eastern domain. The mountain range was undulating and resembled dragons that were wriggling on the ground. Mist lingered between the mountains. Within a radius of thousands of miles, a great world was formed. This kind of heaven and earth was rare in the eastern domain and even the entire Tinglong continent. If He Tian was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this place was extraordinary. A clan that has produced a Rinhuang Shur is extraordinary. A silhouette appeared outside of this area. At this moment, the sky had darkened and the sun was setting. The horizon was bright red. Could this be the legendary 9 Dragons Soaring Heaven game? Gu Fei had once read the Yuan's spirit memories of the celestial race's ancestor, so he knew quite a number of immortal Dao arts. This qi-gazing art was one of them. This art allowed one to observe the momentum of the world and the circulation of Yuan qi. The space in front of him seemed extremely calm, but there were traps everywhere. The heaven and earth interweaved. If one were to observe with the eyes of the god, one would be able to see extremely obscure Dao patterns in the air. It seems that the Dongfang clan is prepared. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that his plan to suddenly attack the Dongfang clan would not work. Now it seemed that he could only force his way through. If that's the case, then let's do it. Gu Fei soared into the sky from the mountain peak, then extended his right hand and pressed forward. A terrifying martial path true force quickly condensed on his palm, then surged out. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A huge golden hand appeared high up in the sky, emitting a shocking wave of energy. It slammed towards the celestial realm in front of him. When the huge hand appeared, the wind and clouds immediately surged. The peace of the entire area was instantly broken. Enemy attack! An angry roar rang out in front of him. Then the alarm in the area rang rapidly. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the mountains. There was not a single person before, but now over 100 people jumped out. The void trembled as the Dao patterns hidden in the air began to appear. They interweaved into mysterious Dao patterns that shot towards the huge golden hand. Bam! The Dao patterns collided with the golden hand. The hand crumbled and a large amount of golden light shot out in all directions like meteors. Every single golden light tore through the void. Most of them were blocked by the Dao patterns that emerged from the void, but a few still managed to shoot into the formation. Boom! A golden light descended from the sky and struck a mountain peak. The entire mountain was instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Bam! The earth shook as the golden light landed on the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 zhang collapsed. The entire area shook and dust rose into the sky. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan were extremely shocked to see this scene. This person's combat strength was too terrifying. Just a little essence could cause such a terrifying result. Two specks of golden light that shot into the formation were intercepted by someone. All of you retreat to the ancient land. A person whose body was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. His voice shook the mountains. This person was extremely powerful. He was the one who intercepted the golden light just now. In another direction, another powerful figure walked over. This person's aura was completely different from the person who was covered in dazzling starlight. His entire person was like a black hole. The void around him was collapsing, forming a dark place without any light. He seemed to be able to devour everything. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw these two people. These two people were extremely powerful and had the aura of saints lingering around them. They were two half-saints. The Dongfang clan really hid their strength well. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh. This Dongfang clan was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. With such strength, it was no wonder that even the primordial Zhao clan didn't dare to touch the Dongfang clan. "You're Gu Fei," the half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. "I heard that the girl from the Zhao clan was also defeated by you." A gloomy voice was heard. The half-saint who stood in the dark spoke. His voice was extremely feminine, causing goosebumps to appear on Gu Fei's body. Two old farts came out. Gu Fei didn't enter the formation. This formation was definitely a killing formation personally arranged by the ancient emperor of the human race. Although only a corner of the formation pattern was revealed, it was still emitting a shocking murderous aura. He could feel the ancient aura from the two half-saints inside the formation. Such characters must be the foundation of the Dongfang clan. They slept until the present and only woke up when the great era of the human realm appeared to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. "Do you dare to come in and fight?" The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight was incomparably powerful. He directly challenged Gu Fei. He cultivated a great technique that could draw the power of the 9 heaven stars for his own use. There seemed to be a vague starry sky faintly appearing around his body.